Chapter 23 The Second Wing. Fang's shield blocked the ape-like demon of frost, her small body resisting the power of the blow thanks to her ice-cleated greaves. She countered with her spear, piercing the demon in its chest. Jasper leaped onto the same demon, its fierce jaws latching onto its throat. Despite the demon being resistant to cold, ice began covering the monster from its bite, and the larger frost warg alpha quickly shook the monster, scattering the demon into a burst of essence. Earthen strength filled their bodies from a pulsing totem, a small carved figure floating near Luna, the party fighting through a large cohort of demons. Kaya's axes flashed as she spun and danced, weaving through the enemies and overwhelming them with sudden barrages of attacks. Two tails held axes, plus the large axe she carried in her hands, and the bestial strike were odd for enemies to deal with as they came one after the other in a dangerous flurry of attacks. One tail was even used to spring her forward like a third leg, or balance her upper body in odd ways, making her movements difficult for enemies to predict. They were now fighting through the Frostspire mines, the second event to claim another section of the winding caverns of resources. And it wasn't just Nick's party this time. A number of orcs, led by Lothar and Agatha, and assisted by priests and priestesses of Serafera, now fought through another cavern as well. Then Ironclaw was leading the monsterfolk through another, with the same assistance from Serafera's clergy. The reason was simple. Kingdom quest granted. Claim the second wing of the Frostspire mines. Second stratum challenge. Defeat the demonic overseer deep in the second wing. During your assault, demons will rapidly respawn throughout the 3 paths. It is recommended to have a minimum of 3 parties of 10 able to defeat numerous level 15 enemies while handling the harsh environment. Final encounter to be balanced against 1 elite party of 10, the Lord's party. Additional enemies will join the elites' battle, if not handled in time by the secondary parties. The demons were a bit stronger than last time, but Nick's party plowed down the center lane with ease. This was the largest grouping they faced of the demons, and Nick thought he saw in the distance where the cavern widened. Surprisingly, Irene had wanted to come, and now traveled with Nick's party. All his wives were now present, but another new addition had decided to come with them, Renzu. The panda beastfolk fought near Nick, his one-armed fighting style working well enough to handle these demons. His katana flashed and sheared through an imp-sized demon, and there were dozens of them flying through the cavern. His arm had been regrown nearly to the elbow now, and would only need a few more days of healing with Rebecca and Irene's focus. Gathering essence through combat would help what was already regrown become more substantial, and he wanted to be of aid here and shake off the cobwebs, he had said. His swift strikes and movement allowed him to move around the battlefield rapidly, thinning the large herd of weaker enemies. Combined with the archery support from Sable and Irwin, Nick's chains and blade waves, the imps were managed easily.
"I'll get the one in the back!"
Irwin shouted, her arrowhead brimming with essence as she pulled back the string of her compound bow. Releasing, the arrow flew like a shooting star, shimmering multicolored light cascading over the party before it slammed into the demon holding a staff. The explosion of light shredded the demon, killing it. Irwin had started getting the hang of her concept fragment, the shimmering light from the shooting star vision she had finally coalescing into something. She had obtained a minor enlightenment from the samurai ordeal again, and that had pushed her over the edge. The starlight had a special effect on allies in that it boosted their passive traits and triggered effects, making them that much more likely to occur and more effective. Then, when she used the starlight on her buffs and spells like her Omni Barrier, they became even more effective. It was an interesting one-size-fits-all sort of concept, which was perfect for her ordeal supporter class that could already do so much. The new caster demons were both annoying and powerful, and it was Sable and Irwin's job to eliminate them quickly. They looked almost like ice satyrs, their goat-like, hoofed legs and horns on their head, and held a staff. Their bodies were thin and their limbs long, making them a little strange. Nick felt himself emboldened by the rainbow light, his monstrous blow triggering. His muscles bulged and his arm whipped, his soul blade extending suddenly to slice the large demon's head off from where he stood, before dashing to his next larger target. The Yeti-like demons were even larger here, and their fists were devastatingly strong. Nick, Fang, and Jasmine had to work hard to keep them away from their more vulnerable party members, grabbing their attention and getting in their way. Sable's arrows of darkness continued shooting into several of the imps and casters, and Jasmine's beams of light targeted the casters as well, while she faced down some of the larger demons with her armor-covered body. The caster demons annoyingly protected themselves and allies with walls of ice, and sent large, jagged shards of ice in a rain over his party. These were even stronger than the imps, the shards easily piercing through their armor and freezing their bodies when they landed. Thankfully, his party all had frost resistance traits. Rebecca and Irene both used Seraphera's Light of Wisdom, a large orb of light building above them. A beam of light would shoot out periodically and blast down demons. Because the light was so antithetical to them, the attacks were devastating. It didn't take long for the party to clean up what was likely one of the last few squads of demons. Kaya's axe cleaved through an ape demon's chest, and an imp swooped in with its spear at her. She blocked with one of her tail axes, then Kaya's bestial strike, a claw made of red essence, reached out from her chest and slashed through the imp, destroying its core. The final demon died, the room becoming quiet, except for the party's steps through the room. Irene was looking over at Nick, fanning her face and chest with her wing. My, Becca, you didn't tell me how dashing our hero is when he's in action. Facing these demons, he's like an unstoppable force of nature. Why, if he wasn't on our side, I would be powerless against him. I wouldn't have a choice but to let him claim me. I mean, my life. She shivered with a sigh as she wrapped herself in her wings, and Nick could tell it wasn't from the cold. Rebecca's eyes were narrowed on Irene.
That's a strange choice of words, Mother, but...
Irene interrupted.
Oh, look, sparkly!
She flew over to where one of the demons had been mining at the wall and found a bright gem.
I bet Jasmine will like this one.
It wasn't only gems related to frost found in the mines, or ore that was filled with it. A wide variety was found, though at a much lower quantity. Perhaps it was the merging of the mine's resources that Zura and Nagduros fought over. Jasmine scurried over quickly, taking it from her and looking over it with a smile. That's pretty. Good eye, Irene. Lumos will have her work cut out for her, it seems. Light essence is rare here. Fang bounded over to Nick, her tail wagging.
Boss, how did I do? Did I do good?
Nick chuckled as he scratched her ears.
You're great, Fang. Such a good girl. You're an amazing guardian, despite your size.
Her whole body shivered, and he looked over to Irwin.
Is that the final cavern there? And check on the other groups while you're at it.
Irwin closed her eyes, and she whispered as she asked her question to the nearby spirits. The essence in the frozen cavern stirred, and when she opened them, her eyes shimmered in the dim light. She looked left and right at what would be the other lanes, and into the distance, casting a few more spells as she did.
It looks like it is. The other groups are finishing up their battles still, but they won't be long. We should rest up while we can.
Asking the spirits or the essence was an interesting and powerful ability, and one that Nick didn't fully understand. But he knew that she didn't just ask where the other parties were, she merely extended her senses by using a sort of proxy, the spirits of the cavern in the distance. They existed mostly outside of the physical plane and were able to gather information rapidly. When it came to spirits, there were numerous kinds present. This Frostspire Mines had an ancient history that had Agatha both excited and worried about what they might eventually unearth. The frost essence was mixed or tainted by a dark essence, thinning the barrier between planes of existence, and allowing the demons to encroach upon the caverns. It had been this way for centuries, or perhaps thousands of years, before it was brought to Frosthaven. And there were not just simple demon spirits or lost souls, but ones that had faced tragedy and despair, emotions that normal demons do not usually hold. Thankfully, Orion had blocked off the future sections to an extent with its barriers, and Nick hadn't forgotten that there was a shaft for materials to be sent further down the mines in the boss room. However, once they had taken over that wing, the shaft going downward had been closed off during the wave of light Orion had sent out, so it couldn't be investigated. Nick thought it likely that once the third wing was completed, a path further down the spire would open, both increasing the danger but also the reward, and, likely, giving them more answers about the history. The note that the second stratum challenges were opening the wings led him to believe what came after was tuned for the third stratum. They were already receiving cartloads of ore and special gems weekly, more than enough to build numerous suits of special armor and weapons, and also received gems suitable to be refined into cultivation resources or for other trade skills. It was already a huge boon, and, according to his kingdom menu, helped raise the density and purity of the frost essence in his concept chamber. Capturing the other wings was important for his personal and kingdom's strength. Nick wanted to start the timer for the third wing as soon as possible, hence why he decided to raid this before he attempted his next run through the Path of Kings ordeal. The demons only leaving cores behind and no need for the loot skill, Jasmine, Luna, and Irwin were quick to hand out essence fruits and jerky, along with a warm cider-like drink. It was a simple meal, but it was a meal packed with easily absorbed essence as they gathered around in a circle, Nick in his recliner, as many sat on large rocks and stools from Irwin's pack. Overall, the battles had been simple like last time, but they were about to enter the final cavern. The earthen totem from Luna began to pulse out a different energy, and Nick thought he heard an odd drum beat as it vibrated. His body felt reinvigorated, though the effect was minor.
Those totems seem nifty, Luna. So this is what you've been working on.
Luna nodded with a smile, swallowing her warm cider drink.
Yes, it seems I have some affinity for it now that I'm your mate. I place willing spirits in the totem, along with an elemental core that gathers and converts essence into mana.
She had a few hung on her belt, and it looked like she had one for each of the main shamanic elements: fire, earth, water, and wind.
Maybe the best comparison in how I use it might be the focus for your soul blade. I send essence and mana in, and the spirit anchored to the totem converts it and uses it to produce a few effects.
Kaya was tearing through the jerky rapidly, but she added,
You've mostly been using the earth totem in here, I noticed.
Luna nodded.
The fire essence here is being oppressed by the cavern, and the demons are strong against the water and ice my totem can produce. The wind totem for lightning is my likely best bet to kill anything, but we have plenty of offense here.
She glanced at Rebecca and Irene.
Even our healers are taking on a damage roll.
Nick could see the connection Luna had to the totems with his advanced soul sense. It was similar to the connection Nick had with his followers, and also what he could see for Jasmine's Nexus core. A metaphysical line connected them, allowing them to treat their objects like another limb. After a few minutes of rest, Irwin's eyes glowed again.
It looks like Agatha and Ironclaw's groups have reached the final cavern. They are setting a defensive line, but it's probably better to move sooner rather than later. Let me see if I have any luck with finding a good spirit at this location, then we should go.
Irwin was still working on unlocking her Ancestral Guide class. Over this past month, she had pushed her shamanic magic, archery, and scouting capabilities to the limit. She had even reached expert in archery mastery. It seemed that her affinity for working with spirits was high, but she was still working on mastering the most difficult of the magics, manifestation. Still, she needed a bound spirit to even try. In a way, it was similar to what Luna was doing with the totems, but it was with spirits that were more complete, with their own wills. She needed to find one appropriate, and then connect with it. It was almost like what Nick did with his Create Soul Servant, but it was more deliberate, and the spirit wouldn't gain a physical body, merely anchor it to be manifested, called upon. Nick was especially interested in this because it was definitely adjacent to his soul magic. Also, if she manifested a spirit, couldn't he form a pact with it and give it a body with his Genesis chamber? He suspected it was one of the bigger reasons why Irwin originally pursued it.
It's no good. The spirits here are too full of negative emotions, and will not come to my call for aid, to make a pact to be bound to me. But maybe you can make soul servants out of the demon's cores, hubby? I think those caster ones would be useful, especially when we fight outside the caverns in the future.
She handed him one of the demon cores, and he looked at it with a frown. He supposed that when he claimed the first wing of the mines, he had managed to form a soul pact with the overseer at the last moment, intuiting that it could be done. However, he had tried to make a soul servant out of one and failed before that. This was yet another reason why they needed that ancestral archives. His personal study only had books on what was considered first stratum soul magic, which he had already mastered as a child. He had tried to learn more, but there were only small snippets of things he had missed. There might be numerous spells and pacts he was not even aware of, but he was limited because he didn't even know what was possible. Reaching out with his soul magic, he tried casting Create Soul Servant. However, he felt some resistance, both from the spirit and how much mana it would cost him to make a functional body.
Strange. It feels like the usual spirits won't work in the core to drive the body. Plus, it'll be costly. It's like I need to recreate the whole body from nothing. The essence and mana cost will be significant.
Irene hummed.
Demons are fundamentally different from monsters and beasts and folk. Like angels, they are more similar to elementals of light and darkness than any of those. You may need a more specialized spirit to function with it, as compatibility with bodies is an issue.
Sable chuckled, smirking at the angel woman.
Ma, you seem to know much about Boss's ability already.
Her tone was teasing.
You seem to have a lot of interest in him.
Irene smiled and nodded, oblivious to her teasing.
Yes, I have asked Rebecca many questions about our dear hero and his powers. It's all really fascinating, and I can't wait to read more about his people soon.
Sable looked satisfied, and Irwin giggled at that, while Rebecca blushed but changed the topic back to the original.
But there should be numerous demon spirits here to drive this servant. Perhaps you need to reach deeper, be more forceful, like you were with the Overseer?
Irwin smiled.
Maybe I can help? You were lucky when you called out the spirit like Jasper. Perhaps your will was enough then. But this is what my magic specializes in.
She stood up and strode over to Nick. She turned, her tail whipping in front of him as she looked over her shoulder. Sensing what she wanted, he positioned his legs and set aside his plate, allowing her to sit on his lap, which she did happily.
"Aw, me next!"
Fang whined. Following her enhanced connection, she made a call out to the spirits in the area with her spirit magic.
There's a slight resistance, but I'm trying to draw deep, even beneath us. Oh, looks like I found something. Make your call, hubby.
Drawing on his will once more, he sent his imposing soul as he began to cast the spell. However, he felt resistance, like he could go a step further. He offered it a soul pact. Sensing what it wanted, he promised as his eyes lit white.
Demon spirit, I offer you a soul pact. Should you serve me as my soul servant, I offer to try to obtain your original body, and plenty of food, and help you with a goal of yours, so long as it doesn't go against my morals or my kingdom's needs.
The creature, whatever it was, accepted, and an immense amount of mana and essence left him, causing him to groan as the core lifted into the air. The caster demon's body was recreated a few feet in front of him in the center of the group, though a bit smaller than it was originally. Its head was on a swivel as it looked around, its eyes gleaming with some kind of intelligence. It tilted its head in an odd way as it looked at Nick, and he could feel it was somewhat upset. Renzu had his legs crossed on the ground, recovering. He looked at the demon with a frown.
Your magic is beyond my imagination, young master. Your people...
Nick tried to feel out the soul he called a little more. He thought he understood it couldn't already, but he asked anyway.
Can you speak?
It squawked at him in response, and began hopping around, before tripping and falling on its face, not even trying to stop its fall with its hands and arms. Fang and Sable laughed, and Jasmine began helping it up. Irene hummed as the demon squawked angrily, scrabbling away as Jasmine tried to help it up.
It looks like this creature, whatever it was bird-like. A demon bird, perhaps? Maybe you should have put it in one of the imps instead.
Nick sighed as he ran his fingers through Irwin's soft hair.
I think you're right. But imps are kinda weak, though. I just wasted a boatload of essence on that, too. Were there any other spirits, Winnie?
She shook her head, smiling at their closeness.
Spirits linger when they have high emotional attachments to the area, or you catch them at the right time. Jasper was a very lucky find, likely having died in the last year in that location. This place is old, and all the demons reject service, I feel. This demon bird must have some reason for sticking around. An attachment to the mines?
Kaya snorted.
A bird and some mines? That doesn't make a lot of sense.
When the demon's eyes met Jasmine's nexus core, it began screeching even louder and backing away. Nick sighed.
Not sure this is a plus.
He imposed his will on the creature, ordering it to freeze.
It's okay, Birdie. You're on our team. Feel the connections. None of my followers will hurt you. I made promises to you, and I will keep them. For now, we're about to fight a demon. Do your best, and I'll make sure you're rewarded with good things to eat. Get used to your body for now.
Jasmine started weaving some thread.
I'll help. I'll make you some wings.
Birdie made a small chirp sound, but began hopping around and moving the cold essence of the cavern around. Kaya snorted.
Birdie? There's your weird naming sense again.
Nick shook his head.
She has a real name. I could feel it. Birdie's just temporary until I figure out what it is.
He sighed.
It took a lot out of me. We'll need to recover more before we go in.
They rested for half an hour to let Nick recover before it was time for the ritual. His wives started lining up, Irwin kissing him on the cheek first, sending their odd devotion essence and moving on before Kaya gave hers, and Renzu and Irene looked on with confusion.
What's happening?
The panda beastfolk man frowned. Fang giggled. Giving him our luck? We're about to fight! Renzu looked even more confused, and Irene pressed her palms together in front of her. My, how cute! You always do this too, daughter. Rebecca blushed.
Yes, I enjoy it, and
she cleared her throat.
It has benefits. Since we've created our devotion cores, it seems to grant him something. It makes him just a little bit stronger when he needs it.
Since Rebecca had become his wife, she had taken the core formation material in the vial within her concept chamber, forming her devotion core. As of now, the cores were still quite mysterious and only provided a small benefit, this granting of a small amount that seemed to enhance him when he needed it most. Perhaps it was that they were still learning to use it, or they needed more time, but as of now, just about any core would have been just a little bit more useful. Renzu looked between the demon, who was waving its staff around and practicing its magic, and back to the girls that were now giving him his luck.
Young master, your powers are truly bizarre.
He grinned, pausing.
But if you want a reason to kiss your girls in front of other people, you don't have to make things up. Just tell us to give you 5 or 10 minutes alone like everyone else.
Nick chuckled.
Screw off, old man. You're just jealous you don't have a line forming of your own.
Renzu toyed with his goatee.
That's right. Once I get my arm back, that's another thing that should change.
Their ritual completed, they continued their march. Arriving at the final cavern, the party spread out as they prepared for the battle to claim the cavern. It was much reminiscent of the previous wing, only even larger than before. Several of the annoying caster demons were present near the overseer, and several of the groupings of them. The overseer looked similar to the other one, looking like an odd combination of a praying mantis and a reptilian demon. Nick could see the other paths arriving on the left and right sides, Ironclaw and Lothar's larger parties waiting there. They were a bit too far away to shout at, but Irwin had sent a few messages with spirit to Agatha, keeping them apprised of the situation.
All right, girls, this looks like a medium challenge. Let's see how far you've come, and claim this mine for your lord.
His wolfen girls looked eager, ready with their weapons and their spells. Birdie squawked in an affirmative, and Jasper howled as they all dashed into the large cavern. Chapter 24. The Display of Growth. Dozens of enemies were arrayed in front of them, numerous yetis, imps, casters, and then the large overseer towering over them. Nick pushed his frost aura outward, his dominion spreading into the cavern and protecting his allies. The cold here was significant, and his aura limited how much his allies needed to withstand it with their own mana auras, while also slowing his enemies. Jasmine created an orb of light and fired a few laser beams into some of the Yeti's faces like a strange Gatling gun, scorching them and causing them to roar angrily at her. Her large spider body ran rapidly, allowing her to crash into another with her spear and shield. Fang howled, drawing the attention of many of the demons, and Nick sent blade waves at the Overseer. At this distance, with the Overseer at the rear of the large cavern, the waves could do little more than scratch it, but he was attempting to draw its attention to him. Birdie now had fake wings attached to its long arms, like blankets draped over them as sleeves. It still held the odd demon staff that seemed to be a part of the creature itself somehow, and had a pleased expression, thanks to the blankets Jasmine gave to it. It waved its staff, and several icicles that looked a lot like feathers rose up around it before rocketing off toward the imps. But then it did something Nick was surprised about. It squawked at Jasper, and he came over and allowed Birdie to leap onto its back before running off toward a Yeti. Nick was impressed with the new servant's capability. It truly had control over the essence in the cavern, using less of its own to accomplish the spell. It had true ice element manipulation like himself, but was clearly much more skilled in using it. There were two larger Yetis in the back, who Jasmine and Fang were working toward, the latter of which already covered in her thick ice armor with cleated greaves. The plan was for Nick to take on the mantis-like Overseer like before, only this time he was now truly prepared. Kaya and Renzu rushed to the nearest Yeti, the two sending their own ranged cutting attacks using essence carry, slashing into the enemies and drawing attention to them. Irwin and Sable's bows shot toward the flock of imps that took to the air, and Luna's earth totem pulsed out its strength of the earth, empowering the whole party as she dashed next to Fang to support her with her spear. The enemy casters started working up some shields of frost, which made Nick a little wary that they were being so defensive. However, Sable was already skating toward them as she fired her bow, trying to maneuver herself closer to them and get a clear shot. The cavern entrances which lead to Lothar and Ironclaw's parties now had a transparent barrier covering them, and Nick could see that they were now fighting against demons of their own. As Nick charged at the Overseer, the creature roared. Giving his own challenging shout, he stirred his heroic concept, knowing what was likely next. His power normally would only last about 30 seconds at most, but he wagered his Cloak of Twilight was meant to last much longer than that. Concentrating on the convergence skill, essence from the surrounding cavern was drawn toward Nick like a vortex, and he could feel something else from it. Some of it was pulled from his party members, and not that of which was for their personal usage. It was as if their very belief in him empowered him. He could even see some prismatic light drawn into him, like a pollen or tiny motes scattering toward him. Perhaps that was from his wife's devotion cores, but he couldn't be certain. His concept mixed with what was being drawn in, a large cloak of white light growing from his shoulders. It fluttered in the air like a wind was blowing in the cavern, a long cape that was weightless. The mixed white light empowered his body more uniformly, and the monster leapt at him with its large, sickle-like pincer, just like the last time he faced the similar demon. With a shout, he met its pincer in a powerful slash, his soul blade having finally reached its desired size and length of a bastard sword. He had spent a few sessions over the past week in his blade soul forge, utilizing the materials Lumos provided. Nick was still shoved back by the larger creature and its inertia, but his cloak spread out around him and, like an extra set of limbs, latched onto the ground near him, providing a cushion for the blow. The large demon swung its next pincer, and the cape sprung into action at his will, whipping around and deflecting the attack as Nick dodged to the side. His counter cut into the monster's extended arm, Nick conserving the rest of his conceptual energy beyond what the cloak provided for now. The pool had grown significantly since he used the chamber and it reached the first threshold, but it was still limited. He had another energy available. He pushed out his frost aura with the mana from his frost core and his will, his chains of ice rising up around him. Even this had changed, his pseudo-concept able to shove into the monster's protections. In the previous battle, the monster had been too difficult to influence at all, but now his frost aura had a special weight on reality that couldn't be shrugged off easily, even without utilizing the concept to its maximum. It was stronger now, even without it. The Overseer roared in anger as it slowed, its swings coming after Nick in quick succession. Nick swatted the blows aside and double-jumped out of the way of another with a flip, slicing into its bladed arms with each dodge. Unlike the previous fight, the monster was unable to condense or counteract his aura. Nick's will was stronger, his chains beginning to wrap around the boss of the demons. The surrounding enemies were slowed, several of Nick's chains autonomously chasing after yetis and imps, and a handful of them encroaching the Overseer's defenses. Many rays of frost from the casters suddenly blasted toward Nick. He dodged one and blocked another with his cloak, but he was forced on the back foot as numerous of the casting demons began sending shards at him. Sable now hunted them with her spear, and Jasmine shot another with a deadly beam of light, even while she fought off a large yeti with her shield and spear with another wrapped in light. But there were still numerous casters left that could still focus on him. The defenses the demon casters had created made it difficult for their ranged attackers to focus on them, but Nick's party was moving toward handling them even as they slayed the imps and yetis. Shifting his cloak to darkness, Nick sped up as he dodged the giant Overseer and numerous shards of ice sent from all directions. His cloak deflected the smaller attacks, and he found his lightness allowed him to use double jump far more rapidly and easily. It became a near air walk thanks to his lightness, and he was impressed with the effect. He swooped down on one of the mages, and it gestured upward as ice spikes shot from the ground, and its prepared barrier getting in the way. Nick just dashed while mid-air yet again before backflipping, sending a blade of white light at the monster with blade wave. Its head was cleaved off its body, the monster puffing into its smoky essence. Off to the side, he saw Jasper's claw slice into one of the casters, dispersing it into smoke. Meanwhile, Birdie pointed its staff, and in the distance a wall of ice shattered like it exploded, shards of ice stabbing into the unsuspecting demon mage. As Nick continued his focus on the Overseer and dealing with some of the mages, he pushed the limits of his new ability. Feeling the roiling darkness rolling over him from the cloak, shifting like a glittering smoke, helped him understand the nature of these convergence abilities. His cloak of twilight was meant to help him understand the nature of light and darkness. Like a pair of training wheels, it made it easier for him to control the two aspects, to feel their influence on the world around him and the ability itself. Most skills did this at a lower level, providing a crutch that allowed the user to accomplish more than they would normally be able to. For these complicated elements, they provided the necessary glimpse into understanding them better. Taking a quick look at the battlefield, as the pissed-off overseer stomped toward him and ice chains slowed and froze it, Nick was surprised at how quickly it was being cleaned up. Renzu had activated his own convergence ability and was cutting down imps left and right as he moved even faster than Nick. Kaya leaped through the air with a roar, with an angry aura surrounding her. She had gained a new berserking skill that took even stronger mental strength to contain and made her exhausted to grant her even more power. She swung down her large axe with her cutting concept added and cleaved deeply into the larger yeti, completely cutting through its arm as if it weren't there. Jasper swiped through the imps with its claws and chased after the mages, Birdie having a swarm of feathers made of ice orbiting them and cutting into the enemies and blocking other ice attacks. The other demons could not outdo the special demon's control, and Nick was curious to see just what Birdie could accomplish when facing enemies actually weak to ice rather than strong to it, or with its proper body. Rebecca and Irene were both sending out beams of Seraphera's light of wisdom, cutting down enemies and protecting their allies with each blast. The demons appeared to especially hate them and swarmed toward them, so Fang and Luna were fighting closely while they flew up into the air, evading the yetis on the ground. The overseer roared back, and Nick knew what was coming. Leaping into the air, he rapidly ascended using his essence footholds from double jump in quick succession, dodging out of the way of the breath attack. The frost billowed into the distance and actually froze a handful of imps and a yeti nearby, but Nick's party was unharmed. Using a foothold above him from double jump, as Nick was upside down and high in the air, he drew on his heroic concept and flipped his cloak to the light. Nick burst downward in a blur and cleaved off the overseer's arm with his white blade of light. Rolling as he touched the ground, he deflected an angry swipe of the remaining pincer with his cloak and sliced savagely through the monster's foot, sending it tumbling to the ground. The monster hadn't even had a chance to call upon its odd berserking skill. Drawing upon his second convergence skill, the chains rapidly gathered around him, and his dominion of frost and fealty was brought to the fore. The essence of his allies in the cavern, and even some from the adjacent caverns separated by the barriers, was drawn and was added to his will. The chains were connected and grew ice rapidly, becoming a giant gauntlet of ice, and wrapped around the already partially frozen overseer. His eyes grew white as he rose his blade above his head, ready to cleave the demon in two.
Demon, you know nothing but hatred and consumption. You've been defeated, but you have a chance to become more. Accept my soul pact or you will be destroyed, your soul returning to essence.
The demon struggled against the bindings, but frost was spreading rapidly. Nick's weight on reality was simply too much for the demon to fight against, the creature unable to defeat his stronger will. Its eyes were filled with hate as it looked around and saw its allies almost all defeated, but slowly shifted from anger to fear. Speaking the words of his standard soul pact, that it must follow arcane law and serve his kingdom, and in return Nick would protect its soul and provide it with essence and the opportunity to become more. A flash of white light went out, the cavern shifting. The shafts, which led downward for resources down the spire, were closed, the overseer accepting the soul pact. Essence entered Nick and the party's bodies for cultivation, a reward for completing the quest, and received a prompt. Kingdom quest complete. Claim the Frostspire Mine's second wing. You have claimed the Overseer as your follower, granting you control over demons that spawn within the mines. A limit of 75 demons will spawn and continue to mine this larger area, and additional essence will go towards creating resources for your kingdom. Resources will be gathered into a depot outside the cave entrance where they can be obtained safely by those within the Noblefrost faction. A small percentage of resources will be withheld to feed and develop the demons and overseer, as promised by Nicholas Noblefrost's pact. For now, only Nicholas Noblefrost and his wives can enter the mines safely. The final wing can still be claimed. The next quest will be available in 3 months. Difficulty will be increased over previous. Note: when the final wing of the mine is claimed, Orion will remove its protections deeper in the spire within 3 months. If nothing is done to claim the final mine, protections will be removed in 9 months. Warning: the demons below are not all mindless, and some demons contained are within the 3rd stratum. Protections. He supposed that the stronger demons were somehow being held back from escaping and coming into conflict with his people. This progressive difficulty the mine was showing was both a need for him to earn the valuable resource, but also prepare him to handle the threat contained within. It was like its own trial, which he had earned from a trial. Ultimately, this was only a medium challenge, as he had predicted before the fight. His girls were not pressed, but they had gotten to show off and hone their skills. Nick knew the Wolfen girls especially were having difficulty forming their concept fragments, and because of this had held off on hitting the 15th level. It was well known that their convergence skill was often heavily influenced by any concept fragments, and they were still looking for what resonated with them the most. If they earned the skill before earning the fragments, it was possible that the skill would otherwise be incompatible or lesser. It was especially difficult because they were so pack-minded. Lacking desires of their own, the essence of Orion would be less sticky to their cores. Perhaps it might be better if he gave the girls a little more time before they entered. Fang bounded over to him, her tail wagging.
"Wow, boss, that was awesome! You were all pshaw, whoosh!"
She did a front flip, then waved her spear like she was swinging a sword, replicating the moments where he cleaved off the arm.
"Your cape was so cool, and then that big claw, it was—"
Nick laughed at Fang's enthusiasm and scratched her ears atop her head.
You did great yourself. Everyone did.
He took a look at the rest of the girls and Renzu, and was genuinely impressed at how far they'd come, even Jasper. Its larger size really allowed it to become an important force on the battlefield, and Birdie joining on its back had some surprising synergy. There were a few demons still alive on the battlefield, but once the Overseer was claimed, they were now under Nick's control, like the other mine. Rebecca and Irene moved to help heal the Overseer's arm again, Nick removing the ice from the demon's body as it worked hard on doing the same for itself. Nick looked over his party and thought about how well this fight had gone.
You girls have come a long way in the last month, working hard. I'd like to be able to take another month to train, but we know the danger's coming to us. We need to keep testing ourselves until we can stand against Blackthorne. So we'll soon be entering the Path of Kings.
Ironclaw and Lothar's parties came into the cave, the barriers removed. Lothar and Agatha came close to Nick, Lothar giving a hearty chuckle as he looked over him with his senses.
Not bad at all, young lord. That was a difficult challenge that my honourable raiders enjoyed. Your concepts have come far already, and were most impressive. Your kingdom and your family are becoming powerful so quickly that it worries me.
Our growth worries you?
Agatha was the one to nod.
Yes, I'm sure you know that Orion has its own goals, and it brings rewards and challenges to help those with talent rise. However, this has been quite abnormal, how quickly and fiercely it challenges you. 6 to 9 months to prepare to face a faction of powerful demons. It clearly sees you as one that it wants to nurture, to challenge, but it's likely that it does this because it knows other dangers are coming.
Lothar added,
Orion is meant to be dangerous, to give rise to powerful people, vulnerable lords of Orion. It does not create death traps, and there should usually be a path to victory. Having an expectation of you being in the 3rd stratum in 6 months, that would go against normal logic. Any elite of Orion would expect you to spend years perfecting your foundations to prepare for entering the 3rd stratum. At this accelerated pace, you put 100 through it. I'd expect nearly all 100 would break and fail, or have their foundations ruined, their futures destroyed.
Irene spoke up here.
Yes, I would normally agree, but our hero is certainly a special one and has shown tremendous progress in such a short period. Being an ordained Lord of Seraphera with 4 ordeals in Frosthaven, his unique race and his immense talent, he should find the means to grow and meet the challenges he faces.
Nick thought about it.
We talked about stepping up our goals to prepare for Shadowvale already when we met yesterday. I suppose our plan should be to push for taking it when we get out of the Path of Kings.
Lothar nodded.
It's entirely possible that up to the 15th floor might take you a whole month. You can count on us to prepare your people, but a lot can happen during that time. I think you should be more aggressive. If you're in fighting form after the 15th, you go for more.
Nick was surprised.
You think we should go for more?
That's right. It's important for you to at least check out the next floor or floors, to make for a more rapid climb in the future. It reduces the potential for rewards on a monthly basis, but continuing from the 16th or 17th floor could reduce the duration of your next month's climb if you need to. Most ordeal owners in this stratum tend to start each run from the 11th floor to gain the maximum.
Nick nodded.
Gotcha, but there's a small issue.
Irwin nodded.
Who shall be our 10 party members, right, hubby? We used Ranzu and Irene here, but Ranzu needs to stick behind to establish his town guard and receive healing.
She turned to Irene.
Do you even want to come with us in the Path of Kings, Irene?
Irene gasped.
Of course I would like to. Why do you feel the need to ask?
Rebecca frowned.
Rebecca said you weren't all that inclined to focus on climbing the ordeals and fighting in them, only doing the bare...
Irene pouted.
That was then, and this is now. You're my hero, and I did say I would do anything for those ancestral archives, did I not? It's one of the reasons why I came to help today. I want to help you, my hero.
Rebecca blushed, her wings fluttering behind her.
Mother, your phrasing... well, I can understand.
She trailed off, a little conflicted. Irwin giggled.
So, you like heroes as much as I do.
She looked at Irene, then Nick with a soft smile, before looking back at Lothar.
So, that's settled then. Do you want to come with us, Lothar? We have one more slot, and with Ranzu holding the fort.
In their previous run to the Path of Kings, they had brought Andros, Sharon, and Indrid to reach 10 members. With Jasmine and Irene now a part of their party, they now had one more slot remaining. Lothar shook his head.
Agatha and I were hoping to take on the samurai ordeal with Ranzu or Andros and his wives, and go as deep as we're able. Kaya had reached the 15th floor, and we wanted to try to push a bit further if we can. It's time for us to grow as well.
He grinned but looked thoughtful.
I'll come if you truly need me and can find no other, but I'm curious who you end up bringing.
Nick wasn't sure that he wanted a third priestess of Seraphera in his party in the Path of Kings. Healing was primarily an after-combat sort of thing in this world, and his party was not lacking it besides. Looking at Ironclaw, he realized that the strong ex-alpha of the Wolflings was a viable option, and an opportunity to help him evolve to become a cultivator. However, Ironclaw and the other monsterfolk might benefit more from him doing more first stratum runs first, with him carrying them slightly. Nick supposed that the core party members were already handled, and they might truly only need someone designated or acting as a support. He had already been shown that while the support designation was important for a class, what Orion cared more when it came to how it challenged or rewarded people was about whether people were being tested or not, and that could be accomplished by anyone if they stayed out of the battles or limited themselves appropriately. The ordeal recommended 10 members and 2 of those being supporters, but with how difficult the Path of Kings was, it felt like his people would be appropriately tested whether all 10 were full combatants or not.
We'll think on it. For now, we'll recover and prepare ourselves for the Path of Kings. I think my plan is on leaving within the next few days or a week at most, so everyone must strive to be at their top form.
He looked over to his Wolfen girls, who looked plenty eager. The next stop was definitely the Path of Kings ordeal. Chapter 25. The Test of Nobility. Nick spun Irwin around as the two danced to the slow song, a hand on her hip and the other holding her extended hand. The ballroom was filled with people of fantastical races, and Kaya waved at them as he met her eyes, the girl sitting at a distant table. Irwin wore an electric blue dress that matched her eyes, the strapless ball gown hugging her perfect curves. It was a lot like a wedding dress, and she wore a tiara that finished her radiant look. When Nick first arrived on the 11th floor, his eyes had widened in shock as he had read the prompt, and minor memories were inserted as he appeared in a throne room with various people surrounding him. He quickly realized it was like the battlefield level of the Seraphera ordeal, and he was inserted as the lord of a kingdom facing difficulties. Test of Nobility. A Lord of Orion must have many skills, for the responsibility to rule is hereditary. Nobility is a common thread among lords, and they must have skills in diplomacy and decorum. Attend your duties as a noble heir, earning and demonstrating your mastery of noble skills. Complete the scenario by setting up your kingdom for success and surviving the Marshal's Grand Ball. It was the weirdest test he'd ever been a part of, or read about. First, he attended a strange briefing where he had to make tactical choices for his kingdom and for the special event, and then there was even a class by a decorum trainer. The trainer prepared him for the ball they now danced in, making sure he and his partners knew the dances they'd be expected to know, and that Nick knew the right ways to address the various people and the right fork to use and when at the meal. It was bizarre, when considering he was being tested in a life-or-death struggle within the ordeal. The taciturn human woman grilled and berated him on his poor posture, which he had unfortunately allowed to become habitually bad throughout his life on Earth. He was filled with anxiety not only because the woman was vicious, but because Nick half expected someone to jump through the window and attack them, given where they were supposed to be. And that was just the beginning of the oddities. The test was so open-ended, it was difficult to make what he was sure were good choices. Thankfully, his wives were granted individual instruction by specialists, giving them training and advice. It appeared that the trainers were actually tailored to them in some way, because it was very on the nose to what they needed to progress. They only stayed at the castle for a little over a day before they took a portal to the Marshal's Grand Ball, but in the short time his girls had gained a lot. Nick was a bit envious because he did not, though he supposed the lame nobility training was what he might have lacked the most. Then, that his entire party was wives seemed to grant him a very odd advantage, as the scenario seemed to recognize this detail. Normally, his allies, minus one bodyguard and an attendant, such as a maid, would need to wait outside the ballroom, or have some method to sneak around and support him without being caught. But because they were his wives, they were not only allowed inside, they were expected at the event. Only Irene, Jasmine, Jasper, Birdie, and their beetle folk supporter, Geoffrey, waited outside, and there were likely to be challenges they needed to face as well. It was for this reason that Nick didn't try to add the bodyguard or maid, as his party was already a bit stacked. It was known from the briefing that if diplomacy broke down, Nick would potentially be forced to fight his way out to escape to his nearby stationed men. And at that time, having his wives in the same room would significantly reduce the risk and difficulty. The other positive was that this test was only to take a little over a day. What had him worried was that this might be a preview of a fresh new hell that was this climb of the Path of Kings ordeal. Hearing that nearly every floor of the samurai ordeal was a quick fight or an epic battle had him burning with jealousy. Was it too late? Could he just become a samurai instead? Irwin giggled at his expression.
Come on, don't look so down, hubby. Isn't this exciting? This noble ball is like what I always read about in fantasy books.
Her smile was beaming, the sheep girl enjoying their dance and the attention. At seeing that, he couldn't help but smile back as they twirled, and she leaned back as he cradled her in his arms, following the dance reminiscent of the waltz on Earth.
You do look amazing in that dress, like the queen you are.
Irwin's smile grew even wider, her ears wiggling up and down.
You like? I've always dreamed of being in an event like this. I wonder if we can do this for real in Frosthaven.
Definitely. After I reach the third stratum, it'll be normal for us to host something. Preferably after I've dealt with Blackthorne.
Nick looked over at the table in the distance, seeing his other wives enjoying food and speaking with others. Seeing this, Irwin said,
I think Fang and Luna's dresses look really cute on 'em too, but Kaya...
She smirked as Kaya continued eating only the finger food choices.
Well, it just feels wrong on her somehow. She's more comfortable in armor.
He had to agree, but Irwin continued.
We all look great, but do try to keep your eyes out for that dignitary. We were supposed to meet him shortly, after this dance, if we can find them.
It was a sea of people, and Nick was only briefed on a handful of them. Many of the nobles here represented various city-states from the nearby area, but some resembled much more of a true kingdom, and so diplomats were sent to the event instead. Over decades, the control radius of an ordeal would grow significantly. Having small cities not directly at a tower was common, often paired up with harvestable, replenishing resources. For example, the mine with the centipedes Nick and the Ironclaw tribe had cleared. A mining village would normally be built, protected and managed by Nick's ordeal, despite being several hundred miles away. In addition, several ordeals could be claimed or won over by a single lord. Having multiple sit in one city like Nick was a rarity, but claiming several was not all that uncommon, thanks to Orion allowing and encouraging conflict. But on shards with an open relay, there were other reasons. There were such things as roaming trials, special events where special resources would just spawn, having the nearby kingdoms fight over them, and monster kingdoms, which Orion would simply introduce in places throughout the shard to cause more conflict. It wasn't that most of these things couldn't happen on a frontier shard. It was that shards with open relays were considered matured and more stable with a controlling superior entity, so it would need to try harder and spawn more of those items to stir things up. A frontier shard was continued to be growing, and, as such, should only have things introduced at the edges as it created ordeals and more, and civilization continued to sprawl. This grand ball was run by a marshal, whose entire path was around rallying people to face against the common threat of monster kingdoms. Nick had already met the marshal and provided his required support in soldiers and funds, a preset number given for the scenario. However, the man was distant and didn't humor any other discussions that would push Nick's agenda to succeed the test, so he got the idea that his enemy kingdom was the reason why. As Nick and Irwin continued their dance, eventually Nick heard a whisper from the shadows. Sable.
"Back by the south window, the rat beastfolk man with the mustache, but you should hurry before the enemy finds him."
The man was from a nearby kingdom, who Nick had decided to win over his support in counter to their real enemy. The larger Tagron kingdom was bullying its neighbors with conflicts, and to stand a chance against its might, they would need to team up. Or, in the case of this smaller kingdom, bend the knee. The end result was not nearly as bad as being under Blackthorne, but it would certainly restrict their freedom and potential. Nick needed to convince them to join up with him and stand together for themselves instead. Because his kingdom had already slighted the larger one, it would be nearly impossible to talk themselves out of their destruction. Nick couldn't help but feel some parallels to his own kingdom's situation. His only wrongdoing, from Blackthorne's perspective, was existing, and talking him down wasn't possible. So, allying with others or becoming strong enough to stand against him were the only options he had. The song finished, and Nick and Irwin walked slowly toward the south window, arm in arm. Kaya and Luna were now talking to some beastfolk dignitary, while Fang did her best to look polite while chowing down on all the food. Rebecca looked at her worriedly, while a priest from another faith spoke to her.
"Guess it's best we don't crowd this guy, huh? We'll leave them to it for now."
Irwin nodded, and they continued toward their target. As they approached the man, a prince with several people in tow got up from their table and moved to intercept. It was the likely enemy, Prince Tagron. This test's success could be earned in numerous ways, from gaining allies or somehow making the man's kingdom unable to attack Nick's fictional kingdom. Had Nick been more administratively focused, perhaps he would have spent more time learning potential trade deals and others that might have led to other options. Then, just killing the prince wouldn't be enough, as his father would definitely be vindictive if his son died here. Killing him and making it look like another nation did it could potentially work, though. Unfortunately, that wasn't very heroic. Prince Tagron stopped in front of them.
"Ah, it's the young and talented Lord Noblefrost. I've heard much about you, and you must be one of several of his ladies. I'm surprised you brought your wives here to Marshal's grand ball, the battlefield of nobles." Near the monster kingdoms here. You never know when disaster can strike.
If there's danger, then that's all the more reason he should bring us. We are prepared to aid our lord on any type of battlefield.
She looked at his procession, which appeared to be made up of his bodyguard and attendant, and a minister of some kind, before flaring her aura. While her control was not at the level of Rebecca, she was able to demonstrate a dense and powerful aura surrounding her in protection, a reflection of her capability.
I think you'll find we're as prepared as one can be. More prepared than most others.
The man scowled at her.
I see.
Narrowing his eyes, he turned to Nick.
Father's most displeased with the events in the south. The Diagator spawning pool should belong to him.
Nick arched his brow.
The spawning pools were provided by a trial sanctioned by Orion itself. Surely your father is not so entitled to believe his desire supersedes Orion's will? If Orion wanted him to have it, it would have granted him the opportunity.
It was placed within his dominion, and as the strongest, all should bow down to his protection. If you know what's good for you, you would give it up. It will belong to him, and it's up to you if you want that to be over your dead body or peacefully.
Nick gave him a thin-lipped smile.
So it's a threat then. Conflict is one of Orion's many truths. Perhaps it desired conflict when it granted the pools to us. But if your father wishes to claim it, he will have to earn it, like we've already done. We will not merely give away that which was hard-earned. Our men bled and died to claim it, and they're willing to do it again to defend it.
So be it. Your tiny kingdom will be crushed under our might.
He and his party walked away, and it looked like he was moving to speak with the marshal. Nick and Irwin continued, knowing that Sable was likely going to check out what was going on if she could. The marshal himself was in the third stratum, though, so she would need to be careful. This test had risks far beyond the floor's normal level. The mustached man with large rat ears at the sides of his head was filled with anxiety, and Nick could guess why. The man walked a more administrative path, like the Lord of Silverbrook, and he was a rat beastfolk with white fur on his head besides. His guard didn't seem very competent either. The man must have just taken ownership of his ordeal.
Lord Noblefrost, to what do I owe the pleasure of—
His eyes shifted right and left, narrowing on Nick. His white-clawed hands curled at his sides, and his tail lashed behind him. Irwin gave him a disarming smile and spoke in her usual soothing voice.
Do relax, Lord Brightclaw. My husband just wanted to meet you, since he respected your hard work and devotion to your people.
Me? Respect?
Nick nodded.
Of course, we're in a situation similar to your own, and we think we should work together. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Isn't that true?
Brightclaw frowned.
But not if the enemy kills me here today.
I understand you're worried about what Prince Tagron will do if you don't side with him today. But just know our people are ready to assist you. We'll make sure you make it out of here today. And back up once we're outside.
That helps. But what do you plan on doing? Your kingdom isn't nearly strong enough to oppose him.
By ourselves, you might be right. But you fought hard to claim your kingdom, and your location is perfect for us to rally around. I'm sure you've realized this. It's why Tagron is after you so. If you join us, we can convince others to stand against him. We'll take their oaths, and the Tagron kingdom shouldn't be able to bully any of them any longer.
He added,
Even without them, I'm confident that we can make ourselves too much work for Tagron to want to make such sacrifices. Your defensive location in the mountains is just that significant. Still, we need you in order to convince the others.
The man looked out the window, searching for something. After a moment, his body sagged as he sighed in relief. Nick looked as well, and realized what he was looking for. One of Nick's choices for the evening was on where to station a number of his men with their kingdom's banner. Irene and Jasmine waiting along with them. He could see them waiting in the distance, just in range to rush for aid if there was trouble. He wasn't sure what would have happened if he had made another choice, but it was likely, as he was prompted, that this man might have become more nervous of either betrayal or that Nick wasn't able to provide the protection he promised.
I'll trust you. You seem capable and dignified in your valor. You can really get us out of here? He's not going to let us leave unless we bend the knee, I just know it. He has the marshal's ear, and I can't retreat. I can't leave the city until I've sworn my aid, and the marshal has refused to see me yet.
Let us worry about that, and we'll fight our way out of here. Just stay close to my people for now, with my other wives you see over there. We'll make sure you get out safely.
He nodded to the table, and the man made to leave, but paused.
A priestess of Seraphera? How fortuitous! Escaping now seems all the more plausible.
Nick nearly snorted at that, but barely stopped himself, half expecting the nobility trainer woman's stick to smack him upside the head for merely thinking it. He got whipped one too many times with that thing in just one day.
You'll see that you've made a good decision to team up with us. My other wives are more than capable.
After getting his oath and giving his own, Nick and Irwin continued meeting other nobles and made a few smaller deals for support. None of the other kingdoms present were truly in danger like Lord Brightclaws and his, as they were positioned outside Tagron's control radius, or had otherwise supplied enough to the Marshal that he would not turn against them and aid Tagron with his plots. Many guests had already left, but Brightclaw was nearly last. When he was finally called to swear his support, it was already dark outside, and some soldiers had closed one of the exits off, forcing them to leave out another one. Nick nearly rolled his eyes at how obvious the plot was, but as they left the manor deep in the city, Nick's party and Brightclaw were quickly surrounded by soldiers with no banner. It was a large squad of soldiers, the nearly 100 or so in view taking up the entire back alley and blocking all the other paths. Without a word, they drew their weapons and began marching toward Nick and his party. Brightclaw was full of anxiety, his bodyguard drawing a small arming sword, while his claws shimmered.
I knew it! They're already here for us, and your wives aren't even armed!
Nick almost snorted, but cleared his throat instead.
My wives hardly need weapons to be dangerous.
With a howl from Fang, their reinforcements were called as planned. She then covered herself in her armor of ice before leaping toward and beating down several of the oncoming soldiers. Kaya roared as she partially transformed at the same time, her claws ready for battle, and met several of the oncoming soldiers with her claws. Meanwhile, Sable formed a spear made of frost and shadow, much like Brutus and the bishop did in his dream world, surprising Nick. She met the soldiers' charge alongside Kaya and Fang, stemming the tide of soldiers who wanted Nick and Brightclaw dead. Luna cast ice shards with Irwin to shoot into the oncoming soldiers, only Rebecca holding back for the time being. Nick's party was not killing indiscriminately, but they weren't holding back much as they opened a path through the enemies, pushing into the neighboring alley toward what should be their freedom. Nick's frost aura pushed out, slowing all the enemies, and his chains even cordoned off an alley, preventing reinforcements from coming at all. Lord Brightclaw looked shocked.
That? Huh? I feel even better about my choice now.
Nick chuckled.
This is the easiest part of the night for me. If it's fighting, you've teamed up with the right guy.
He drew his soul blade, and Brightclaw gawked at him even further. They easily broke through the rest of the encirclement, fighting through the alley and toward Nick's allies. Jasmine's beams of light eventually blasted into the soldiers, sending the men scattering in a daze. Suddenly, A smaller beetlefolk came from above and landed next to Nick, his carapace reflective and shimmering like mercury or chrome, reminding Nick of the weird dogs from the second floor. It was Geoffrey, Jasmine's chosen beetlefolk, to join them during their run. He had wings which allowed him to fly long distances with his smaller stature. He was actually smaller than Nick's Wolfen girls and was still learning to communicate properly. Geoffrey tossed a spatial pouch at Irwin, and she thanked the odd beetle with a giggle as she dug out her and Sable's bow, Nick's shield, Luna's totems and spear, and Rebecca's staff. From there, Nick's soldiers clashed with the others, and escaping to Brightclaw's men and a carriage was simple with the added support. Nick's choices for stationing his men in a public place had paid off. They were able to both avoid the marshal and the prince's men, but also prevent them from quietly interfering with his people coming to their rescue. Had they not waited where Nick decided, they might have been surrounded by the marshal's men and unable to assist, much like Brightclaw's people were. Unfortunately for Brightclaw, his people were provided special accommodations where they could no longer assist him the moment they entered the city. When Brightclaw died, his men would have been sent home, or violently convinced that they should join the Tagron Kingdom. Upon Lord Brightclaw reaching the carriage safely, the portal's stone archway rose from the ground, the scenario completed. A larger contingent of Lord Tagron's people were coming in the distance, so Nick's party would be forced to enter the portal in just a few minutes. Nick sighed as he addressed his party.
One floor down? I was not a big fan of that. But you girls got good instruction, didn't you?
Irene smiled. Rebecca and I got to check out their library. There were a lot of books to read there, and we learned a lot.
Kaya said, I wonder how your subordinates will experience this floor when we have some more climber slots.
Irwin hummed.
Based on what I've read, it's likely the party would be treated much like we were. The leader of the party might have some ability to sway the Lord, Nick's position to take certain actions, but otherwise the scenario might just be focused on storming in to interfere with the enemy's plans to save their temporary lord.
Sable looked over her spear made of shadow and ice. I wouldn't mind doing that floor again. It was kind of fun. It even had princely chambers for a fun evening. She waggled her brows. The trainer even helped me with my shadow and ice magic. We didn't have anyone able to back at Frosthaven. The other girls shared her sentiments, all receiving useful advice from the trainers, not just how to improve in the short term, but in the long term, much like Irwin had received from Agatha. Nick looked back at the portal.
All right. It seems like this floor will be helpful for my kingdom. So that's a bonus? It's not as though a single day of instruction, skilled or not, per month is that significant, but it's something that not all kingdoms have access to. Let's get equipped and head out.
His wives were still wearing their ball gowns, so they took a moment to change within a tent hastily erected by Jasmine, getting ready for battle. They never knew what would be on the next level, after all. Chapter 26. Luna, the Pack Mother.
Hell nah. This is some bullshit right here. A damned water level.
Nick's party arrived on the floor through the portal on a small ship, the sky covered in clouds from a storm. Rebecca and Irene both latched onto Nick with their arms, the winds influencing their light bodies much more than the rest of the party. They had to ramp up their mana aura to protect themselves or get blown away, but Rebecca narrowed her eyes on her mother. Irene shrunk away a little bit from her daughter's gaze as she let go of Nick. Sorry, I just did what was instinctual. I knew Hero was sturdy and wouldn't let me fly away. Luna chuckled as Rebecca looked conflicted. What Irene said was true, but there was a tiny hint of obfuscation in her words, her soul sense tingling. Kaya snickered at Nick, the small boat bobbing in the water as the turbulent winds and waves tossed their boat.
It's not that bad. It sounds like there's going to be a fun fight this time, at least.
Luna marveled at the small ship they were given. It was a single-masted ship that barely housed the 10 people and 2 soul servants of Boss's party. Somehow they were supposed to face an entire fleet, only having a single harpoon gun on the small deck. Birdie, riding Jasper, took up much of the space, and Fang now happily scrubbed the deck flooring with the mop, proud to take on this task for now. Jasmine was looking up at the sky, which was full of clouds.
This blows. If there was a bit more sun, I'd be able to recharge a little more.
The party spent a few minutes attempting to find their bearings, the prompt providing little detail, as there was nothing in view but the turbulent water around them, no land or vessels nearby. Test of tactics. Those that walk the path of kings must be prepared to face a variety of challenges on all types of battlefields. With your elite party, help the Mistwalkers defeat the windswept wraiths. Defeat the enemy flagship before the Mistwalkers' flagship is destroyed. Irwin then checked with the spirits, finding their heading was already the correct one. With Luna sending wind into the sails with her elemental totem, they were moving rather quickly. For a small boat, that Nick called a sloop, anyway. Irene and Rebecca did separate from Nick, Jasmine creating little webbing tethers for them around their waists that could prevent their light bodies from being blown away.
"I can see them in the distance now," Sable called out from above in the crow's nest. "There's a mist partially covering 6 ships which should be our allies, and they're facing 9 of the enemies. We're coming up from behind the enemy's larger flagship, but one of them is breaking formation to deal with us," Sable added. "I do see the Mistwalkers creating more mists, but the Wraiths are blowing much of it away with fierce wind magic. A bad matchup for them."
Nick snorted.
With them peeling off to deal with us, we're forced to face them, right? I suppose it would be too easy if we could just beat the leader in one go.
He turned to Jasmine and noticed she was weaving something, and it was much larger than clothing. She was currently in her 4-armed form.
What are you making now, Jazz?
Jasmine smiled, her 4 hands weaving at a rapid pace, the cloth growing fast as it pooled onto the deck in front of her. She even pulled a few bolts of cloth out of her spatial sack and was combining them.
A surprise! Just wanted to try something, Master. If it works, I think you'll like it.
Irwin took a deep breath through her nose.
The smell reminds me of our beach date. You have to admit this still beats the desert, hubby.
Nick side-eyed his sheep wife.
You say that now, but what lies in wait just underneath the surface? Let's see if you all still say that when a giant kraken starts eating our pathetic ship the Keeper gave us. And you get your beautiful woolly mane doused in salt water. On top of that, this doesn't seem like fair odds at all.
Irene hummed.
A kraken. I suppose since we're angels of light, they would very much like to eat Becca and me."
Rebecca's eyes went wide as she perhaps imagined such a thing happening, and suddenly looked a little worried. Irene matched her daughter's expression, though Luna could tell it was a little fake as she entreated to Nick.
"You'll protect us, won't you, hero? Krakens are scary and dangerous. A horrible way to die, drowned and with our limbs and bones crushed and broken just before being eaten by its dreadful beak."
Nick grinned at Rebecca and Irene.
Any krakens that try to touch any of my girls or my mother-in-law are going to be turned into frozen calamari. And that's a promise.
Wait, Mother. We can just fly away if the kraken attacks.
Rebecca narrowed her eyes on Irene.
I'm new to the flying thing, but you shouldn't forget that so easily.
Ah! You're right. Irene hesitated, then spoke rapidly.
Silly it would be to forget that, but we can't really fly for long at this stage. Glide with the wind for a few dozen miles, sure. Fly against it for more than a quarter hour, hardly. We'll be stronger once we get our halos.
Nick's eyes widened in recognition.
Oh, so you get those later, huh? I was wondering about that.
Irene nodded.
In the third stratum, it grants us further control over the essence that makes up ourselves.
Luna's air totem continued pulsing, sending wind into their sails and pushing them in the right direction. As they moved closer, Luna saw that there were quite a few archers on crenellations, set up around the higher deck of what should be a galleon-sized ship. The ships oddly looked a lot like castles floating on the water. Nick was squinting his eyes, trying to get a better look.
They kinda look like ghost pirates, really.
Sable added.
Some are wearing armor more like typical soldiers, and there's robed casters, too.
Arrows started arching toward them, falling like a rain. Nick pushed out his frost aura, which slowed and weighed down the arrows with cold, making them fall short. Nick gave a satisfied expression at how his special aura protected the little ship, but his face quickly morphed into a scowl.
This is bullshit. They didn't even give us any defenses.
Kaya laughed.
You get so easily annoyed with this keeper. Maybe they're not really out to get you, but just want to challenge you. We're overleveled for this challenge. Isn't this just fair? Let's just take their ship. It's bigger and better, right? Then we'll just crash it into the flagship.
Nick looked at the harpoon gun before sighing.
I suppose that's the path we've been poorly prepared for. I just wish I had a little more control. They like pitting us against things we have nearly zero control over.
Luna hated to see her alpha worried this way, stressed and frustrated for some reason. In any battle they'd faced, he was always so confident. He mentioned control.
Even if this keeper seems to give you a hard time, they have been giving us all appropriate challenges that help us grow. It is not just a death trap. What makes you so frustrated about the ordeals, boss?
Nick frowned.
I really just don't like the idea that someone is looking down on us, like some kind of god. That we live and die at their whims. It kinda pisses me off, you know?
Some arrows started raining much closer, despite the frost aura protecting them. They were nearing the ship, which had dozens of archers and what was probably near 100 of these wind-swept wraiths on it. They looked like humans for the most part, but it was almost like they were ghosts or spirits, a little like the specters on the second floor they faced. Their bodies were nearly transparent where their clothes didn't cover, a greenish hue that their form drifted into a haze rather than looking solid and substantial. But their clothing looked solid, and they still held physical weapons and wore armor. Kaya brandished her axe.
We should be in range of that spear gun thing soon, no? Who's gonna shoot it?
Irwin added.
It looks like they are turning to run parallel with us. I'm not sure if we'll be able to close on them unless we move faster. Luna's doing a good job, but their people are using the wind too. But maybe that thing can help?
Luna did her best to pick up her pace with her totem, sending more mana into it. The odd statue she carved with numerous levels of faces and winged figures shimmered, sending more wind into their sail. Sable went down from the crow's nest and bounded over to the spear gun at the front of the ship. There was a coil of rope next to it, but Luna thought the whole premise was dubious. Climbing or crawling across a rope while being shot at by dozens of archers seemed a poor choice. Irene frowned at Nick.
I'm surprised you hate the keepers so. They merely carry out Orion's will, choosing the best way to test you and help you grow, to nurture you. They are meant to create risk and challenge you, and people do die as a result when they fail. But they are not to create death traps like Luna said. Where did you even hear of them?
Kaya chuckled.
Nick had a special moment back on the second floor with a do-or-die sort of optional test that appeared. The keeper had a strange, angry message for him that berated him for all of his flaws. Then his dad confirmed their existence in the heritage. I'm sure if the first thing never happened, the keepers wouldn't even be in his thoughts.
Irene tilted her head.
Really? A special test appeared along with a message to him. I've never heard of anything like that happening.
Sable said,
"Firing! Get ready!"
She shot the harpoon, and it stuck into the side of the ship. They were now a little over 100 feet away, but they were closing fast thanks to Luna's efforts. There was a crank on the harpoon to reel in the rope, and Sable began turning it as they closed. Fang kicked the harpoon gun at its base.
That was lame! Why'd they even give this thing to us?
The party gathered at the rope, and Luna and Sable gathered under Fang's shield held above them, while the rest gathered behind Jasmine's larger body. Nick's chains swirled around them and deflected some arrows, and even Birdie's swirling feathers was helping. But then Jeffrey, the odd beastfolk supporter, started vibrating its wings next to them, the odd effect helping deflect the arrows. The creature had mostly been quiet, aside from carrying out his role, but it seems it had an interesting ability. Nick looked the creature over.
Huh. Good job, Jeffrey. You're welcome to stay back here if you like, or stay near Fang or Jasmine. They'll watch over you.
The creature buzzed and nodded, and pulled out 2 shields from its pack. Jasmine had given the harpoon a quizzical look as she put away whatever it was she was making and pulled out her shield, allowing her to shield the party.
Jeffrey is sturdy, even though he's smaller now, and he'll fight with me. As for the harpoon, I think it's meant to just help keep the boat near while we raid this other one.
Sable and Irewin started returning fire with their bows, but it was difficult to hit the archers. The wind-swept wraiths used magical wind to their advantage, deflecting their attacks along with the castle crenellations. Luna would cast spells to help, but her focus was on maintaining the speed of their vessel. Dozens of these wraiths stood protectively next to the archers looking over the crenellations, watching their boat near. A whirlwind of feathers started swirling around Jasper and Birdie, deflecting blows meant for the larger wolf. Nick whistled as he looked at the enemies arrayed in front of them, his chains starting to bat arrows aside.
Man, there sure are a lot of those guys up there. 9 big ships like this? That'd be way too much work for us.
Fang's tail was wagging, and Luna could see she was eager for the fight as she held her spear and shield at the ready.
It doesn't matter how many there are if they aren't strong like us. I bet they won't stand up to our pack or our alpha. Let's do this.
Jasmine fired a spray of webbing from 2 of her hands, creating what looked like a net. The net-like strands then latched onto the enemy ship. They shimmered as she connected them to the deck of their smaller ship, and it was a lot like their clothing, having a stone-colored gray hue to them. Luna could tell they were sturdy, and was proven right as several arrows bounced off of the glowing fabric as the archers tried to cut down the webbing. It went up over 3 stories, taking them to the main deck of the massive ship. Nick snorted at their attempts.
Good job, Jazz. Much better than that crummy harpoon. Let's go.
Jasper howled and Birdie squawked, the wolf larger than a wagon leaping up the webbing toward the top. Shards of ice started cutting into the enemies, the rest climbing up the web as easily as stairs. Some soldiers were ready for them at the edge, but the larger wolf had easily given them a foothold onto the decking, thanks to its larger size crashing into them and sending them flying. Nick and the rest arrived next to them, giving his martial arts shout and empowering the party as his soul blade flashed, killing one of the soldiers as his frost aura spread and slowed those near. As her pack began facing off against these wind-swept wraiths, Luna let herself be swept away into the flow of the battle. Her totems pulsed as she entered the fray, her spear stabbing into openings created by Fang's shield work, or simply defending her flanks. For Luna, fighting as a pack meant fighting for each other to defeat the enemy. There was no room for selfishness in battle. There was only a drive for victory. Fighting together for the good of the pack instead required selflessness. If the battle was difficult enough, it meant that one must bare their throat to the enemy to give their kin an opening. Irwin had shot her bow, taking one of the low-armored enemies in the shoulder. Her first arrow had passed right through, the wraith's body surrounded in a windy haze. Sable's arrow then struck another enemy, the arrow covered in shadows, piercing into their body with the wraith moaning in pain. Sable shouted, "They are resistant to physical attacks! Use magic or target boss's ice!" Luna remembered how the ice which climbed over enemies created weak points in her enemies, but she quickly cast elemental weapons, ice, on Kaya, herself, and Rebecca's weapons, coating them with a layer of frost. Everyone else prepared their own elemental attacks, their weapons making contact and widening their opening on the deck. As the party continued fighting the enemy, Luna tried to work on becoming one with the essence and establish her concept fragment. Luna had received a minor enlightenment after facing the lava elemental, their last trip to the Path of Kings. In it, she had a short vision of a strange pack of creatures. With the large branching horns on their heads, they resembled white stags in the cold of winter, with blue gems lining their white fur. They had 6 legs with clawed paws, making it a mixture of a horned deer and a cat. The vision was focused on what she knew was the majestic pack mother at the rear, her coat of fur a beautiful silver, and its gems more magnificent than the rest. The pack of horned deer cats faced off against a massive bear creature, but the pack fought together fiercely. The pack mother watched with tranquility, an energy pulsing from her like a heartbeat, as she watched over her children proudly and with affection. The other pack creatures began to resonate with the mother, their monstrous cores pulsing to the same tune. An energy of frost wrapped around the other deer cats, the mother somehow coordinating their efforts. The deer were empowered to move faster or strike fiercer, spreading the cold around the massive bear, the mother watching over her pack warmly as they fought with both determination and coordination. As the bear was brought down and the vision came to an end, she had originally felt little, aside from being impressed that the immense bear could be taken down, and with so few losses of the pack. But she kept thinking about it. Between the pack mother and her pack was a connection, a bond. The vision somewhat resonated with Luna, and she understood that it was to help her form what was her concept fragment. But she had difficulty making this her own, something not quite relatable to her. Something was missing, a piece that didn't quite match. She knew Sable and Fang were having similar difficulties with creating their fragments. Their visions were also not straightforward, much like Irwin's vision. With some time spent, Irwin had ultimately gained control of the odd stardust, but no such luck for Luna and her other packmates as of yet. Rebecca had said that enlightenment was often like that, that there would rarely be visions that were entirely perfect for them. It was up to them to find what matched them and their desires and actions and make it a part of them. As the fight continued, Luna watched over her packmates, sending out spells or supporting them with her pulsing totem. Fang howled proudly as she smashed these wraiths aside with her ice-covered shield or stabbed her spear, sending frost into their odd bodies. In a surprise move, Jasmine fired a beam of light at Geoffrey. His odd, mirror-like body reflected a beam of light, and it blasted into a soldier, burning its face. Nick had dashed deeper into the enemy formation, so Luna only occasionally saw a flash of his blade of light or waves of frost being sent out. The ship was large, and their number of enemies was significant. Luna smiled as she sent her frost totem ahead of her, blasting a cone of frost over a grouping of soldier enemies. Combined with her alpha's frost aura, the enemies slowed to a near crawl as they groaned in pain. She then exploited an opening caused by their slow movements with her spear piercing through a wraith's chest, and then deflected an oncoming arrow with a pulse from her air totem, creating a small wall of air. Jasmine appeared to be shooting her beams of light and targeting the archers, dashing toward the crenellations as she stabbed or slashed with her large spear, and batted enemies away with her shield. Two of her hands held a single large turtle shield that resembled Nick's on Jasmine's left, allowing her to bash and barrel through enemies, and two hands held the spear on her right, stabbing rapidly from different angles. Her large body was both sturdy and nimble somehow, and Geoffrey followed alongside her like an odd duckling, strangely anxious about Jasmine rather than the enemies, it appeared. His two shields easily deflected any attack, and his wings buzzed, enhancing his movement on foot. Rebecca and Irene supported the party with their spiritual shouts and swinging their staves, disrupting the enemy's flows and preventing them from surrounding the party so easily. Birdie squawked from on top of Jasper as it directed its magical frost, the two sending shards of ice as they waded through the enemy ranks. The large wolf's claws tore through the much smaller enemies, the soul servant showing its prowess. Meanwhile, Kaya and Irwin tore through enemies quickly. Kaya was like a whirlwind of axes and claws, with her 3 tails grasping axes, while Irwin rapidly fired her bow, stardust glittering off of her arrows. Luna watched over her pack as they fought with a smile, pride filling her. Her pack was strong, and what Fang had said earlier was right. It didn't matter how many enemies there were, if they weren't strong like them. As her totems pulsed, she couldn't help but feel like she wanted to make her pack even stronger. Thinking about the vision, what the matriarch Deercat accomplished definitely resonated with her in some way. She wanted to empower them, to protect and watch over her pack. She tried to hold on to this as she fell into a steady rhythm of battle, her totems pulsing to boost her allies or protect them, and her spear striking out and cutting down enemies. A few of them sent blades of wind out with their attacks, but her pack's auras were simply too strong for them to matter. Throughout the original trial where they met their alpha, the optional test on the first floor, and the lava elemental, she had earned 3 traits from Orion. 2 of them were what enabled her to become Noblefrost Wolfen, the same icy tranquility trait that Irwin received, along with a frost-tempered body. But the trait she received upon defeating the lava elemental was pack-bound resonance. In moments of stillness, she could feel her packmates' presence as if they were part of her own being. A soft pulse would echo through her, giving her insights into their needs and actions, their emotions and the flow of essence within them. She loved how it made her closer to her pack sisters, how she could feel their happiness and their desires, and most of all, her alphas. When they were relaxing, sensing his joy and calmness as he lavished his pack with attention, made her feel truly satisfied. It wasn't lost on her that there was some connection to the vision she felt, minus the leadership aspect of the matriarch. However, the resonance was a bit too difficult to use in combat. Finding this stillness was far too challenging while running around the battlefield casting spells and protecting her allies' flank. Still, she continued to try, as her pack fought through the ranks of soldiers on the ship. The lower deck was eventually cleared of the large number of foes, and then they pushed to clear the remainder of the ship. Nick and Jasper's efforts had already cut a large swath into the enemy's ranks. Only light wounds from bruises and small cuts were inflicted on her pack, their strength and skill far superior to their enemy. Rather than heal them, she used her water totem, which pulsed light healing energy into her nearby allies. The heals were weak, but in just a few pulses had the scratches closed, and the bruises were lessened to nothing more than a few small, angry red spots on their skin. For a moment near the end, Luna thought she almost made the connection with her pack-bound resonance, but the fight quickly came to its conclusion shortly after. Still, with everyone safe, she reveled for a moment as she quickly found her stillness. Connecting with her pack, she could feel their thrill of battle, which was especially high with Fang and Kaya and her alpha. She looked over at Nick's new wife, who she now shared this connection with. Despite Rebecca's worry about facing people in battle, Luna could feel some pride from the archpriestess about how far she'd come in melee combat. Rebecca fought through her unease with purpose, knowing that she must overcome Orion's tests. Nick looked over his pack with a smile, proud of how well the battle had gone, how everyone had worked together to defeat the enemy's significant numbers.
Good work, everyone. The ship is ours now. That was not bad, really. I guess we can start our counterattack from here. Sable, try to get a look from above. And Winnie, can you try to find their leader? We'll head toward the bulk of the enemy ships from here for now.
Sable rushed to the crow's nest, and Irwin and Kaya moved toward the helm, the large steering wheel on the upper decking. Jasmine stowed away her weaponry in her pouch and brought out the large bolt of cloth once more. She began weaving once again, the boat altering its course over the next several minutes. It had gone away from the fleet battle as they had fought, so it took some time to steer the ship in the right direction and return to the battle. The other ships were still in view, the fight having only taken under 10 minutes. Thankfully, it seemed the Mistwalkers had fought defensively. While the Wraiths seemed to have a ranged advantage thanks to their control of the winds and superior numbers, the Mistwalkers had snuck through the mists with smaller ships. This enabled them to reinforce their ships by moving troops to their other ships' decks and flank or overwhelm their invading enemies. Irwin had been casting her spirit magic, using the elements as her own eyes.
I think I've found their flagship. It'll be a few minutes to head there. It'd be nice if we could use the mists too, but the Wraiths are still keeping the mists away from them.
Nick asked.
What about them krakens? Anything dangerous underwater?
Irwin giggled, and then her eyes lit up a few times.
No, I don't think so. Perhaps the Keeper had mercy on Rebecca, but it seems this odd fleet battle hasn't attracted anything underwater. They fight like moving castle battles, really, and few go overboard to draw in any large sea monsters.
The party rested, recovering their essence as they changed their course to approach the enemy ships. Only Jasmine continued her work after handing Nick his food and drink. Geoffrey the beetlefolk handed out the rest from its spatial pouch. After a while, it appeared that another enemy ship was approaching them, barring their path. Nick groaned.
I suppose we're gonna have to fight through all of these damn ships. I wish there was a way to take on their boss and just end this.
Your wish is my command, Master.
Jasmine smiled as she unfurled the large cloth she had been working on. It was like a giant, thick sheet that caught the wind, like the sails above them. Jasmine started dragging across the ship's deck as the large sail pulled her, until she anchored herself down with webbing. She waved one hand, the other three holding the 4 threads.
Ta-da! Parasail!
Nick looked over the parasail and whistled.
Damn, that's a good job, Jazz. We can just fly over to the ship? That might work, but we'd probably have to split the party, right? How many can we take?
Jasmine looked over everyone.
I don't think I can take everyone, nor should I. I think we need Luna for the wind to help control or speed up our flight a bit, and since Sable and Fang are so small and portable, and Rebecca and Irene are so light and can glide, and Geoffrey can fly on his own besides, I think that's about the maximum I could take along with Master.
Nick looked more than a little surprised.
You're sure? In that case?
He turned to the party.
All right, then. We'll do it like this. You hold down the fort here for now. Jasper, Bertie, Irwin, Irene, Sable, and Kaya. The enemy ship will be here shortly, so just take them out. The rest will take on their flagship, and will retreat if it's too difficult. But I have confidence.
Jasmine nodded.
With a bit of essence, I can even make us a new boat, with just a few of the thinner bolts of cloth that I have. We can escape to the water if we need to.
Luna and Fang climbed onto Jasmine's large back, and Nick was held in an odd 2-armed side hug, easily being held aloft. Once again, Luna prepared her totem. Webbing attached to Rebecca and Geoffrey, and Luna had her totem send the wind into the giant parasail. Jasmine smiled and nodded at the parasail as it began lifting her off the ground, despite her anchors.
All right, looks ready. Everyone hold on, and away we go!
The anchors disconnected at Jasmine's action, and the party lifted off the ground, flying toward the large flagship in the distance at a jolting start. The speed was significant, and Luna felt her stomach lurch at the sudden acceleration, and before long they were moving far faster than the ship had been going, the wind whipping through Luna's hair.
Woohoo! This is fun! We gotta do this again sometime!
Fang's tail was wagging, and her smile was wide as they flew through the air, her tongue lolling out as the powerful winds hit her face. It only took a few minutes before the flagship was in view. As they neared, Luna was once again surprised at the number of enemies. This ship was even larger, and the number of troops on it was significant. They were coming up on the ship from behind, its focus on the other ships facing them. They had gained a decent altitude, and they were looking down on the ship as their parasail flew in front of them. Jasmine said,
The leader seems to have spotted us. Oh, the archers now, too.
The leader stood a whole head taller than the rest, his green robes intricately detailed with gold filigrees. He held a large saber in his hands, the man shouting out orders to his allies as he pointed with it. He was near the back of the ship on a higher deck, surrounded by what seemed to be castor wraiths. Jasmine asked,
Where do you want us to land, Master?
Nick pointed.
Let's go straight for the boss. Not many will be able to surround us on the upper deck anyway. Let's push through.
Arrows began to be shot and hit the parasail, but the odd stone property of Jasmine's petrasilk deflected them without an issue. Geoffrey was flying alongside them, surprisingly able to mostly keep up, the tether mainly meant as a backup, it appeared. He dodged the arrows heading for him or blocked with his shield, moving out of the way with unexpected maneuverability. His sleeker body, as a result of his evolution, had made him quite agile. The leader started building some kind of wind-based attack along with the other casters with their staves. Several wind blades were shot toward their flying pack in quick succession, looking like green wedges of swirling magic. They actually looked a lot like Nick's blade waves. While the parasails were sturdy, Luna wasn't so sure they'd take that level of magical attack.
"I'll take care of it."
Jasmine's Nexus Core necklace lit up, a yellow light gathering in a small orb in front of her. The amount of light it produced was blinding, like a second sun had appeared in the sky, and several of the wraiths actually turned their heads to look away, blinded by the orb. Beams of light quickly shot out from Jasmine's orb, piercing through the blades and into the powerful wraith and the other casters. The captain wraith was sent flying through the air toward the middle deck of the ship, and the wind blades stopped being shot toward the party. They were now over the boat, so Jasmine did something to the parasail and it became more rock-like, and they began to lose altitude as it rose above them and slowed their descent. When close enough to the deck, Luna and her packmates leaped off first from Jasmine's back, and Nick dropped down next to Jasmine. Luna landed on the deck beside Fang, her totems coming to life and beginning to pulse. The strength of the earth was weaker at sea, but still filled her pack's bodies with strength. The wind totem created a small wall which deflected the many arrows being shot toward them. Her water totem filled their bodies with soothing waters, enhancing their vigor, and soon she'd switch it to pulse out healing energy. Her fire totem was almost completely useless here, the spirit unable to draw any essence from the surrounding area to fuel her spells. She could still use it for more mana and essence of her own, but it would be a poor choice. Nick's frost aura and chains spread from the ground, immediately attacking the wraiths and freezing them, and Jasmine shot laser beams in one direction as she stabbed her spear in another. Fang charged and pierced through the enemy in front of her with her spear, her frozen weapon covering her target in ice. Luna dashed out with her spear, staying near Fang, and Rebecca joined them with her staff. Her blows knocked enemies off balance, allowing Luna or Fang to capitalize on the opportunities. The captain recovered and rushed up to face Nick, his face a mask of fury. Wind was billowing around him, allowing him to fly through the air rapidly. His saber was pointing forward, the captain targeting Nick. Nick gave his shout as he met his blade, deflecting the large saber. Chains rushed to meet the new foe, but the winds surrounding the captain batted them back. More soldiers rushed to reinforce the captain on the deck, and Nick looked at them with excitement. Two of them were larger and stronger, nearly at the captain's level.
Finally, looks like a good fight.
He waved his offhand toward his back as essence gathered, and a billowing cloak of light and darkness unfurled behind him. His body showed a dim glow of light, enhancing his heroic presence. Nick shouted,
"I'll take on the captain! Do your best to thin their numbers!"
Jasmine surrounded one of the large sub-captain level enemies with webs of light, and more beams of light shot out to pierce into the soldiers. Fang howled, and Rebecca's own orb of light rose above them. Luna sent out her breath of cold from her totem, blasting the large group of soldiers that had reached the top of the stairs. Combined with Nick's frost aura, the enemies had difficulty surrounding them, allowing their pack to easily pick the enemies off. Luna tried once again to slip into her resonance, filled with pride at fighting alongside her mighty pack. As Luna watched Nick fighting and thought about how he led their party, she felt she understood what in specific didn't match up with the Enlightenment vision she had received. The Deer Cat Pack Mother was a leader who directed all of her pack's actions, but Luna was not. Her alpha was. She only wished to watch over her packmates and to aid and empower them, to make them better, along with her alpha. She wanted to be closer to him, to soothe him when he hurts, to bear the child of her mate, or to show her throat to make an opening for him to achieve victory. Luna would gladly give her everything to her pack and her alpha. Something within her stirred, and she realized that it was the devotion core next to her heart. The mysterious prismatic energy flowed within her, and a small fragment formed within her soul core. Her pack-bound resonance seemed to increase, and she could feel her connection to her pack was stronger than ever. She could even feel Irwin, Sable, and Kaya slightly, despite them being so far away. They were doing well, she realized. Their fight had actually started earlier than theirs, and they had already cleared out much of the enemies on their ship. She could feel how Kaya roared with success, the challenge of facing so many enemies filling her with enough excitement that Luna could feel it. Aside from the connection becoming stronger and seemingly not requiring stillness anymore, she didn't feel anything else different, which felt like a little bit of a letdown. Luna then realized she had to actually do something, which made sense. She willed her pack to become stronger, a desire, a fervent wish resonating with the world. The essence within her party began to blaze, the energy from the surrounding area being drawn into them. Nick's monstrous blow triggered, his arm bulging and cutting right through the captain's arm. The captain launched himself back and tried to flee, but Nick's cloak of twilight switched to darkness as he chased after him, leaping into the air. Fang howled, causing the ice around her to shatter, and sent shards of ice into all the nearby enemies. Jasmine shot several webs filled with light into her enemies like a net, her spear flashing at the now disabled enemies as she stabbed them with impunity. Luna could feel it well up in her chest as well, making her simply better. An odd haze filled and surrounded her, reminiscent of Winnie's Omni barrier, and it felt like her traits, like her icy tranquility and frost-tempered body, and those associated with her class were improved. On top of that, her essence and mana flowed more smoothly as she sent it to her ice totem, sending spears of ice at her foes instead of a mere blast of cold. Her pride soared as her pack was empowered, and that her concept fragment had been formed. It was only a fledgling concept, but it was already useful. She would need to direct it further to accomplish what she wanted, now that it resonated with her. The improvements to each of these traits and the essence flow was small on an individual level, but since it influenced her whole pack, Nick's wives and probably his soul servants, it was significant. Nick caught up to the captain despite his wind magic taking him into the air, as he was able to pursuit using several jumps. Having lost an arm, the captain could scarcely defend against Nick's attack in the sky, his white blade of light cleaving him in two. Once the captain was killed, cleaning up the remaining enemies went smoothly, and the 12th floor was almost completed. A stone arch eventually rose up from the deck, and essence was awarded as the rest of the party was teleported to them. The prompt stated they only had a few minutes of recovery before they were forced to move on to the next stage. Nick smiled over at Luna, and she could still sense his attention on her. It was like her pack-bound resonance was permanently improved, which filled her with joy, as she'd be able to feel her pack more often now.
What was that, Luna? You made your fragment?
Luna smiled, and she knew her tail was wagging.
Yes!
I finally did! I'm glad. Now I'll be able to try out that advantage of the Enlightenment Chamber.
She had been able to use it before, but there was nothing for Lumos to attune it to. Once she did, it could more directly grow her concept fragment. Before, it helped her move closer, no doubt, but it was only marginally helping. Fang's tail was wagging with her smile wide like always.
I liked it. I even think I touched on mine a little out there.
Rebecca replied.
I noticed that too, Fang. Try your best to remember and hold on to that feeling. You must be very close too.
Irwin smiled at Luna.
I felt it too, even though we were so far from you. It really felt like you were watching over us, like you always do.
Kaya pumped her fist, and her tail swished behind her.
Way to go, Luna! That's another floor down, and in less than a day this time. Let's head off to the next.
Chapter 27. Sable. The Hunt. Test of Strength. Hunt and defeat the 4 elite elemental beasts. These apex predators are hidden throughout the deadly jungle, masters of their regions. Nick gave a happy sigh after cleaving through a fiery boar's throat, taking the head off its shoulders.
Much better. It's like the 7th floor with the plant elemental things, but different. This seems valuable for future runs, too.
Irwin nodded as she walked over and triggered loot on the beast by pressing her hand to its chest.
Yes, we get some delicious meat, sturdy hides, and some gems with every beast slain. Lumos is sure to make something great out of them.
The jungle Sable now stood in was vast and colorful. Despite it being a jungle, there were a lot of rocks and gems mixed in within their view, the twinkling stones embedded in the earth, beasts or plants matching elemental colors and energies. Trees stood high with wide canopies, letting in varying amounts of light. Vines and smaller plants grew into dense vegetation, covering almost all that she could see. It seemed that the plants drew up the gems from the stone with their roots somehow, and even the plants and trees carried the elemental essence. The beasts within the jungle must have been eating the gems as well. Their bodies would allow control of various elements. Some blue gems of frost called to Sable, and there were even some black gems of darkness. However, if they spent a lot of time extracting all of these gems from their surroundings, they'd be here forever. The ones in the beasts seemed much larger and denser anyway, so collecting them with the loot skill seemed more worth their time. The moment they appeared in the jungle, beasts began attacking their party. It appeared there were so many that fighting them was inevitable. Irwin fired her bow at a distant bird creature, her arrow coated in flame. The bird's wing exploded, and then she nodded as Luna dashed over and struck the downed bird with her spear.
You might want to make a soul servant out of one of these elite enemies too, hubby.
Nick shook his head.
Nah, Birdie takes a lot of soul power, and it keeps growing. If I take another, it'll weaken my blade by too much. A lot is reserved with Frost Aura, too.
Birdie squawked in complaint from atop Jasper's back, its angry demon face sneering at Nick. It then continued to make whiny bird sounds, its head cocking back and forth. Nick groaned.
I told you I can't make your body just yet. I'm sorry. Like Jasmine, it requires the 3rd stratum. The fastest way to get you your body is for you to aid us in this ordeal.
Birdie then huffed, then busied itself with playing with the blue elemental gems they looted from an ice snake. Nick had been feeding it a few demon cores to keep up with his promise for food, but the demon creature also took special interest in these gems. Somehow it did appear that the strange demon was becoming more bird-like, but it had been subtle so far. It was in the eyes, and some of the hair on its goat-like head was looking a little feathery. Irwin hummed.
I guess we'll need to wait to find any good soul servants outside of the ordeal, or perhaps in a trial instead, then.
Nick shrugged.
Unless I get some kind of trait or bonus, I'm kind of at my limit for now. I'm pretty happy with how strong Jasper and Bertie are anyway. How about you? Do you think you're closer to unlocking that ancestral guide class?
Irwin sighed.
I think I'm closer, but an epic class is no joke. I'm still focusing on enhancing my concept fragment and my spirit magic for now, but I might need to connect and bind a strong enough spirit first for the class to unlock. I wanted to switch classes before 15, as the skill will likely be better, and it will only become more challenging to reach the requirements as my level increases.
Nick sighed.
That's the downside of living in the middle of nowhere, huh? You couldn't find a viable spirit in Silverbrook?
Irwin shook her head.
Maybe the class isn't quite right for me. I don't really have an ancestor that was strong, it appears. I can't connect to just any spirit. For sentient spirits like folk, connecting often requires an anchor, and blood or ancestry is the strongest.
Kaya frowned.
You couldn't use my mother, could we?
Irwin gave her a sad smile.
That'd be lovely, wouldn't it? If she was around, possibly, but I'm afraid not. Only those with stronger spirits, higher stratum, or those that anchored themselves to the land without rejoining the essence of Orion can be called upon. As you rise in stratum, your weight on the world increases, and thus the longer your spirit lingers. And Mira's spirit probably only stuck around for a few hours, max.
Nick said.
Damn, that sucks, but it makes sense. Maybe like how you can help me connect to someone. I can help you.
Maybe. But either way, not all is lost. As my soul power increases and I get better at the magic, I can reach further out. We'll give it a try again when we get home and we've pushed our skills higher. Working with the elemental spirits here has given me good experience. I'll keep trying at it, despite these elemental domains. Maybe if I'm good enough with it, a third stratum person from the central kingdoms might respond, and you can convince them with a soul pact.
Sable listened to their talking while she watched their surroundings. The entire party had their own paths to power. The only two with the same class, even, were Rebecca and Irene. Though with those two, the former was much more interested in fighting with her staff than the latter was. Now that Luna had formed her fragment, that only left Fang and herself. Sable was working hard, but her minor enlightenment was just not overly helpful. The odd, formless beast of darkness, cold, and hunger she saw in the vision just didn't feel right to her at all. Its power was scary, if anything, its maw of endless teeth crunching their bones. Kaya was cleaning her axe, having killed another beast that charged into their clearing.
There a safe zone here, Winnie? And how far off are we from these elites?
I'll do my best to check. I can feel a lot of elemental essence in this place, far more than the standard jungle.
Her eyes shifted through several colors as she cast her spells, murmuring to herself over several minutes. Eventually, she said,
The good news is that there's a safe zone in what appears to be the center of the jungle. The bad news is the elementals will not aid me with finding these beasts beyond giving me a vague area. Each of these creatures is connected to the jungle and they control a domain of sorts. They're roughly in the 4 cardinal regions of the jungle, and we'd have found the domain of wind here soon if we continued this way.
She pointed off into the distance.
We're actually not that far off from the safe zone. We appeared near the center of the jungle.
As they could only use the safe zone once, they would definitely wait until they were on the final elemental elite, barring any unforeseen circumstances anyway. Kaya twirled her axe.
Domain of wind, huh? What other ones are there, and how far away are these places?
Irwin replied.
I think it'll take a few days to circle this jungle at a minimum. There appears to be fire, ice and water, wind, and earth.
Nick thought for a moment.
All right, we'll head to the wind domain as a party and take it on. Depending on how things go, we'll either split up and take on the others to cover more ground, or continue as we are. Sable, scout ahead for us. But just focus on warning about anything dangerous. We'll be fighting constantly in this jungle. No matter what we do, it appears.
Sable flashed him a smile.
Got it, boss.
Covering herself in shadows, she moved on ahead. With her ears and sense of smell, she could tell that numerous beasts lied in wait or blundered through the forest, picking fights with whatever enemy they ran into. She ignored many of these as the party moved through the jungle, only rooting out those that waited in ambush. Listening to the sounds of the party fighting as she skated through the shadows, she wore them like a cloak. She used camouflage, which was a lot like using your aura to lightly alter the surrounding light to be a little more difficult to see. Since she was covered in shadows and moved through them, and her skin was already dark, this was very efficient, her aura hiding her from the numerous beasts of all different types. She had learned Sneak at one point, thanks to a skill crystal gained in the ordeal, but it was an essence ability. It blocked and replaced the light and essence surrounding her to make her appear invisible and difficult to sense, and was far pricier in essence to use as a result. It was also for very little gain, so she had only used it in conjunction with her soul sense to sneak around the more vigilant enemies. In all, it was not all that great of an ability. Those that gained a high proficiency with their magical senses would be able to detect someone using Sneak, and it was only using careful manipulation of aura that one like her could avoid being detected, something that could be accomplished with camouflage just the same. In fact, it was easier to hide one's aura when using less essence. Given that using Sneak used more than double to accomplish nearly the same thing, the choice was clear to Sable. The elemental beasts could not detect Sable with just camouflage and careful aura manipulation as she moved from shadow to shadow, so she continued ahead of the party until they reached the domain of wind. It was easy to spot. The jungle shifted from having more colors than a rainbow to having far more green gems of the winds. The creatures matched this, but it was more than just having a lot more green gems around. There was a sort of oppression occurring, where her shadow and frost suddenly felt weaker. She had difficulty controlling her frost shadows, and was forced to compensate by expending additional mana for her aura and essence to control the shadows. Using her Heart Seeker or other abilities with different elements would be a challenge. There was also a tenseness in the air, and it almost felt like she was being watched. The constant battling of the beasts faded away as she got deeper into the domain. She stalked carefully before picking up several beasts with their soul sense, and her findings were surprising. These beasts appeared to be more in harmony with one another, though she did eventually spot some fighting. It was definitely a jungle of predators. Returning to her party, she shared her findings. Nick looked over to Irwin.
So, you really can't pinpoint the elite, Winnie? What about sensing some kind of den, like a high-density area?
Irwin shook her head.
The elemental essence is under its control. The spirits, if anything, are not exactly loyal, but my ability to control them is limited here. Most likely it already knows we are here besides.
Nick sighed.
So it might be hunting us instead, huh? Let's continue through with Sable leading ahead, but we'll have Kaya not far behind you between us.
Worried about me, boss, and here I thought you trusted my skills by now.
Sable pouted, teasing Nick. Nick chuckled.
Of course I trust in your hunting capability, but they have the home field advantage. I value my huntress highly.
Smiling, Sable stalked through the forest, Kaya following close behind. She was only able to follow thanks to their soul sense, and Sable wondered if she could defeat the skill with enough work. Nick had run into the Wendigos, which blended with the earth and used death essence, making them difficult for him to spot. However, their state of unlife may have had a larger role to play in this than any sort of talent with essence or aura. Still, Sable tried playing with her aura for a while as she creeped through the jungle, trying to change the imagery and make it more condensed. She passed dozens of beasts, and their party a ways back were forced to face several of them. These were stronger than the beasts in the other section of the jungle, but they were not difficult for their full party. They continued on for hours, the party slaying any monsters that approached them. Eventually, it became too quiet, no beasts seen for far too long in this dense jungle. She had reached the edge of a small clearing just next to a large tree, and realized why this was as she looked up. Large birds had gathered in the boughs of the trees above, a wide assortment of flying beasts. It appeared they were waiting in ambush, dozens of powerful birds watching the direction of her party, ready to attack. She began backtracking and did her best to try to signal Kaya. But it was too late. Several elemental birds, hawks and owls, must have spotted Kaya somehow, and they swooped down at her. Sable spotted that Kaya had seen this, however, so Sable waited in the shadows, climbing a tree instead, leaping over to come closer to Kaya, and where their party should emerge once the fighting began. Something Sable had been doing must have improved her stealth, as despite being much closer to the clearing, Kaya was detected first. Kaya was ready for her foes, her axes held firmly with her claws and tails, so Sable did her best to try to spot this elite monster. The ambush was not yet complete, as only a few of the flying beasts had moved, and she had little doubt Kaya would have difficulty at this level. Sable could feel and see many of the flying creatures just lying in wait, the wind essence swirling into a storm. The birds swooped down with speed, the winds under their control enhancing their dive. When they neared, Kaya roared, dropping her camouflage as she leaped toward her assailants with a spin, and activated her convergence skill. Blades of essence flew out and cut into several birds as she spun, and then her axe met a large talon from a green hawk covered in wind. It was much like the windswept wraith's abilities, and having stopped the attack, Kaya's tail then lashed out to strike the hawk's wing. With a screech, the bird began falling to the ground, but the other injured birds kept in the air. They flapped their wings as they slowed, sending blades of wind at Kaya instead. They prepared their talons, managing their inertia as they positioned themselves to continue their attack despite their injuries. Kaya had this in hand, her feral essence ready to match their attacks. Continuing to monitor the trees, Sable waited for the elite to show. She knew this creature was some kind of hunter, lying in wait to deal a devastating blow. These birds were all predators, and each of the elites was supposed to be at the apex. Hearing the fighting, Nick's party rushed into the clearing, and that was when all hell broke loose. Half or more of the birds leaped from the boughs, swooping down with angered screeches and squawks. Beams of light, spears and feathers of frost, icy blade waves and arrows with glimmering stardust were shot into the air to meet the swarm of giant birds, but there was still no hint of Sable's quarry. Nick's frost aura was present around him, but the oppressive domain of the elite beast of wind had weakened it, shrinking it to the original 10-yard area around him. It wouldn't slow down the ambush of the birds much at all. Moving from tree to tree, Sable watched and waited. Her senses were pushed to the maximum, sniffing with her nose for any change in smell, and her ears twitching at every sound. She ignored the birds screeching, blades meeting flesh and talon, the flapping of wings, and waited patiently for her moment. Just like the beast from her vision. Despite its immense hunger, it waited until the perfect moment. The moment when two other equally terrifying beasts fought, their shadows overlapping as they tore at each other's flesh and broke bone. It then slayed and feasted on the two weakened creatures, freezing the bodies so that it could consume them at its leisure. Throughout the vision, she could feel the monster's desire, its patience despite its great hunger, its ruthlessness as it went in for the kill. Sable and this formless creature didn't have a lot in common. The only real value she noticed was how she felt and witnessed the beast using the ice shadow essence. Unlike this solitary creature, Sable was part of a pack. She couldn't simply wait until both parties were wounded and deal the finishing blow. It was important to her to aid her alpha, or her other packmates. Countering an ambush fit what the monster could do, so she would try to match it, to feel the essence and make it hers. Nick joined the fighting, his blade covered in white light as he leaped high into the air with double jump. With a shout, his aura pushed out further, covering and slowing the numerous bird creatures. A reptilian bird snapped at him with its long beak, but he whipped his arm and lengthened his blade, slashing deeply into its flesh, cleaving off its wing and sending it tumbling to the ground. It was in that instant that Sable sensed the change in the air. A stream of wind was built, a vortex of air drawing all the elemental essence in the area, and she knew the predator's target. Her alpha. She could feel it, and she knew she needed to be fast. Skating through the shadows with a thin blade of ice shadow on her feet, she moved through under the branches with haste. With Jasmine, Rebecca, and Irene's beams of light striking the birds, plenty of shadows were being cast in the area for her to travel fast. The downed reptilian bird was larger than their utility vehicle. It lashed out with its large claw at Nick, its body billowing with wind essence. Nick's body became white as he donned his cloak of twilight, meeting its blow and casting more shadows into the surroundings. It was then she spotted the elite beast. It was a large bird of prey like a hawk, with green feathers and gems throughout its body. The monster was huge, nearly the size of the lava elemental they had faced. Despite its size, it was diving down so fast that she was sure the blow would be devastating, even if Nick managed to prepare his shield and brace. Having no time, she used her shadows to tap him on the shoulder and point with a knife of shadow from it, warning him of the incoming threat. With new urgency, she stirred her essence, willing herself to become one with the shadows, desiring to move faster and stop this attack on Nick. Her devotion core thrummed in her chest, her heart beating with fervor. Sable arrived within her alpha's aura quickly. Hunting this elite, covered with the shadows of a nearby enemy cast by his brilliant white light of heroism and within his frost aura, something within her stirred, a strong feeling of purpose mixed with the thrill of the hunt. With the speed the enemy was approaching in its aerial ambush, the timing of her attack would need to be perfect. Taking a breath, her body melded with the shadows and frost surrounding her as she crouched and held her spear at the ready. She found herself merging with the shadows and frost, the three of them melding more and more as one, which was shocking. While she could easily hide within a shadow, her body would not really sink inside like it was now. This was at the level of the strange mist creature they faced. There was no time to delve into the feeling, but it was like something within her had clicked. Willing the ice shadow into her spear and merging it with essence and mana of her own, she prepared her attack. She could feel something, a weight of her will entering it. It felt like this was what she needed to do. The giant bird's own shadow overlapped the one she now stood in, and she launched her spear into its path, aiming for its throat. Like a beam of shadow and ice, her spear blasted toward the elite faster than she could track, the spearhead looking a lot like the formless beast from her vision. It was like a terrifying maw with countless teeth opening, ready to chomp down on the enemy. At the last moment, the strange hawk noticed the attack and shifted its head, and thus its throat, the ice shadow biting a huge chunk out of its shoulder instead. The weight of her attack still shoved the bird to the side as it screeched in agony, the bird crashing to the ground beside and far behind Nick, missing its ambush. Frost began to spread from the wound as the formless beast wrapped around the green hawk in hunger, and Nick's chains quickly wrapped around the enemy as it screeched. It struggled at its bindings, its bones already bruised and broken from its terrible tumble into the ground at such a high speed. Nick had drawn his shield at her warning and was ready to try to deal with the ambush, but was still shocked by the result as he dashed over to the creature to finish it off. With it frozen and bound, it only took a few swings of his soul blade. With the elemental elite defeated, the oppressive domain relented. Some of the birds then began to flee, but many stayed around to fight to the death. Kaya roared in triumph, her axes shredding the remaining birds. The party spent some time cleaning up the large number of birds. Sable, Geoffrey, Luna, Jasmine, and Irwin all used their loot skill on the much larger creatures, netting them tons of resources to bring back to Frosthaven. Nick looked over the giant bird and whistled.
Damn, that's a big old bird. Good job taking it down, Sable. That was all you.
Fang beamed.
Yeah, that was awesome. It tried to attack Boss, but you were ready with that... whatever. Its fat bird ass just broke when it just slammed into the ground.
Sable chuckled, her tail wagging.
It really did, but I only managed it because I've made my fragment.
Fang bounced in place, clapping.
Woo! Way to go, Sable!
Her ears went flat on her head.
I'm happy for you, but it seems I'm last. I really need to get my special skill too.
Irwin hugged Fang from the side and patted her ears.
Do not worry, Fang. As long as you keep holding your alpha highly in your heart, your devotion core will help make it happen. For many, it takes months or years to find their fragment, even with things like enlightenment granted by the ordeal.
Sable laughed.
There's not much else in that heart or head of hers, but I'm sure she'll figure out eventually.
Luna said,
Yes, I do think you'll have it soon, Fang. Didn't you also have something special happen when I used mine for the first time, with the howl? In the next battles, let's try to focus on this. We'll both work hard on our fragments.
Okay, thanks, Luna.
She perked up, her smile returning and her tail wagging rapidly. Nick chuckled, and he kicked the large corpse.
What the hell was this thing anyway? Just a hawk that ate a lot of these gems?
Irene shook her head.
It's a rock, a rare race of hawk with a powerful bloodline. That was a juvenile.
A juvenile? Damn, that really was an elite.
Nick looked over their party, evaluating.
That went well. But it's clear these predators are dangerous, even with our huntress watching over us. Since they've control over their brethren, I think we should take our time heading to each elite and rest at the safe zone before the final one. We've made great time in the ordeal so far, and well ahead of our schedule. Taking an extra day or so shouldn't be a big issue.
Rebecca nodded.
It seems these floors have been quicker than you expected. Perhaps it will be the second half of the floors on this stratum that are more time-consuming.
They rested and ate for a bit to recover from the battle and their trek in the hostile jungle. Eventually, Nick called them to resume their travel. Nick smiled at Sable.
All right, my huntress. Go ahead and lead us out of here, and into the next section.
Sable leaped into action, leading the party through the wild jungle. One elemental elite was down, and there was 3 more to go, but she was confident their party would be ready for the next ones. Chapter 28. The Test of Weakness. It took over 2 days, but eventually the 4 elemental beast elites were defeated, and they moved on to the next floor. The cores obtained from the 4 elemental elites were special, and would definitely be useful thanks to Lumos being capable of refining the materials. Nick was even sure the many ice elemental gems he obtained could be refined and perhaps combined or enriched to be used in tempering his soul blade later. Unfortunately, Birdie had started begging for them. It did seem to be making the creature stronger and more bird-like. He would keep feeding them to her and just hold on to the elite core for himself. It would have taken them longer to complete the floor if it weren't for them getting lucky on several of the domains. First, the fire elemental elite was very aggressive. When they arrived in its domain, the fiery lion immediately gathered a herd of beasts and attacked within the hour. In the battle, Fang finally formed her fragment, and it had a lot to do with her howl. What ended up being the tipping point for her was the party all adding to the howl, especially Nick. He was reluctant at first, but at her willful yet cute request, he had to comply. Combined with Luna's concept fragment and Nick's inspiring voice, it made the difference and helped solidify it for herself. When she howled, she could control the ice around her and shatter it, like some form of frost telekinesis. She could even shatter her own thick frost armor, creating a devastating yet self-weakening attack. The attack she accomplished was devastating against the fire lion, as the party had already focused many of their ice attacks on it and the surrounding area. There was plenty of ice shot into the beast when she triggered the shattering, despite its hot aura. When the battle was over, Birdie had squawked at Fang with what sounded like respect, patting her on the head with Jasmine's crafted wings. The rest of the party celebrated, everyone finally having a concept fragment. The rest of the party hit level 15, grabbing their convergence skills. Only Irwin postponed it, still wanting to unlock her Ancestral Guide class first. Sable received a sort of wraith form, which turned her into ice shadows for a time. She could attack or defend with the ice shadows and move freely through objects as if teleporting through the shadows. Physical attacks passed right through her in this form, an interesting ability with many uses. Fang received a surprising ability. With a low growl, her muscles were empowered with essence. Then she leaped into the air in a near blur as her ice armor and shield would bulk further with jagged shards protruding from it. She would then crash into an enemy like a meteor, shedding much of her gained coat of ice. The skill then allowed her to use the shards to attack her enemy and spread the frost. And Luna had earned a special spell for her totems, a new buff that allowed her to cast an elemental shield through her connection to the whole nearby party based on the totem she used. The ice and earth totems actually produced a shield that was useful against most physical attacks, but were not quite as strong as Irwin's Omni Barrier. They continued through the dangerous jungle to the next elite beast, and the ice elemental domain was easy enough thanks to their party actually being strengthened by the location. Then, Irwin was able to get a proper reading on where their enemy was thanks to her own affinity being enough. To Nick's indignation, it was actually an elite Wollywampus, and he received endless teasing once again. Part of him wanted to make it into a soul servant again just to shut them up, but he stuck to his guns that having more would be a detriment. Besides, the fire lion would have been more useful for his party. They rested at the safe zone before they headed to the final battle as planned, only given 6 hours to rest in the simple hut. It was a bit of a letdown, as they were exhausted from so much travel. They had even worked through the jungle through the night, Jasmine, Irene, and Rebecca easily providing light for the party. Finally, they fought an earthen mammoth creature, which tried to crush them with a rock slide in the canyon it drew them into. But, seeing the trap early, Jasmine was prepared and easily helped them escape upwards on her large spider back, the rest hopping on Jasper's back or flying away. The party then rained attacks on the giant creature, slowly whittling away at it until it died, frozen. With the 4 elemental beast elites dead, the archway portal rose from the ground. The prompt allowed them an hour to recover their essence stores before they were forced to enter it. Irwin was looking through her pack. After handing out plenty of the high essence jerky and fruits she often packed for restorative snacks.
That wasn't too bad. We got tons of loot.
Rebecca nodded.
This floor is definitely going to be good for our kingdom to get unique resources. There were tons of unique hides and gems of various types in those in-between areas.
Fang grinned.
And we got some of that super deer. Kaya's been drooling for a while now.
Kaya's eyes had a dreamy look, clearly imagining the meat in question.
It looked so good. Why couldn't we have found it before the safe zone? It'd already be in my belly then.
Nick snorted.
Might not have been fast enough to get away from that rock slide then. We'd have to roll you out of the way.
The party finished recovering and entered the portal. They arrived in a large arena, with many fenced sections made of iron. Nick could somewhat see through the fenced gates surrounding him, and saw his other party members much like himself, alone in their large caged-off sections. Test of weakness. You and each of your party members must face tailored challenges, tests of weakness. Once all have completed their challenges, should they succeed, they will be allowed to recover and join for the boss battle for the 15th floor test of strength. It was named after the challenges in his heritage. It made Nick a little worried about his wives and mother-in-law, but his people were relatively used to facing their shortcomings.
I wonder what it thinks my weakness is.
Birdie squawked, looking around at the arena. Jasper growled and grew crystals of ice on its fur, preparing itself for battle. When a humanoid golem appeared, Nick's eyebrows rose in surprise. It almost looked like the ones within his heritage, the underground mall. It was a bit taller than Nick, and held a mace and shield, and its body was a purple color. The golem was radiating an odd energy, and Nick's magical senses hadn't felt anything like it before.
Get him, Birdie. Stay away from it if you can, until we see what it can do, Jasper.
Birdie squawked and formed a dozen feathers of ice, and Jasper created a large spear of ice. Nick called upon 3 sets of chains from his frost aura and sent them to wrap around the golem. All of this was launched at the golem as it dashed forward, and Nick and Jasper split up, strafing to the side. Its speed was surprising, its movement as it jogged toward them with its shield raised, fluid and swift. As the chains, feathers, and spear of ice collided with the golem, There was a distortion before it barreled through the ice unbothered. The chains bounced off the barrier and failed to wrap around the golem, and the oncoming projectiles shattered as they struck the shield, the golem hardly slowing in its approach. Birdie once again squawked, this time in anger. Nick's frost aura now encompassed the golem thanks to its approach, but the surrounding distortion was like a powerful aura of its own of some kind, rejecting the effect. Watching it with his senses, he thought the power was quite unique. Since a recovery period was mentioned, he figured he could go all out without worry. He donned his heroic cloak of twilight, his body flooding with strength as he stacked his heroic essence with chains of body essence, bulking up slightly. Nick raised his soul blade in a two-handed grip, dashed forward and brought it down at an angle as the golem arrived. As his blade neared the shield, he felt it. A barrier of some kind slowed his blade. When his sword struck the shield, it was like most of its inertia was removed. His sword merely skittered off the shield's angular surface, nearly all of the power behind his attack gone. The golem had set its stance properly as Nick had attacked, so it was ready to bring its mace to bear. With a distortion like a droplet of water causing ripples on a lake, the mace swung at Nick's exposed shoulder with surprising speed. Nick's cloak wrapped around him to the front and was brought up, hardening like a shield, and he retreated quickly as he redirected the mace away from him. Despite that, his cloak was struck heavily, his intention to test the power behind the blow. And it was significant. The power was transferred to the cloak, and Nick could feel if he had taken it head-on without hardened skin powering his armor, he'd have broken bones. The energy transfer caused Nick's body to twist and be brought low, but he continued his retreat as he countered low, aiming for the golem's legs. Angry, Birdie aimed its staff and blasted a cone of frost at the golem, and Jasper swiped with its claw from the side. The cold washed over the soldier-like golem, and it caused the transparent barrier to be visible as Nick watched. The golem twisted and took the meaty paw on its shield, Nick's blow landing nearly simultaneously. Nick's blade of white light and blue flecks from the frost struck the dense metal, sending a small amount of freezing energy inside. His attack left nothing more than a tiny scratch, and the paw from Jasper had a larger effect than Nick's previous blow, but only knocked the golem back slightly thanks to the distortion. Nick's chains once again skittered off the golem's barrier, causing Nick to grunt in annoyance. It was some kind of barrier made of force.
This'll be a tough nut to crack,
Nick noticed, thinking about the best way to go about it. Birdie didn't give up. Its cone of cold continued shooting out of its staff, blasting flakes of ice at the golem as it continued to squawk angrily. The golem was starting to freeze over, but that didn't seem to impact the enemy's movements a whole lot yet. It turned to Jasper and Birdie with its mace, ready to lash out. But Jasper took the creature's attention and backed away, trying to expose the creature's back to Nick as Birdie continued her assault. Nick dashed in with a series of slashes with his blade, doing his best to combine both speed and power. The golem swiveled, blocking with its shield and parrying with its mace with surprising agility. Nick and Jasper coordinated their assault, and each eventually landed blows, Jasper's claws raking across the golem's back, and Nick's blade cleaving into the back of the golem's leg. The fighting and positioning continued, and more blows were landed against the golem, and it didn't take much longer for the golem to slow, both from Birdie's blasts of cold and the damage they had dealt. Despite the barrier of force, Jasper was large enough to destabilize the enemy's footing and grant Nick free attacks on the enemy's body. The golem just wasn't fast enough to deal with the two of them. Nick saw a path to victory, unless something drastically changed, but he narrowed his eyes.
Back off, Jasper. Birdie, I need to beat this thing on my own.
The two backed off, the angry demon squawking indignantly but complying. Nick had originally thought that his weakness was merely not having experience with this energy, but maybe it was more than that. Just what was this test trying to teach him? Either way, fighting to go beyond his limits was what climbing the ordeal was all about, and what walking the hero's path was all about. Nick led the golem around the arena to allow the cold from Birdie to slowly recede. It wasn't long before it was back at its full speed, and so he once again began his duel. His chains clacked against the ground and each other as he tried to gather them up, getting ready to use more to surround the golem. With the creature back to fighting form, Nick began round 2. Nick was faster than the soldier golem, but thanks to its skill using mace and shield, Nick had a hard time adding anything significant to its previous scratches and gouges on its surface. Even with him dodging by twisting his torso and whipping his arm and sword out, the surface scratches did nothing to wound the golem. He tried linking the chains of his brethren to wrap around the golem, but struggled to direct them in a complicated manner. While his redemption pacts or any dead followers could drive any section of links, it wasn't like they were super coordinated. He could use Winter's grasp and force it, but realized this was good practice. Thankfully, his heroic Cloak of Twilight had a long duration, efficient with its usage of his concept energy. He barely had to feed any in to keep it going when used lightly like this battle, but he would be at his limits in a few minutes if nothing changed. So, Nick increased the ferocity of his assault.
Fight with skill.
Following his kata, he built up more light and darkness within his body. As he continued through each stanza, he began wearing away at the golem's defenses. Eventually, he combined feints with his blade wave, aiming high and forcing the block to switch and swipe low with a well-positioned wave that pierced through the protective barrier and cut deep into its leg. As Nick's speed and strength increased, he began to overwhelm the golem's defenses further. The black essence billowed off of him like smoke as he entered the 4th stanza, and he started trying numerous things. This was not the first enemy that his aura couldn't even influence, and he knew there must be some way to overwhelm it. He pushed his mana aura further, trying to weaponize it against the golem. With powerful blows that matched what Jasper could accomplish, he kept the golem on the back foot, adding wounds and cutting deeper with every strike. Then, things came to a rapid close when he finally managed to direct his spiritual helpers driving the chains to twist and link together like a rope of chains. Thanks to this, he managed to get the bound chains to wrap around the golem, finally overwhelming its barrier. Tugging on the golem's arm holding its shield, Nick triggered Power Strike at the same time. His body moved in perfect sync, bringing a strong overhead blow down on its shield arm, cleaving it off from its body. From there, defeating the creature was simple. It was bound by the chains, so Nick stabbed deeply into its central core with all his strength.
That took a lot out of me.
It was challenging. But Nick learned a lot about this mysterious energy and how to deal with it. If he faced it again, he would have a much easier time overwhelming it. Piercing attacks worked better, but he was stubborn and wanted to push himself. Then, towards the end, he had even managed to get his frost aura to start influencing it. The key to both successes was his mana aura. Driving the chains of mana and essence around his body, he used it to direct the chains created by his frost aura. Of course, he had been able to guide the chains previously, but a complicated maneuver like twisting them together was far beyond his vague directions to his dead followers or will could accomplish. Then, to try to weaponize his aura, he had spun the mana chains around him rapidly, picturing more of a chain saw than chains alone. When this pierced through the barrier of force, the frost aura managed to seep through. Nick had utilized his mana aura for defense at Rebecca's instruction, but it appeared that attacking was an important aspect of control. He would need to work on this further, as his method of attacking was still far too crude. Having won his battle, he was transported to a waiting area, where most of the girls were waiting. It looked like a simple living room, a number of sofas and chairs facing a central table. Jasmine was pouring tea into cups and handing them out to the others. Fang looked awfully proud of herself, regaling her victory over a flying creature, and Luna was looking on with a warm smile, while Sable gave Fang head pats and ear scratches in Nick's absence. Irwin spotted him.
Hubby! That was an interesting battle near the end.
Nick realized she must have been watching him at the end through her enhanced soul-pact connection. He chuckled.
Took me a bit, but I learned some things. What about you?
Irwin grimaced.
It made me fight a lot of little creatures that were quite fast and deadly. I pretty much had to use everything I had to win. My Omni Barrier, my heavy kick and retreat, firing my bow, and even catching a lot of them with a blast of cold. Thanks to our strong party, I haven't had to use them so rapidly before, the enemies overwhelming me. It was a good test for me, but I still took a few nasty cuts.
Her armor had a few gashes, her flesh exposed around her belly and her legs. Rebecca had been sitting next to her, so it appeared she likely helped heal her. Irwin was already holding an essence pearl, working her skill to repair the damage done to her equipment even while she wore it. Birdie and Jasper went to go lay down in the corner, and he joined her, taking a seat. Grabbing some tea, he listened to Fang's story. She had used her new movement ability to crash into the flying enemies and send the shards swirling around her with a howl, much like she had seen Birdie had done. Nick was nearly the last one to arrive, and it only took a minute before Irene appeared in a flash of light before he could learn much about how the other girls' battles had gone. Clearly fine, with them present in the room. Test of weakness complete. All party members successful. Recovery will be enhanced. You have 2 hours to begin boss battle. Enter the portal when ready. The essence in the air became denser, reminding Nick of his princely chambers. Irene was breathing heavily, and her scholarly robes and skin underneath were covered in cuts and torn away at the sides and legs. From that, Nick could see her figure was just as impressive as Rebecca's, but she was covered in blood splatters as well. She let out a breath.
Oh, wow, that was rough. I haven't had to fly so much since... Mother, are you okay?
Rebecca stood abruptly and rushed over to heal her mother. As white faith healing covered her, closing her wounds, Irene replied,
I'm fine, dear, just exhausted. I wish I had the diligence you do with your staff, or...
Irwin wrapped a blanket around her and handed her some essence fruit.
Let me fix those robes, Irene. I have a skill for it.
Irene looked down at herself underneath the blanket.
Oh, I suppose so. In the ordeals, this kind of thing is to be expected. The little goblins with their sickles chased me all over the arena. I flew, but I couldn't do it forever, nor thin their numbers much with my light of wisdom. It took me way longer than I should admit before I realized it might be best to take one of their sickles and get my hands dirty. Rebecca now looked tired. Does that mean you'll finally train with me when we get back? I've been trying to get you away from those books.
Irene smiled teasingly.
I'd be happy to spend some more time with you, daughter. But shouldn't you be spending every moment you can with your dear husband?
She chuckled.
In all seriousness, I'll place a little more importance on training my body after that. I don't ever want to feel so frustrated again. But I think it'll be a while before I am joining you again on any ordeal runs anyway. I'll be the archivist, so I'll be holed up in that library for some time, I think.
Kaya had been telling her story after Fang, and it was an awful lot like hers. She had faced off against many flying enemies and was forced to use her essence carry, throwing axes, and at one point climbed up the walls of the arena and leaped to catch some of the aerial combatants. She spoke up from their group.
We should definitely have enough for the archives after this run, right, Nick? I know there are a lot of excited priestesses waiting for it.
Nick nodded.
You bet. We probably have enough already, thanks to us being in here a week already. We weren't all that far off before we entered.
Irene looked giddy, her wings fluttering and her smile wide.
I can't wait. Makes me want to leave right now.
Rebecca groaned.
I know, Mother, but please be patient. The second half of the ordeal is likely to be far longer.
Irwin finished working on Irene's robes and the leather underneath and returned to sitting down.
That's the way the first stratum was, too. I'm a bit worried about running out of bag space, though, as I'm well over half, despite my skills, already.
Damn. That'd suck if we had to leave because we don't have enough room for our loot. I'd hate to leave any of it behind.
The party rested up, chatting about their tests. Jeffrey's test was a mystery, as nobody could understand him well yet, but it seemed it was somehow simple for him, at least compared to what he usually dealt with. For a full-blown supporter, perhaps the ordeal's expectations for him were low. It had tested Irwin a lot harder, perhaps due to how much she participated in combat in comparison. Luna had been forced to use her whole repertoire of totems, flowing through her elemental attacks quickly. She faced elementals that spawned, requiring her to be much more aggressive than she normally would be. Being forced to fight without her pack was a different experience for her. Jasmine faced a special golem that was a lot like his, but with some form of gravity control instead of force. But she was one of the first to actually arrive, as she overwhelmed it with her concept. It seemed the ordeal wasn't really able to test her, as her mastery over her concept was well beyond what someone of their level should be able to accomplish. And she couldn't easily just handicap herself. It seemed the challenge was cranked up to a level where she more or less required it, or she would have been wounded heavily. Looking over at her, he noticed she had taken out a few light gems from the elemental jungle and was absorbing them into her nexus core to recharge it. Rebecca was forced to fight an earthen golem, where she took a while beating it to death with her staff. She tore it apart bit by bit, and ended up having to use what Nick had worked on, using aura offensively to fully break through its defenses. It was now on the docket for them all to work on, as it had important implications when using concepts laced with aura in the future. The party had gained quite a bit to think about and work on, to try and shore up their weaknesses. Several had made gains throughout the fight, finding new ways to use their powers. Next was the boss, and Nick hadn't fought one on Orion that went down easily yet. Chapter 29. The Arena Battle. They knew they'd be fighting the boss in an arena, but they didn't know what they would fight. Having fully recovered in the waiting area, the party eventually stepped through the portal, arriving in the center of a circular one. Stone tiles covered the ground with a thin layer of dirt and caked-on blood, and pillars were interspersed around the outside of the circular arena, providing cover and obstructions. A giant iron gate stood ahead of them, Nick's party standing in a line side by side facing it. The gate opened almost immediately, and Jasmine whined.
"Aw, I was hoping I'd have some time to set up some webbing."
She was in her larger, half-spider form, ready to use her bulk to aid in tanking and dealing with larger enemies. What came out of the gate was an assortment of beasts and people. To Nick's surprise, there was 6 enemies. 3 large beasts looked at about the level of the elite elemental beasts, the strange reptiles giving off an energy of strength and power. They looked a bit like dinosaurs, or as if a lion or wolf were covered in sturdy-looking scales. An orc covered in armor led the enemy party, his bulk even more substantial than Lothar's. There was a hobgoblin archer in the back, along with some form of robed caster. All of the enemies radiated danger, having some form of concept, a special weight on reality that couldn't be ignored. Nick called out the targets.
Jasmine, Fang, and Jasper, each take on a reptile. I'll take on the orc. Ranged, harass the archer, and mage, take them down.
As Nick charged in to meet the orc in battle, Nick stirred his Path of Kings concept, his dominion of frost and fealty. His frost aura washed over the orc and the 3 large beasts, the mage and archer just out of his range at the rear of the formation. Ice began to cover the stone tiles, his enemies slowed by the imposing of his will on the battlefield. While Nick had 2 concepts that he could really only use one at a time for now. Each took a sort of mental energy to impose his will on the world, a single pool for his usage of concepts. Using 2 at the same time was just too challenging for him at the moment, and it was why in most fights he simply used his heroic concept. With practice, he just might be able to accomplish using them both, but for now, the convergence skill was somewhat like a shortcut. He could manage that, he just couldn't use the 2 skills in quick succession. Thankfully, his frost aura had special effects, since the concept was closely tied to it. The chains still appeared whether he used his mental energy or not, drawing mana from his crown. However, when he focused on imposing his will, the freezing effect and the capabilities of the chains improved substantially. The chains grew sturdier and heavier, the ice they were composed of radiating off a bone-chilling cold. The orc tried to resist the effect with his own concept, roaring as his body bulked up. However, Nick's will was empowered by his allies present. Their loyalty and devotion enhanced his domain, and all who entered it without greatly overpowering Nick and his party would be slowed by his will. The orc sped up as a result of filling his body with essence and his concept, but Nick's domain left him slower and weaker as a result, frost already spreading up from his feet and hands. And it was the same for the 3 reptiles, the cold leaving a thin layer of frost across their green scales. They roared with rage as Nick's allies crashed into them, his more tanky allies meeting them in combat. The orc wielded a large maul, and with a leap, he brought it down near where Nick's head was, but the orc might as well have been moving in slow motion, as Nick easily stepped out of the way and slashed with his soul blade at the orc's armored leg. He scored the cut as he rounded, his blade barely piercing the skin beneath the armor. The maul crashed into the ground, hitting nothing, but with a feat of strength and essence, the orc glowed red, spun and swung the maul at his waist level, trying to cave in Nick's chest. Getting a feel for the energy the orc was giving off, He thought the concept was related to some form of physical strength. Nick leaped over the maul's swing, and his chains rose up and wrapped around the orc's body like serpents, coiling around his limbs and linking. The orc's body began freezing over rapidly as it tried to break its bindings, and Nick was shocked at how effective the chains became as he imposed his will. 2 chains each had also gone to each of the reptiles, and he was pulling his weight in his allies' fights, even as he focused on the orc as chains wrapped around a single limb and restricted them. The orc then drew in essence from the surrounding area, his body covered in a rage-like essence. With a roar, the chains shattered as he spread his arms, and then the orc once again continued his assault against Nick with his maul. Fang howled as she triggered her own concept fragment, and suddenly Nick was empowered with Luna's connection. Irwin's arrow, glittering stardust, shot over the party and into the enemy archer, and Nick could feel his body being enhanced by one effect after another. The orc struggled against Nick's domain, and while he had removed those chains by shattering them, he was still slowed by the frost. It wasn't removed by the ability, the enemy still chilled to nearly the bone. Nick had no problems parrying and striking the orc back, cutting through the warrior's armor and into his flesh, sending more freezing energy inside. The mage had sent out a blast of flames from his staff, but Luna used her new skill and covered everyone with a flaming shield spell. A beam of light suddenly blasted at Jeffrey, and his body reflected the attack around the reptile she was fighting and into the mage, sending him flying. As the wounds piled up on the orc, and Nick's allies were proving their superiority, he felt vindication in the choices of his path. Facing against enemies with concepts of your own and winning was like proving yourself to the world of Orion itself. Nick's domain of frost and fealty was inexorable, capable of bringing a cold death to any that stood in his way. Meanwhile, it had controlled the battlefield just as he had hoped, his allies getting advantages against their respective enemies thanks to his aura. As Nick continued his fight against the orc, he tried to push this feeling into his fighting style. His father had also utilized a form of control with his style of fighting. Using his will and talent, he guided the enemy's blade just where he wanted it, a special pull on reality boosted by his concept. Nick would accomplish the same, just differently. Through the chains of his loyal brethren and the blistering cold, he would control their actions. Then, with his large blade and arcane superiority, he would dismantle them. The power of control. In his dominion of frost, none would find an advantage against his family, unless he fell. And as master of the battlefield, enhanced by his loyal subjects and lovers, none could be his match. He and the orc traded blows, Nick coming out on top of each exchange with ease. His body twisted impossibly to dodge, and his counters struck hard and hastened the freezing of the orc's body. While there was some form of healing effect within the orc from his essence, it wasn't able to work against the immense cold. The end was near. The orc roared again, his body bulking further, his essence pushed to its limits. Nick pushed his own essence further, his body bulking up as he met the orc warrior's attack with his monstrous blow. Despite the orc's concept of strength, Nick's blade met the powerful blow and only got pushed back slightly. Essence converged around Nick as he triggered the grasp of winter. Chains rose up and twisted into a mighty gauntlet larger than a person and wrapped around the orc. His body started to freeze over rapidly, but Nick dashed and thrust his blade at the orc, his soul blade of white light piercing the restricted orc's skull. The orc wasn't the first to die. Fang and Kaya had worked down one of the reptiles rapidly and had joined Jasper and Birdie on theirs. It turned out the reptiles had some sort of sharpness concept, which, when added to their claws, made their attacks even more deadly. Fang's ice-covered armor and shield managed to withstand the blows, regrowing any ice lost, and Kaya's axes, powered by her own sharpness concept, cut through the slowed creature's frozen limb, debilitating it. Sable had hunted the archer, eventually using her wraith form and bursting out of the shadows of a pillar and wounding him significantly with her shadow-covered spear. Irene and Rebecca had each blasted him and the mage with their light of wisdom, Luna and Irwin harassing them with ranged spells. All had used their concepts or convergence skills, pitting them against the enemy's concepts. His girls were all tested, taking down their challenging enemies. Challenge complete. Reward. Boss essence. Personalized rewards for each party member. Personal reward. Blade Soul Forge. Spirit Forge unlocked. Majority of boss essence to be sent to Enlightenment Chamber for all members with one assigned. Rest period of 4 hours, granted for recovery. A new gate had opened up on one of the walls, which, at a glance, Nick could see brought them back to the same rest area as before. As for the boss essence, only Jeffrey and Irene hadn't been allocated their own chamber as of yet, and so they were cultivating their essence presently. Nick and the girls all received some essence, but it wasn't all that substantial and wouldn't take them long to consume it. Orion appeared to only provide this for a bit of recovery, and it did help restore what was lost. The Spirit Forge was a welcome addition. In a way, it was like being granted 5,000 DP as a reward, as that was the cost of the add-on for his Blade Soul Forge. After witnessing his father's spirit in their duel, he had, of course, looked into it. Using the Spirit Forge, he could slowly coax a spirit to live within the focus and shape its existence with his will and efforts. Then, once the spirit was ready, it would need to be awakened using the Awakening Array. In a way, this was akin to creating a life. But it was like the life of a golem or automaton, a spirit that embodied whatever he hammered into its focus. Eventually, that spirit could become sapient and sentient, but at first, the spirit's perception of the world of Orion would be quite limited. This would allow him to focus his essence and mana within his soul blade to embody his path nearly at the level of a concept. His essence burst was like raw power focused into a beam of light. This would allow him to focus his essence directly into a being that embodied his dominion of frost and fealty, and aid him in battle in more unique ways. Looking over his party, Nick was happy to see everyone looking over their gains in their hands with more than a little pride and excitement. His beast and monsterfolk wives' tails were all wagging or swaying, and Rebecca and Irene's wings were fluttering. Jeffrey stared mutely at a shield with reflective properties, and Nick thought it was strange. His impression from his monsterfolk empathy seemed to gather that it was crying tears of joy. Just why? His body already did that. Most received upgraded weapons, and Nick was satisfied with the result. He had previously changed the loot focus of the ordeal to skills, but realized that this was a waste before they entered for this run. A majority of the skills earned outside classes were not that valuable for the elites of Orion, such as his party. They would be better served by creating their own skills by mastering their essence and auras instead. As an example, Nick had nearly mastered jumping on air, removing the need to use the skill, double jump. He currently needed the effect from his cloak to aid him, but soon he'd be able to accomplish it all on his own, without finding and using the skill called airwalk. When he managed the feat, he would be so much better off. as he'd be easier able to tune the skill and use it in different ways, including scaling it well beyond its original usage easier. In addition, the efficiencies of cost versus performance would be significant. His father also mentioned something about crowding his spirit, whatever that meant, and he assumed this could become more significant later. It was because of that he removed the individual floor rewards to enhance personalized rewards from the boss floors or on exit. It was like pooling all the rewards into a single, more powerful reward rather than one for each floor. Of course, it was abnormal to do much more than 5 floors on a single run, especially in the second stratum. In the third stratum, it would be more common to do a single floor, 2 if the ordeal balanced or tuned the challenge based around endurance or similar. Irwin received a ring, which the Orion system identified as a talisman of the spirits. She looked at it with wonder on her finger, her eyes lighting up as she tried to reach out to the elements.
I like this. It seems it helps me connect with spirits of all types. I can even feel Luna's totems better now.
Luna received a block of rare wood, which she could carve into a new, special totem. Nick didn't know a lot about it, but the more magical the wood, the more powerful of a spirit that could live inside, and thus the more spells or effects she might be able to call upon. Fang received a new spear, its jagged tip giving off frost energy. Because of her short stature, it looked more like a pike, but ultimately the spear was only a little longer than average for someone of Nick's height. Irene received an odd tome. At first glance, it seemed a lot like the tomes they had used to train their auras. But instead, with mana infused inside, it created a defensive aura. A small bubble would shimmer around them that reduced incoming damage for party members slightly, like a weak version of Irwin's Omni Barrier that refreshed rapidly. She flipped through the pages.
I love it! It's even got useful knowledge on auras inside.
Irene beamed, hugging the tome to her chest. Jasmine hummed, looking at her new polearm.
It takes my petrasilk and light essence well.
She shifted it to be covered in stone, and it began emitting light.
Not bad. It's not a big deal, but it'll allow me to be more frugal with my Nexus Core's essence.
Sable, too, received a spear compatible with her ice shadow, and Kaya obtained a wicked axe, which appeared to be highly compatible with her bestial essence. Rebecca, oddly, received a replacement gem for her staff. At the tip of the bishop's old staff was a gem of light and darkness, a strange pearl with a smoky haze. When she tried to channel her faith energy into it, since she was lacking darkness, it seemed there was a detriment to her skills and spells, making it harder or take longer for her to finish her attacks, even the holy blow she'd been using. Despite that, because it was such a unique and rare staff made of superior materials, was still worthwhile to use, so she had continued using it. With the replacement gem, it was likely to have a significant effect. Now she could properly use it to speed up her build-up of certain spells, like the Light of Wisdom. She was holding the gem in her hand, looking over it.
What should I do with the old gem? It seems special, Rebecca asked.
Nick could feel how special the gem was, and it called to him.
Let's see if Lumos can do anything with it. But we could just hang on to it. You never know. It might become useful later for you.
Rebecca looked doubtful.
But it's darkness. I'll never have any of that.
Maybe you won't, but I have it. And you're connected to me now. Forever. You never know.
Nick teased. Rebecca blushed, her wings fluttering.
Forever.
She seemed to enjoy the reminder of their pact. He kissed her on the cheek, And that started a cascade of Nick needing to give out head pats and kisses to the rest of his girls, a line forming, the girls all celebrating their victory with Nick.
You girls all did great. All of you were able to stand strong on your own. You too, Jeffrey. I saw you get in the face of that archer with your shields. Good work.
Jeffrey buzzed in response, but Nick could tell he was very proud somehow. Jasmine towered over him, and he flinched in response.
Yeah, good job, Jeffrey. You've been doing very well in your duties. I'm proud of you.
Jeffrey buzzed a response, but now it seemed worried somehow. Kaya looked between the two of them.
What's the deal with him? Why is he scared of you?
Rebecca frowned.
I know he's not the only one, too. Supposedly others have noticed that nearly all the beastfolk try to avoid her now.
Jasmine let out a breath.
I may have gone a little tough love on the beastfolk in the Path of Kings ordeal. The ordeal also seemed to get a little mad at me since I was carrying them so hard, so I was forced to, improvise with a little friendly fire. My beams of light attacks may have struck them a bit in order to kill all the enemies sometimes. These guys were sturdy, and I helped heal them up afterward. Anyway, I wasn't all that mean. It's just these beastfolk were a little cowardly and do not do well with stress, I guess. So, when I dragged some of them through the last few stages of the ordeal, literally, a few of them got a little traumatized.
Nick was more than a little shocked hearing this.
A little traumatized? You didn't know what was happening to them?
Jasmine shook her head.
I really didn't mean to. They are your precious subjects. How could I wish them harm? I mostly have a watered-down version of your monsterfolk empathy. I could tell they weren't happy with how hard I was pushing them, but I had believed it was for their own good. It wasn't until we got out that I realized how bad it was. For some of them, Jeffrey here was one of the worst, but it actually made him stronger. He wanted to be safe from my beams of light so bad, his body changed in response. That's amazing.
Jeffrey had a 1,000-eye, 1,000-yard stare into the distance as his body shook. He clutched his new shield with reverence, as if it would somehow protect him from Jasmine. In all, what Jasmine said was true. In truth, it wouldn't be possible for her to intentionally be so hateful and torturous to another pactor that it would traumatize them, as that would be a form of betrayal. It seemed she really stretched the limits of the soul pact, however. Jasmine sighed, addressing Jeffrey, who was shivering at her gaze.
I'm sorry, Jeffrey. I'll make it up to you and your people, I promise.
She turned to Nick.
I felt bad, so I've given them tons of essence pearls and delivered them plenty of food, all from my personal efforts. It's why I took so long to arrive at Silverbrook. All that hunting I do hasn't been just for me, but for them, too. And it has had some positive effects. Some of them have become very motivated, even if it's just to overcome my tyranny.
She sighed.
I've tried to be nice to all of them, but it feels like they are just waiting for the other shoe to drop, perhaps imagining what would happen if I got them alone in the ordeal again. But the truth is, I can't even drag them like I did before anymore, now that I know.
Damn. Well, it's good that you're trying to make things right. Maybe when they can communicate better, you can give them a real apology and sort all of this out.
The party finished absorbing what they received of the boss essence, and Nick reached the 16th level, despite receiving a small amount. Jasmine would only gain levels once they left, Because her progression was focused on the Nexus core, she would need to wait to return to her chamber to level up at all. Even refilling it with pure light energy for her concept's usage was difficult here in the ordeal, taking special resources. Only the boss essence could really be used to recharge it, hence why she had been frugal about using her beams of light. But Jasmine, she was also holding back for another reason. As it stood now, Jasmine was stronger than the rest of their party, even Nick. And it wasn't just because her petrasilk body was large and strong or her webbing was overpowered. As soon as she had kick-started her concept with the bottled one and properly synchronized with her Nexus core, she was able to manifest her will, demonstrating her mastery over her light concepts that were far above their current stratum. She held back because if she just blasted everything dead with light rays of death, then Nick and everyone would not be tested. Not only that, but if she carried them in this way, just who knows what the Keeper might do to try to scale the challenge. There was no such thing as a free lunch when it came to the ordeal. To be rewarded for the opportunities it provided required people to take appropriate risks. This was likely why the ordeal got mad at Jasmine for carrying the beastfolk through. It scaled up the tests so that while she was carrying everyone, they were appropriately put in danger. From the sound of it, Jasmine was swarmed with so many enemies that she had to ignore line of sight in order to kill them all, injuring those she was protecting, becoming the danger and test that the beastfolk received. It was for that reason that Jasmine would only use her full power if Nick was at risk of dying. Apparently, up to now, she had only used the beams of light without even infusing her concept into it, with few exceptions. With how strong her beams already were, the thought was rather chilling. This made him feel even better about dealing with Blackthorne in the future, but she was not at her full strength even still. In the second stratum, it was only possible to reach the middle mastery, at least with a singular concept. With her talent, she could probably blend more than one, allowing it to exceed that power, however. On top of that, she could actually exceed this middle mastery limitation for a singular attack thanks to her true mastery, but it would shatter her Nexus core. Whatever power she was able to accomplish, it would only be for a brief instant, unless they reached the third stratum themselves. Thankfully, Irwin, who was stuck for now, would have much of her earned essence stored in her chamber as well, as she elected to do so before they entered. There was a limit to how much could be stored within her chamber, but once she was ready to proceed with her class, she should catch up rapidly. Especially with Nick's essence sharing that he provided his wives, which helped keep their progress relatively even as he desired it. After resting up for a time in the lounging area, they were eventually ready to continue. Nick stood up and addressed the party.
So, now it's time for the second stretch of the ordeal. We've made excellent time, but who knows what's going to come up next. Each level will make a big difference in Frosthaven's potential, and make our future run simpler. So let's do the best we can.
Chapter 30. The Heroic Test of Might. Once again, Nick found himself alone with his soul servants on the other side of the portal. He was now in a dark cavern, with Birdie and Jasper observing the surroundings.
Just us three again, huh? Strange. I wonder if everyone else is by themselves.
Test of teamwork. Your party has been separated, being placed in a challenging position. Fight and navigate the maze to rejoin your party, using your cunning and skills to escape from the chimera trying to devour you specifically. Test will be considered complete when you reunite with your party successfully, without the chimera in range. Optional heroic test of might. Defeat the chimera for substantial reward.
Chimera? Shit.
Nick then groaned as he finished reading the prompt.
And another heroic test.
He was getting a bit tired of how the ordeal truly loved finding ways to send him curveballs, so he tried to look at the bright side. This test would greatly reward him and the rest of his party, making it quite the opportunity. A deadly one, but it was what he needed.
You know what? Bring it.
Nick studied the cavern he was in. There were 3 branching paths around him, and he was surprised to see that one of the paths became rather narrow. He doubted that the chimera could possibly fit through. So, Nick would potentially have other avenues of escape, besides just running. He could possibly hide for a time. Still, he was unclear what the best route to take would be. He sighed.
Would have been nice if they at least gave me my maid or butler. Oh, that's right.
He closed his eyes and did his best to sense Jasmine.
Looks like I have a cheat. Can feel where they are. And they're all together.
His party was already fighting off enemies, working their way through the caverns toward him, Jasmine and Irwin each capable of locating him through their special connections. Currently, the enemies they were facing had the reflective skins like the dogs on the 4th floor, so Kaya was needing to be careful with her new axe's devastating attacks, or she might lose a limb. This floor reminded him of the 6th floor a bit, where the party was split up. This time it wasn't expected that he'd be able to lead, however, and instead it was up to his party to have the skills needed to find and rescue him in time. He would try to take on the chimera on his own, but he already knew they were bad news, thanks to Irwin and Irene's discussion. They were in the 3rd stratum at a minimum, and would certainly be a challenge even for his elite party. That was a test of might. It was a difficult challenge that only the best of the best could accomplish. The rewards for those were substantial, and in a way it was often even harder than facing a boss. A rare opportunity, but also dangerous. Jasper was sniffing the ground, and Nick wasn't really sure which path to take. From watching his wives through his connection, he could tell the paths were winding, and both rose and lowered in elevation. The one that headed closest to their direction wasn't for sure going to take him to them. Now he kind of wished he had Winnie's map skill.
Well, Bertie, Jasper, where do you think the chimera is? Should we just wait here for them to get closer first?
It was as if the chimera itself wanted to answer the question, because he both heard and felt a reverberating roar. It was coming from the opposite direction of his party, and it did feel like quite the distance away.
Hope none of these take me to a dead end. Let's move.
Nick leaped on top of Jasper's back, holding onto his fur behind Bertie. His frost warg began its trek through the caves, moving quickly despite the darkness. Bats swarmed them suddenly from an adjacent cavern, but Bertie struck them with shards of ice with a mere wave of its staff and an angry chirp. Jasper hardly slowed his movement, and eventually some type of cat leaped down from above, Nick cleaving it with a blade wave before it had a chance to do so much as scratch them. Other ambush predators and numerous creatures attempted to slow them down as they continued down the cavernous path. But Nick's blade wave, combined with Bertie, had no trouble slaying any creatures that appeared or would attempt to trail them. He ignored the lost loot, knowing it was important to make the best time he could. From watching the remainder of his party, they had it a lot more difficult. Perhaps because there were more of them, the number of enemies that barred their path were more dangerous and significant in number. Or maybe it was because their section of the maze was just more challenging. Kaya was a whirling dervish of axes, but some enemies were sturdy and managed to push even her back, given she was trying to save her concept's usage. Jasmine used her new spear combined with her weight to pierce thick shells, and then it wasn't long before Kaya had elemental weapons granted to help her defeat their defenses. His pack and his wives worked with brutal efficiency, fighting with purpose to clear the way to Nick. Nick eventually reached another branching path, only this time with more possible exits. And Nick sighed as he checked his connection once more. He was closer now, but they had a long ways to go. Another roar echoed through the cavern, and it sounded closer. It was gaining on them, despite their speed.
Damn, just how would someone else manage this? We gotta step up our game. Let's see if we can watch for a narrow part of the passage, and block it off if we can.
Jasper continued his run, picking the path heading in the direction of Nick's party. Eventually, Nick saw a spot where a rock was near the entrance of a tunnel, so he directed Jasper to push it into the path. Then, Birdie froze it with ice, melding the rock with the path before continuing. This only took them a few seconds, and clawing out the boulder would take far longer, Nick imagined. They continued on, fighting through various creatures that got in their way, but they were hardly a challenge. He only found one more location where sealing another path made sense to do. As they closed in on their allies, Nick didn't really want to risk potentially closing off his path to freedom. But a roar from the Chimera, closer than ever, made him doubt his strategy.
Shit, it's like we didn't slow it down at all. Maybe it took better alternate paths? Hurry it up, Jasper. Burn some essence and pick up the pace.
Jasper howled, the monstrous essence within him building. He then launched himself forward, his speed much greater than before. The wolf certainly couldn't keep this up forever, but it might buy them some more time. Nick wondered just how hiding would even work for this damn thing. It felt like it knew right where he was, choosing the perfect path to catch him. Perhaps it was really tuned in order to test him. Nick had many advantages, and in order to test him, the difficulty would need to be ramped up to become a challenge, making it nearly impossible for most anyone. Watching his party through his connections, he saw that they were now split into 2 groups to increase the likelihood that they found the right path. They were getting closer, and the number of enemies they faced were thinning, it appeared. It was likely they were arriving at his side or half of the maze of caves. As Nick reached the next branching paths, the roar from the monster felt extremely near, the cavern shaking. Before Nick could even decide which path to take, the Chimera bolted in from another corridor with preternatural agility. It looked as Nick knew of chimeras. It was a large lion or cat creature, the size of a smaller city bus. With a snake for a tail and a goat's torso and head on its back, it matched the Greek mythological creature, other than that they gave off a black, dangerous aura. The powerful monster was here, but his party was still a ways away. Jasmine had broken off and ran alone for speed now, but it'd take her some time. If this was meant to be a major challenge for his entire party, he probably wouldn't last long on his own, even with Jasper and Birdie's help. So, he'd just have to keep running. He gave his orders.
Do your best to harass it and slow it down without getting taken out. It's after me.
Nick leaped up into the air off of Jasper's back and used double jump to arrive at the narrow path above. With a roar, the Chimera ran into the cavern toward him before shooting a large ball of flame from the lion's head. Nick tumbled and dashed into the small cave with a roll, the ball missing and striking the top of the cavern. The ground shook from the explosion, and seeing that made it clear why their little blockage hadn't worked very well. Perhaps it simply blasted the ice away and pushed the rock in a mere moment. With the smoke and dust clearing from the explosion, Nick walked and looked back to see what the creature might do now that it couldn't really fit and come after him. Was this how he was supposed to run or hide from it? Just hide in these smaller pathways? The Chimera was much more interested in chasing Nick than his soul servants, even as they pelted it with ice. Jasper was sending lances of ice, while Birdie squawked in anger and sent countless feather-shaped blades of ice into the back of the creature as it began to approach the wall to climb. It had some kind of special aura, and its effect was somewhat different from the strange force barrier from the golem he faced. The monster was in the 3rd stratum, which meant that its power over its concept would toughen it in ways that were difficult to predict. In the 3rd stratum, the body would start to become one with one's concept, making it more sturdy almost no matter what it was. As the concept got stronger, it replaced reality with its own characteristics. Ice seemed to be accumulating, but the creature was largely shrugging it off. With another roar as it watched Nick at the top, the snake extended from its tail, elongating an impossible amount in pursuit of him.
Shit!
Drawing his shield from his back and using hardened skin to be safe, he smacked it aside before slicing into the snake with his soul blade of white light. To his surprise, the snake's head was cut off entirely, and it retracted its tail. The decapitated head tried to twist and bite him, but Nick pierced its skull, causing it to disperse into a smoky haze. With how easy that was, perhaps it could regenerate rapidly. The Chimera began to climb up the wall of the cavern in an effort to get closer, but Birdie coated the wall with a thin layer of ice, sending it tumbling to the ground. Birdie laughed with a cawing sound, taunting the creature as it pumped its staff up and down triumphantly from where it rode on Jasper's back. Rather than play or watch this game any longer, Nick retreated down the narrow tunnel. He could hear the Chimera stomping through the tunnel to chase shortly after, and Birdie and Jasper with their squawks and howls as they chased. When he reached the other side, Nick groaned. It was like a shortcut to the next section, and it was how he could have gotten much further ahead if he had ditched Jasper and Birdie. But how could he have known? Perhaps he should have sent them to harass it from the beginning and snuck through the caves instead. He could still hear Jasper and Birdie harassing the Chimera as it chased him, so he continued down the path most likely to reach his party. He felt that Jasmine was getting very close, having barreled through the cavern, ignoring all the enemies in her way. And Nick was not slower than Jasper the Frostwarg in a sprint. With his essence chains, his body bulked up as he dashed through the corridors toward her. Nick continued down the paths and carved a path through the enemies effortlessly as he moved through rapidly. He used his essence while only holding back on his concept, wanting to make sure he had enough in the tank for when they turned around and fought. Reaching the next series of branching paths, Nick was happy to see Jasmine ready for him. She smiled in triumph as a webbing shot out from her wrist and landed on his chest.
Master! There you are! A yoink!
The Chimera had stormed into the room, spotting Nick, just as he got tugged away by Jasmine's webbing, his stomach lurching from the sudden acceleration as he flew into the next cavern. She cushioned him as she caught his body, and then blurred through the passage with him stuck to her back, even as creatures attempted to nip at her rock-covered legs. She ignored them and rushed to the next cave, and he could tell she was even faster than Jasper was, her spider body traversing the diverse terrain effortlessly, her mastery over the body essence of her new body impressive. When they arrived in the next branching cavern, his wives were all waiting, and arches rose from the ground. Test complete. Continue to the next floor. Enter the portal and arrive in the safe zone, rejecting heroic test of might. Fang banged her new spear against her shield.
We're doing this, right? Let's beat this jerky cat for trying to kill Boss.
Kaya brandished her new axe.
It'll be a tough battle, but if we win, the rewards will be significant,
Nick said.
You girls really surprised me in that last boss battle, beating the challenge almost effortlessly. We came here to be tested. The usual challenge is just not enough for us. Let's do this.
When the Chimera stormed into the large, branching cavern, his party was spread out and ready. Rebecca and Irene's Light of Wisdom orbs were floating above them, along with Jasmine's own orb of light. The 3 orbs shot out their blasts of light, and Sable and Irwin shot their bows. Nick had donned his cloak of twilight, light, and stood next to Fang and Jasmine at the front, with Kaya to his right and Luna to his left. Luna's totems pulsed, granting him the strength of the earth and a flaming barrier, ready to protect them from the Chimera's fiery breath. The Chimera roared in response, but rather than breathe flames, it slashed its paw out. There was a blur around the creature's paw, and it looked like there were 1,000 cutting knives floating around it, like a river of knives. A wave of gray was released from the paw, and it slashed through the oncoming attacks before continuing toward Nick. The wave had been reduced by the attacks, and Nick, Jasmine, and Fang held their shields together, each covered in essence. The river of blades struck and parted around as Nick and the girls got knocked back slightly. A few blades managed to sneak by and strike their armors, but their auras and essence protection within Jasmine's crafted armor was enough beyond a few minor cuts. Their shields had all been cut with deep scratches. The sharpness of the creature's concept was powerful. The goat on its back then bleated, its gaze turning to Nick, and the snake did the same move as before, stretching as it came for him as the Chimera burst toward him.
Looks like this thing still wants me.
You can't have, Boss!
Fang said. Then she howled and rushed toward the Chimera, along with Jasmine. Nick and Kaya were not far behind, and he could feel that Kaya was already building up toward her charged strike. Her new convergence skill, which was like a whirlwind of her cutting essence, likely wouldn't be that useful in this battle, but her concept was more direct and deadly. He sent a few blade waves at the monster, but it dashed left and right in its approach, avoiding them as Jasmine and Fang reached it. Despite the monster's large size, it was swift and nimble. Jasmine's polearm struck the monster first, drawing a small amount of blood. As the blade struck, however, Nick saw the stone which she grew around the tip had chipped off. It wasn't the monster's hardness, but this odd barrier that was surrounding the creature, like it was protected by an invisible cutting edge. The same thing happened to Fang's spear a moment later, which sent shards of ice scattering around it. In retaliation, the Chimera swiped at Jasmine, but she met its blow with her shield covered in stone light, which somewhat blinded the creature. She got knocked back slightly from the Chimera's blow, but continued her attacks with her weapon. When Nick reached the Chimera, he could feel the oppressive weight of the monster's concepts. While it had a strange cutting one, there was more. A vile curse of some kind lied in wait, and its flames would burn with intense heat. He slashed with his sword at the monster's chest, its head above where he could reach from the ground. As his blade connected, he felt the resistance of the concept. His blade still dug in, sending cold into its flesh, but the attack didn't reach anything important. Even without the cutting edge, the monster's hide and muscle beneath it was thick and sturdy. Monsters often had stronger bodies, and ones with powerful bloodlines like this one were even more substantially so. Nick's frost aura was completely ignored, and he knew that even if he had chosen to use his will to enhance it, the effect would be minimal. The enemy was just that much stronger, each of its 3 concepts above theirs. The goat's gaze landed on Nick, its eyes billowing with darkness and hate from above and behind the lion's head. Irwin was ready for this, it seemed, as an omni-barrier glittering stardust surrounded him. He covered himself with his white cloak with a flourish of his hand before black light wrapped around him nearly instantly. This curse targeted the core of his being, at some level attacking the essence of him and his very soul. Despite their efforts, Nick felt the effects of the curse as it burrowed its way through his defenses. He was drastically weakened, his body filled with lethargy, his vitality draining from him. The snake then whipped wildly from the back of the lion, zigzagging around and between his nearby allies, and he could see the snake was covered by the same darkness. At this moment, he understood that these two attacks were linked. Those hit by the curse, then bitten by the snake, would surely die. But Nick wasn't weakened as much as he should have been, thanks to Irwin and his cloak's efforts. Drawing out his heroic concept, adding to his cloak ability, his body was infused with substantial power. His blade bisected the snake's head with a strong swing. The chimera howled in pain as it lost this creature's head, and Nick could see the smoky haze returning to the back of the monster to reform the snake's head. Sable and Irwin's arrows each struck the goat's head, and a similar scene played out. The goat, torso, and head dispersed into a smoky haze. It looked like by keeping the creature's heads destroyed, they could keep it from using its deadly combination. Alone, however, the snake or the goat weren't that difficult to manage. He voiced his thoughts.
Keep the goat head dead if you can. If I'm hit by the curse and the snake, I don't think I'll live.
The chimera then breathed a burst of flame at Nick, but Fang's shield of frost appeared in front of him, taking the brunt of the blast as she stabbed into its nearby leg. Luna's fiery barrier covered him through their connection, her concept fragment helping by improving his traits. The barrier absorbed the remaining fiery energies after Fang's ice barrier shattered, even as the concept enhanced the flame, causing it to burn exceptionally hot. The air in the cavern heated up, the air becoming too hot to even breathe, and it was definitely at or above the levels of the lava elemental they faced. Those forced to stay near in the melee protected themselves with their auras, allowing them to stay in the fight. Kaya's axes, including her new, deadlier axe, each cut into the monster's rear, cutting deeply into its hind leg with her concept as she swung and spun, her 3 tails adding onto her number of cuts to the monster. Jasper, with a very angry, squawking birdie, barreled into its other leg, knocking it off balance. The pair finally caught up to the much faster chimera, ice spreading into its body as they rained icy attacks onto the monster.
"This thing's hide is crazy strong, and it's healing fast!"
Kaya shouted from the other side, and Nick could see that she was right. The cuts Nick had managed were already healing over, the frost being repelled as well. He tried to wrap his chains around the chimera, but found without his concept, it was even worse than the force golem he faced, like sending them into a wood chipper. The chains shattered into shards of ice nearly on contact. He would try to twist them together like he had learned, but he would save them for a critical moment. Jasmine had fired some webbing around the large beast, but it didn't seem her more physical webbing could latch on thanks to its aura for the same reason. The curse of weakness seemed to wear off not long after the goat was killed, so Nick tried to do as much damage as he could in a short time by pushing his concept and continuing through the stanzas of his ideal. His blade cut the flesh of the enemy, sending chilling energy through its body as he spun and twisted, slashing into it several times. The party had the chimera surrounded, but its odd healing capabilities nearly kept up with the damage they were doing. It swung its claws wide as Nick dodged or parried using his sword and cloak, and the Sea of Knives aura was sent out in wide arcs, striking all but him. Each of those near protected themselves with their essence as best they could, but cuts were scored along their armor. Rebecca and Irene kept to the outskirts of the battle, the two swooping near enough to reach them with their healing. They were forced to stop using their Light of Wisdom attacks to keep up with the amount of damage they were receiving. The chimera moved deftly, dashing between his allies and sending out bursts of flame toward Nick, or trying to bite and claw him. Jasmine and Fang each met claw strikes with their shields as they continued to try to wound the sturdy beast, and as Nick reached the fourth stanza of his ideal, the goat and snake finished rematerializing. The chimera roared, and it felt like it wanted to take Nick down quickly. Surging forth, the chimera brought its claw down on Nick, once again covered in its dangerous sharpness. Nick's monstrous blow triggered as he was covered in stardust from Irwin's arrow striking the goat, and Luna's connection pulsed, his arms bulking to a near comical level. It appeared somehow their abilities improving the effectiveness of his traits stacked. With a shout, Nick's swing, backed by his heroic concept, met the incoming paw, and sliced off several fingers at once, and biting into its front paw, deflecting it to the side. It groaned in pain before Jasmine crashed into it from the side, using all her weight and strength, her spear piercing deeply into its shoulder. The light on the end of her spear brightened, sending piercing light into its body, and Sable finished off the goat before it could complete building up its unavoidable curse with a well-aimed shot of her bow, and Kaya cut off the snake's tail. The chimera roared and batted Jasmine away with its other paw, and leaped with its hind legs forward, clawing toward Nick. Fang had built up and then used her convergence skill, becoming a giant ball of ice, and crashed into the monster, sending it to the side away from Nick. She then howled, shattering and sending as much ice from the surrounding area into the monster as she could, stabbing out with her long spear repeatedly into its flesh. Birdie and Jasper added more ice in their attacks, the shards stabbing into the chimera's back. Irwin and Luna's lances of ice pierced into the creature as well, and Sable had entered Nick's shadow, getting ready for her deadly hunt. Wounds were now truly building up, frost spreading across its body from the party's efforts and countering its healing capabilities. And now, Rebecca and Irene's blessing arrived at Nick, filling him with Seraphera's faith. It joined the muscles on his body, already enhanced by his cloak of twilight and bursting with light and dark essence from his concept and ideal. Everyone was doing all they could to wound this thing, so Nick channeled what he needed into his soul blade to trigger essence burst. He pushed some of his heroic concept inside and found that some of it took, along with much of the faith energy and his wife's devotion energy billowing inside him. He raised his soul blade above his head, readying himself to use Blade Wave. Nick also added everything that was in his necklace, pushing his mental energy to the maximum. Sensing the power behind Nick's attack, the chimera roared as its weight on the world became heavier, its body billowing with essence and laced with its will. It then breathed out its powerful flames, which gathered into a sphere in front of it. It then slashed into the flames with its good paw, just as Nick swung down, releasing his essence-burst-enhanced blade wave. Flaming knives exploded out in an arc, sending them at Nick's party, and Jasmine sent out a glimmering curtain of stone light, laced with something he hadn't felt before. His body was covered with goosebumps, and he felt like if he touched that curtain he would be consumed, body and soul. a light that annihilated anything, reducing it to nothing but a soul, dust, or plasma, food for a monster, cooked and ready to be devoured. Given that her nexus core didn't shatter, he realized, while it was probably several concepts of light, perhaps monstrous light, all at once, she had still restricted things to their stratum in magnitude. That she had done it to protect his wives rather than just eliminate the boss showed she was merely tipping the scales lightly with her action. Like a mirror of Nick's original downward swing, his vertical wave met the Chimera's explosive horizontal fan of blades. Nick's essence burst cut through the core of the attack and struck the Chimera's chest. The area around its head had dense shards of knives and flames, so his blade of light did little more than scratch its face. The blade striking its chest down the center pierced deeply, however, the monster giving a pained wail as it was pushed back. Meanwhile, Jasmine's curtain caught a large portion of the flaming blades in a spread close to the creature. However, it didn't catch them all. Many of these knives skirted the edge of the curtain, going wide. Flaming knives pierced into Nick's allies that were on the outskirts of the battlefield, the girls giving off pained shouts, even as Irene's bubbles from her new tome and Luna's fiery shields protected them. It seemed Irene had nearly got the worst of it, but Geoffrey was ready with his shields, protecting her from several knives stabbing into her. Bertie and Jasper had defended themselves with a wall of frost, but leaped out after weathering the storm, and then continued blasting the Chimera with freezing cold from behind. Roaring as her body enlarged further from behind the Chimera, Kaya released her charged strike, swinging her axe down powerfully from above the now prone lion. The feral essence infused with pure sharpness on her axe blasted through the creature's shoulder, shearing off its arm and cutting deeply into its chest. The Chimera was wounded, but it wasn't done. It breathed deadly flames out and sent another wave of knives out with its claw. Jasmine and Fang blocked the waves, but took damage to their shields and bodies, grunting with pain as their respective protections were shredded by the intense sharpness of the monster's concepts. Luna had hid behind their shields, her body cut up as well. With a shout, Nick's twined chains could finally wrap around its heavily wounded body. His chains pinned the Chimera's hind legs together and to the ground, keeping the monster's body prone to the ground as it was about to give an angry roar, flames gathering in its throat, and the darkness was rising around where the goat and snake's body were coalescing. Then, Sable used her convergence skill, rising from the shadows behind the Chimera, which were caused by Nick's bright white light. Her spear, coated in an immense amount of darkness and cold, pierced through the monster's wounded chest, destroying the monster's core. The light left its eyes, the monster defeated. Nick looked warily at where the goat's haze would gather, ready to blast it with a frost shock. But the shadows dispersed, and the body remained unmoving.
Fuck, the one time I was ready. It didn't have a die move, huh?
The Chimera truly defeated, Nick let out a pleased sigh as he put away his soul blade. Irene and Rebecca rushed over to those wounded by the Chimera's last attack, healing and removing the flames from their pierced bodies. The concept from the Chimera made the wounds difficult to heal, but thankfully the knife-like blades were relatively small and thin. Still, Rebecca got some work with her sacrificial concept, erasing the blades and enabling her to heal them efficiently. The concept might have been born by her being willing to give her all to help Nick, but it was ultimately born from her immense compassion. It could be used for others' sake as well. Heroic Test of Might completed. Party Reward. Enhanced DP Reward. Personal Reward. minor tempering and trait enhancement, boss essence, bonus safe zone provided on the next floor on entry. While the reward for the climb of the Path of Kings was to pool the rewards for exit, he had found that he was not allowed to tweak the Hero's Path ordeal at all. It gave the rewards when it felt like it, and the challenge was at the level that Orion decided. Nick and his whole party were bathed in mysterious energies, a trait improved for each person. When that happened, several things seemed to occur at once. He felt a connection to his soul blade improved, but also his connection to Irwin and his wolfen girls. Enhanced Soul Blade Connection trait improved to Soul Blade Resonance +2 Body +5 Soul. Old +0.5 Body +1 Soul. Your connection to your soul blade has improved to allow for even more malleability within the blade, and the maximum output has increased. Through this connection, you can perform light telekinesis and keep the blade powered away from your body, enabling you to throw it and return it to you. This connection also allows a greater connection to your soul blade during soul forging, extending this connection to the spirit inside the focus. Nick fell to his knees, exhausted. They had won, and they had all become more as a result. Chapter 31. The Rest and Relaxation. Irwin looted the Chimera, and then they dragged themselves through the portal. Once again, only Geoffrey and Irene would gain much from the boss essence at the moment, and they were provided plenty to work through. Arriving in the next floor's safe zone, Nick let out a happy sigh as his party walked in, and he looked over where it put them for 12 hours of rest. It was as if the ordeal were rewarding them by giving them a taste of their home. There was no place he'd rather rest in than their own house, though he knew it wasn't quite the same. Vi wasn't available, after all, and the fridge was empty. The hallway was cut off, and they only had access to his room and shower, along with a guest room for Irene and Geoffrey, but it was still a place shaped a lot like their home. Everyone shrugged off their equipment, switching to their at-home clothing. Jasper and Bertie went to go rest in the corner, though Irwin quickly tossed them some uncooked high-essence meats and other items obtained from the ordeal to help them recover and grow. For Rebecca and Irene, getting comfortable just meant removing the inner layer of leather armor, leaving their habits or robes and underclothes. For the rest, they either wore their usual sundresses or workout attire, or the maid outfit in the case of Jasmine. Nick always switched to another pair of his robes, with his boxers underneath. The party took some time getting changed, while Geoffrey went to go rest in the guest room to cultivate his earned boss essence. Once they finished, they all returned to the living room, and Irwin and Jasmine immediately started maintenance on their armors. Nick sat down on the couch. The wolfen girls quickly crowded around him, ready to receive their head pats and ear scratches. Rebecca and Irene worked to restore the party. Many wounds had been cut on their bodies from the Chimera, and healing their wounds would take some time. Looking over what his girls had gained from the heroic test of might, the idea that his wolfen girls' mated trait was the one that was improved felt a bit silly. Still, it was an excellent trait, and the enhancement had boosted what was already there. The trait had reinforced their actions with ambient essence when they were near Nick, their mate. Then it had also improved their proficiency with soul and ice magic, so all of that was also improved by the enhancement. But there was a little more. It seemed the slight connection Luna and Irwin previously had were now one that Fang and Sable could enjoy, at least when they were near. Then it was like Luna's pack-bound resonance had benefited, enhancing her connection to a higher level. It was now effortless, and worked to connect to Nick from anywhere now. Irwin's soul-packed connection upgraded, and now it was like Nick could always feel her and Luna just like Jasmine on some level. For Winnie, the special single spell per day that could even be cast from outside the ordeal would now be boosted. The connection could last a little longer for spells like her healing, too, so her ability to aid him in any situation had improved yet again. Rebecca looked over how happy the Wolfen girls were, bouncing as Nick laughed and rewarded them with ear scratches, the girls beaming about their improved pack connection. She touched her ice lotus necklace.
Those girls sure bounce back fast from their wounds, don't they? I can't help but feel a little left out. My connection was the only one that didn't improve.
Oh, Becca.
Nick hugged her from behind and held her hand in his, which established a small connection, and he knew this action would remind her of their many dates and their night together. It scrunched her soft wings a little, but he knew it didn't make her uncomfortable.
You and I got our own special things, our moments together. You don't need to compare, do you? They are different, but no less special.
Rebecca smiled, and he could feel essence transfer over their small connection.
You're right, and I did just get this devotion core. Perhaps someday. Still, I love our tether. We should... soon, I hope.
She trailed off, noticing her mother was present. Nick nodded and sent his agreement, and cleared his throat.
Which trait of yours was enhanced?
Rebecca blushed as his message was received. With a smile, she answered,
It seems it chose my new arcane trait, soul-bound, the one that limits us to only being able to cultivate the soul to improve. I am quite thankful for it, as in the future it would have limited my ability to cultivate my mind as Seraphera's faithful. Now I can benefit from mind cultivation, Seraphera's mantras, in more numerous ways.
Irwin said,
That's great. I had been curious how any arcane wives could be administrator classes, but perhaps there are means like this to circumvent or support it.
Rebecca nodded.
Also, my mental power, which helps with my spiritual shouts, is now boosted by a larger percentage of my soul power levels as well.
It was something Nick hadn't much considered. He had only seen the benefits, as it allowed him to focus on soul cultivation and still get boosts to areas of his mind. However, a few specializations would be crippled as a result and would need to work around the disadvantages. Perhaps the ancestral archives would include more methods to bridge the gap, but he was sure a fully mental specialized race would be superior in numerous ways, and that could not fully be overcome with methods or traits, only brought to a relatively level playing field. Then again, angels were one such race. Perhaps this was why Rebecca received such trait benefit. Jasmine was stitching their armor, repairing the damage to the inner layers of their armor. Nick had his robes often over his plastic armor, but everyone else had opted for a thick cloth layer underneath their Drakescale armors.
Do not worry, Becca. I believe once Master learns what's possible with his soul magic, he may be able to improve all our connections at will. I know there is an assortment of spells that he is currently unable to use. Soon he should have a lot of utility once he learns what's possible in the ancestral archives.
Irene was working through healing each of the girls, like Rebecca. She perked up from her actions at the mention of the ancestral archives.
Oh, goody! I can't wait. Do we really have to do another floor? Getting 11 to 16 done in a single run is good enough, isn't it?
Nick chuckled, to think the much younger daughter was the more diligent one.
The 17th was the low end of my goal. If the next stage takes more than a week, I think heading back after its completion will be the plan, though. We'll simply train more outside of the ordeal prior to our assault on Shadowvale.
Irene pouted.
Aw, I guess that's why you're the hero. So hard-working. It's no wonder you've progressed so quickly. You're tested on a higher level thanks to your personal efforts, the Path of Kings, and the 3 other ordeals in Frosthaven. I'm a bit worried about the incoming tribulations, but I can tell you are working hard to prepare for those as well.
Kaya replied,
Orion's tribulations matter little if Blackthorne and a large army of bandits shows up. Everything Nick has done has been in preparation for that. If a tribulation comes before then, it'll be risky for us, but it'll only help us prepare for Blackthorne even more when we succeed.
Rebecca seemed a little worried, her wings fluttering as she continued healing, her hand sending white healing light onto Fang.
I worry about innocents being harmed in Frosthaven if a tribulation happened. But you're right. The one that hit Zura had many casualties, even if those who survived had gained a lot. We'll just have to do our best to protect those who cannot defend themselves.
Kaya said,
Of course, we'll all do our best. Nick wouldn't accept anything less for his people. At least a majority of the people in Frosthaven are used to hardship at this point. Renzu will also help with that, and so will the orcs and monsterfolk. We have quite the wide variety of people in Frosthaven now, and many of them are quite capable.
Rebecca nodded with a smile.
It is reassuring, the allies we've gained. Zura used to be a singular people, but now they've joined a much more diverse community.
Her face scrunched up.
It's a true shame that it's necessary, but given the danger of this shard, we cannot afford to be weak. This is usually the case on Orion, but something seems different compared to our records.
Irene hummed.
You might be right, but frontier shards are simply more chaotic. When the open relay is formed, it's known to be a stabilizer.
Irwin brought out snacks as they recovered essence and healed, and Jasmine, Irwin, and Luna worked to heat up some food from their packs. They recovered their essence, and when the food was done, Geoffrey joined them. Nick was amazed to see that Geoffrey had already grown larger as a result of the boss essence, and perhaps his trait being improved. His sleek body had now returned to its stout nature, being a little taller and nearly as wide as the original barrel-shaped body he had before the evolution. Geoffrey and Irene left the main room to the guest room for some rest, the latter now able to focus on absorbing the boss essence. Kaya had actually fallen asleep while eating once again, her belly packed with meat. Jasmine and Irwin had to spend some time repairing the rest of their equipment, so, after eating, Nick and the rest of his wives snuck off to the bedroom to start to relax. The 3 wolfling girls ran over to the bed and began bouncing on it in excitement. Rebecca had followed with a blush, holding Nick's hand. Sitting on the edge of the bed with Rebecca on his left, Nick got out his beloved tool from his chest pouch, the brush.
Yes! It's here! Who's first?
Fang bounced up and down, her tail wagging. The 3 started jumping even higher, laughing with excitement. Rebecca laughed as she looked over her shoulder.
It's always cute to see how excited they get.
It's too bad I don't have extra hands like Jasmine. Come here, Fang, and you girls settle down now. We're here to relax and rest, to prepare ourselves for the next challenge.
Yes, sir!
Fang saluted and then landed on his lap, and Luna sat on Nick's right, leaning up against him. Nick felt a feeling of togetherness with his pack, and Rebecca seemed to feel it a little as well, from where she held her hand.
And enjoy a little too, right, boss?
Sable asked, as she landed on her butt on the other side of Rebecca and leaned into her with a hug. Rebecca used her free hand to hug back and even scratched her ears.
Of course,
Nick said, as he began brushing his wolfen girl's short blue hair atop her head. As usual, she sat a little askew on his inner lap, allowing her tail to wag more freely to his side as he worked. She sighed as she leaned into him, resting her back and side against his chest. Rebecca had leaned against his shoulder, the party all relaxing together as he continued to brush, only the sound of the brush and their soft breathing filling the room.
You girls all did wonderfully,
Nick said, as he moved down to brush her tail. Lifting it with one hand, the brush parsed the fur with little resistance. Even after fighting in several battles, there were still no tangles and her fur hardly required it. Still, he could feel her enjoyment, her soul vibrating with his, a pleasant thrumming that relaxed his and her body with every stroke. Fang sighed.
Fighting is fun, but I could live with a lot more tail brushing too.
Sable chuckled.
Is that so? You could live with being pampered by Boss more often? Oh, me too.
Luna smiled at Fang fondly from the side.
You're such a hard worker and good girl, Fang, but you should also think about pampering Boss too.
What? I pamper Boss too? Why,
She had her index finger raised and her mouth open, but then she froze for a moment and then tilted her head.
Oh no! Am I really so selfish?
She began to pout, and her eyes began to tear up, her ears going flat on her head. Nick scratched between her flattened ears.
That's okay, Fang. You do pamper me. You watch over our allies in battle, taking on a different role. Your presence lightens the mood and helps us all have a good time, even when things are scary and stressful. Knowing you have Winnie, Luna, and Becca's back helps me out a lot. And then, I know you've been helping so many monsterfolk, training them and helping with my kingdom.
But that's my job in the pack. That's different. I should be pampering Boss too.
She stood up, her tail brushing forgotten. Fang went to Nick's back and started trying to give him a massage. But the massage was far too rough, causing Nick to grunt as her small hands dug into his shoulders. His whole body was shoved forward with every push, and her attempts to knead his flesh were heavy. Rebecca chuckled and joined her behind him on her knees.
That's a little rough, Fang. Here, watch and copy me.
Rebecca's hands were a lot more pleasing and gentle on his left shoulder, and Fang watched, her eyes narrowed in determination. She did the best to match on his other side, her small, strong hands kneading his flesh with a lot more control. He couldn't help but be the one to sigh now.
That's good. Thanks, girls.
Fang beamed with pride, her tail wagging as she copied Rebecca. Sable took Rebecca's spot on his left, and Luna took Fang's place on his lap next. Luna's hair was a bit longer and was only a light blue, and he started on that first, scratching her ears with his other hand. Her tail didn't wag nearly as much, having a relaxed, lazy pace as he worked. He enjoyed Rebecca and Fang's attention on his shoulders and back, but was focused on his task. Luna breathed.
I always love this. Fang was right. We could live with a lot more of this.
Nick continued onto her tail, and Luna took large breaths through her nose, taking in his scent as he brushed it. She kissed his lips, her eyes shining with affection.
As always, thank you for taking care of us, our mate. It's so nice to finally relax.
Next was Sable, Luna just laying on his side next to him. Sable's dark blue hair was long, like Luna's, and he scratched her scalp with his fingers as he brushed.
I do love that, baby.
She started to ease herself back into his lap and move her hips. Her plump ass rolled against his crotch, her grin widening as she tried to tease and wake him up. He smacked her ass.
Later, you tease.
You love it, don't you? Continuing onto her tail, she eventually lay against his chest, taking in his scent just like the others.
Thanks, boss. You're the best.
She gave him a kiss in return as well, but she deepened the kiss further with a sultry chuckle before backing off and returning to massage his back. Finally was Rebecca. Her long blonde hair was straight and easy to brush at the top, but as it got near the small of her back, it became ringlets and curled naturally along the length. Her wings fluttered as he worked, and she sighed.
I can see why the girls love this so. It's so relaxing.
He ran his fingers through her soft feathers, and near the base, near her spine, she let out a giggle.
That tickles a bit.
He continued for a time, and she just leaned into him as she enjoyed his attentions. Eventually, Rebecca gave a satisfied sigh.
Okay, I'm happy now. We can give Nicholas a better massage now that he won't be busy with taking care of us.
Sable smiled.
Let's get these robes off.
Nick was now placed on his stomach with only his boxers, and all 4 girls worked to massage his back. Fang and Rebecca continued on his arms and shoulders, while Luna moved to his lower back, and Sable worked on his legs. Sable was kneading the top of his legs, putting lots of weight into it. Her hands kept roaming to his glutes, however.
These muscles are delicious, don't you think, Rebecca?
Nick could hear the blush in Rebecca's voice. He was only able to see the empty room in front of him on the edge of the bed.
Yes, I do love how strong our Nicholas looks, without being too bulky.
Luna's hands were digging deep near his spine.
Our alpha is so strong, but I can feel his muscles are a bit tight. We need to loosen them so he can relax properly.
The girls redoubled their efforts, and the number of sensations were just too many for him to keep track of. But he was filled with warmth and affection from his pack and Rebecca working hard to please him. He couldn't help but sigh in satisfaction as his soul began to vibrate in pleasure. Each of his girls' presence had a different effect on him, from Rebecca's soothing faith core to Fang's exuberance, Sable's free spirit, and Luna's loving soul. They continued for a time, trying various methods, chopping, kneading, and friction, as they pressed and slid their hands up and around his body. He felt all the stress melt away at their efforts, satisfied at their pampering. Fang's tail was wagging.
He seems nice and relaxed now. Should we massage the front too?
Sable replied.
That's an excellent idea, Fang.
They rolled him over and began kneading his flesh from above. Seeing each of his girls smiling at him combined with the pleasant sensations of them sliding their hands made it even more enjoyable. Luna switched to massaging his scalp and face from behind, his head on her lap. Rebecca and Fang each had one of his hands, massaging and kneading his hands or arms. He enjoyed this for a time, Nick feeling his pack and angelic wife so close. It didn't take that long before Sable started to change things up. With a smirk, she started rubbing his inner thigh. While she didn't outright touch it, she was certainly skirting it on purpose. Meeting his eyes, he started using her pack connection to send her desire. The expected result started to happen, his body responding, his boxers tenting. Sable hummed.
Looks like Boss is getting a little excited. Why don't we get these boxes off, and we can have a bit more fun?
Rebecca smiled, Then she froze the massaging of Nick's hand.
Wait a minute. I'm not sure I'm comfortable with that.
Fang sniffed.
What's the matter, Becca? You don't want to mate with Boss?
She tilted her head, frowning in confusion.
I thought you were his mate.
Sable chuckled and smacked Fang's bottom, causing her to yelp.
Of course she is, silly. That doesn't mean she's like us, able to do it anywhere just because our mate wants it. You know that the people of Zura are more reserved than us.
Rebecca blushed.
I do want to connect with Nicholas, but not with others watching. As for watching you with your other wives, my important family...
She hesitated.
I don't think... Maybe after...
Nick tightened his grip on her hand, trying to show his support. Luna hugged Rebecca from the side.
There's no pressure to join us, Rebecca. We're all going to be together for a long time. You can stay and watch, join us, or you can go, and none of us will think less of you or be offended. Or would you like to go first, and we'll come in after?
Rebecca still hesitated, so Luna added,
You and your time with your lord and husband is between him and you, but you should be more assertive. Otherwise, Fang here will always get his attention first. Sable and I are okay with that, but that doesn't mean you have to be.
Nick nodded, still holding Rebecca's hand.
I don't think you deserve to wait in line like just another girl in a list, Becca. I'm happy to do my best to give you all the time and attention you deserve. But we hadn't planned for that today, and I'm sorry.
The time between the wedding and entering the ordeal was definitely a honeymoon period for Nick and Rebecca. They didn't outright go anywhere special, but the two had frequently connected. When Nick spent time with the other girls before bed, she simply joined them when they were done, and they all slept together after the fun. This time, they hadn't had a chance to plan for it. He frowned, thinking about the issue.
I already have the same number of wives as there are days in a week. It's going to get tougher and tougher to give you all the time each of you want, when you want, especially when our time is fleeting, like here in the ordeal. Ultimately, my wives who are more comfortable sharing their time are just going to get more time with me, even if they don't get that much more attention in truth. I only got so many appendages, after all.
In the 7 days of the week example, those willing to share their days would simply get more days than those who don't. It certainly wouldn't feel fair to those that waited it out for their turn. And while Nick's body could certainly manage or fulfill any number of girls, it seemed, that didn't take the sort of ick factor out of it for the one not wanting to be involved with the other girls.
Rebecca giggled. That's one way of putting it, and I get what you mean. I can feel how much you care about my feelings, and that is enough for me. There is no easy answer that makes us all satisfied at all times. I think I love my sister wives very much, but I don't think I am ready to watch you with them or let others watch me be intimate. At least not today. I can wait for your time, can we connect for just one moment?
Nick arched his brow. She just said she didn't want to get intimate in front of them. However, he knew what she meant.
Of course.
He took both of her hands in his and met her eyes, her wings wrapped around him as they connected, their lips meeting. The tether within him stirred, and her essence entered him, but he held back the lust building and focused on the love he had for his angelic priestess. Her adoration and affection traveled their connection to him, filling him with warmth and bliss as his soul core vibrated. Rebecca pulled back and made a wide smile.
There, I think that can hold me over for one more floor. We cannot count on a safe zone within, after all. Then we'll all be home. You girls have fun, and maybe next time I can go first instead.
The Wolfen girls protested that she could go first now if she wanted, but she shook her head.
That's not fair or right either. I can't go first every single time, can I? And even if I did, since you'd let me, I would feel bad for keeping my dear Nicholas from the rest of you. I knew going into this that I will have to be patient at times, and my patience and perseverance is something that I am proud of. Even Orion agreed, in more than one of my traits and trial messages.
She gave him one more kiss, and she transmitted her feelings one more time. It was a calm reassurance, a feeling of determination that matched her steely-eyed look. With another warm hug and a softer look, she then hugged each of the Wolfen girls and calmly left the room, to go sleep next to her mother. Nick was a little bummed out, but her reassurance helped. This was just a small speed bump, a logistical issue that had no perfect answers. He looked over to the Wolfen girls, and with their ears flat on their head, it seemed they felt the same way. He patted Luna and Fang on the head.
She'll be fine, I'm sure. She's just a little different from you Wolfen girls, and the beastfolk besides.
I know, but she was still hurt, or let down, a little.
Luna noted, her connection to his wives likely granting her some insight.
I know that she sort of expected this on some level, but having it happen was still disappointing.
Irwin entered the room before Nick could reply. She walked near the bed and said,
That was a surprise, hubby. It's a bit surprising this hasn't happened sooner. It's not like every quiet night is an orgy with all of us or anything like that. But all of us have been willing to share with others present, which has helped. And your thought was right. There is no perfect answer, especially when we're in the ordeals. We'll just have to do the best we can next time to make sure nobody gets hurt.
She looked over to Nick, looking a little remorseful with her eyes half-lidded.
I'm sorry, hubby. I should have planned things out a little better. It's just that here in the ordeal, we never know where we're going to end up or how much time we'll have, and I was busy, let alone how worked up some girls, or you, might be.
She winked. Nick scratched his neck.
Nah, I know you intended to help with this kind of thing, and that's great. But it's not like I'm not a part of this situation, too. She's my wife, and I want to make her happy, too.
He frowned, realizing 2 of his girls were still missing.
Kaya's not gonna wake up, huh? Is Jazz coming to bed soon?
Irwin chuckled.
Out like a light. She won't be bothered that she missed out. As for Jasmine, she's charging up her Nexus core. It takes effort with the essence crystal she brought, and it'll take some time. She's also keeping Rebecca and Irene company now, so you can relax and enjoy to your heart's content.
Nick knew that to be true about Kaya. While Kaya and her body responded well to his desire or had its own cycles, if he didn't get her worked up, she'd be content to sleep. A lot. Winnie smiled, her tail behind her flicking.
So, what do you think, gals? Ready to continue pampering your alpha? I know that hubby had gotten a bit riled up before, and you know Rebecca wouldn't be happy if we stopped on her account.
Fang, Luna, and Sable's grins became wolfish as they looked at Nick's waist. Chapter 32 The Hero's Pampering. Sable and Luna quickly shucked their sundresses and pulled down their panties, while Fang wagged her ass and tail as she stepped out of her short shorts and panties and pulled off her sports bra. This happened in a mere instant, like a starter pistol was fired. Irwin gave a sultry chuckle as she pulled her yellow sundress over her head, leaving her in a bra and panties.
My, did you see that, hubby? Your wolfen mates are so eager to please you, are they not? If you don't mind, would you let us take care of you tonight? Completely?
Nick arched his brow.
Completely?
Oh, yes. Fang here feels bad that she's never the one to give. The massage was something, but the bedroom is yet another thing.
Yeah, I want to make Boss feel good too.
Luna chuckled.
It's true. Boss often does a lot of the work with us.
Irwin said,
I don't want you to have to lift a muscle, unless you want to. These girls and I will make you feel good to your heart's content. And of course, we'll enjoy it plenty.
Nick thought on it, but not for long. Jasmine already treated things in this one-sided fashion, but the Wolfen girls were often almost the other way around. He'd like to see what Winnie had in mind first.
I'd like to see this.
Winnie giggled, her ears wiggling.
Good. Girls, pillows.
They each grabbed pillows, and they stacked them up, and Winnie motioned for him to lay there. His upper body was propped up a little, but otherwise he was laying down and comfortable. Irwin pulled down his boxers, and Nick was already turned on by the flesh on display. Luna and Fang quickly got on one side, while Sable was on the other. Irwin got in front of him, his cock already pointing straight up. All 4 girls immediately started kissing and licking his cock, making soft sighs and heavy smacks as they did. Irwin started rolling her tongue around the tip, alternating between kissing and sucking it. Nick groaned at their attentions, the 4 girls all finding a place to put their tongue or lips. None of them shied away from one another, each just focused on planting kisses and licks along his length. Their tongues or lips sometimes touched across from each other, but they just kept on going. Their pack connection stirred, and Nick could feel all the passion and desire from all the girls. That each of them desired to make him feel good felt amazing, their love a physical thing that he could nearly touch. Sable played with his balls, and his whole cock was wet with their saliva now. They were dragging their lips and tongues across, and Irwin continued to lick and suck his tip. As Nick's lust grew, she added more bobs of her head to the mix, taking him deeper into her mouth. With each attempt, she kept taking up more of his cock, pushing the girls to focus closer to its base. But then she'd back off and return to where she began, just swirling her tongue around the tip. The girls would then continue roaming around his length, kissing and licking it to please him. Eventually, his lust had grown to where he couldn't help but grab onto her horns and start guiding her. His desire to dominate came to the fore, and he took them in a firm grip. She couldn't really smile with his girth inside much, but her eyes twinkled as they met his. The girls eventually didn't have any room to kiss and lick his length, so they moved to his balls instead as he fucked Irwin's face. Sable chuckled.
Can't help it, huh, boss? Have to grab her horns and take control. They're like the perfect handlebars, aren't they?
Nick grunted in affirmation. He was already close, and Irwin knew that. Her cheeks hollowed as he fucked her throat, the girl moaning as he reached deep in her mouth with every thrust. Sable and Fang each sucked one of his balls, while Luna planted kisses tenderly on his neck. Irwin had no issues taking all of him, even as he picked up the pace. He reached his peak, his balls starting to boil from all the attention. The moans and wet sensations as his girls kissed and licked as he began to fuck her face faster drove him wild, her soft and wet mouth bringing him to his climax. Knowing what he wanted, the girls all prepared, lining up beside Irwin, their tails wagging or swishing. He let her pull off at the last moment, and Irwin aimed his cock at them as he came. Ropes of cum sprayed onto each of the girls' chests, the girls giggling with excitement.
How was it, hubby? Are they good girls or what?
You're all always good girls, you know that.
The 3 Wolfen girls brightened, and it was like he could feel their hearts beating in happiness over their new pack connections. That he was pleased filled them with satisfaction, their tails wagging even faster. Irwin gave him a smile, then gave his cock a few tugs. She then pushed Luna and Sable forward on each side of him and wrapped their tits around his length. They were covered in his cum, so they were already lubricated. They started to raise their breasts up and down, his tip coming out between their light and dark flesh. Their soft tits were pressed tightly against his girth, giving him pleasant sensations as they focused on him, their alpha. Fang pouted, trying to push her smaller chest together, her ears flattening on top of her head.
Aw, I can't make him feel good like you two can.
Sable chuckled.
Don't worry, packmate, you will get your chance shortly. Boss's cock feels so good between my tits.
Luna nodded, rubbing her breasts up and down in rhythm to Sable's movements.
Yes, Fang. You are definitely going to make your alpha feel good.
Her body quivered, and she moaned from the sensations. In a sense, they were rubbing their chests, just with his cock and each other's. Their breasts were very sensitive, especially when their alpha was somehow touching them. The two's moans picked up, and Nick groaned from the soft flesh and tightness.
We'll take turns. You'll make him feel better sooner than you think, Fang,
Irwin said. Sable and Luna pulled back, and Irwin and Fang took their place. While Fang's breasts were small, pressed up against Irwin's massive chest was a pleasant, differing sensation. To nobody's surprise, Fang started to enjoy it plenty, her smile beaming. But she started to moan as Sable and Luna had, and Nick couldn't help but chuckle as she started to look a little sad as her pleasure increased.
Oh no, I'm supposed to be making Boss feel good, but...
Her body jolted. Luna reassured her, patting her head.
It's okay, Fang. You can enjoy yourself too. Your alpha would be happy if you came.
She met his eyes, and Nick patted her head in response with a smile. She then started rubbing his cock more fervently with her chest, pressing against Irwin's chest more tightly.
Yes, fuck!
Irwin was enjoying too, but she just had a happy smile as she watched Fang enjoy it. Fang eventually came, her whole body jolting and shaking. Sable and Luna took their spots, and they started moving more slowly. This time, as Nick's cock peeked out of their tit flesh, they each started licking or sucking the tip as the other moved and rubbed their breasts together. The mixture of the sensations and watching his sexy girls pleasing him and moan caused his lust to rise and his hips to move of their own volition. He fucked their tits slightly as they stuck their tongues out, his cock touching them as they rubbed the two together. Eventually, Nick reached his peak and came, releasing his load into their faces. With a giggle, the four girls exchanged kisses and licks, cleaning up his seed. Then they cleaned his cock, kissing and licking him once again. They each sucked the tip and licked along his length, trading the cock between him as they met his eyes. The three Wolfen girls were beaming at him, and Irwin chuckled.
That's just the start of it, hubby. Now you're really going to get to make your alpha feel good, Fang. Yes!
Sable and Luna picked her up, and she spread her legs wide for him. Her pussy was dripping wet, her body well prepared to receive her mate. They lowered her small body onto his waiting cock slowly, and she moaned as it parted her folds. Her weight slowly pushed his length deep into her extremely tight pussy. Nick couldn't help but grunt from her tightness. As he bottomed out in her pussy, it gripped him strongly, and the suction was intense. He could see the outline of his cock through her tight stomach muscles, moving through her body in a way that shouldn't make any sense. Fang breathed.
Oh, yes, so full.
They lifted her up and dropped her down again. They continued this process, and Fang's smile was wide as she felt and watched Nick's satisfaction. Irwin joined Nick by his side, placing his face between her large breasts. She alternated between kissing his lips and placing his face between her two breasts. Sable chuckled, continuing to lift Fang up and down.
You see that, Fang? It seems he enjoys your tight little pussy.
Winnie giggled.
Oh, yes, he does. You see him twitching? I can't wait to see him while he fills you.
Fang pumped her fist.
I did it! Oh, wow!
Her body suddenly jolted, the two girls not slowing even slightly as they continued to pump her body up and down his length.
Yes!
Seeing her amorous face as she moaned, Nick couldn't help but want to make her feel even better. He reached out and played with her nipples, and her whole body went taut as she froze.
Oh no, don't rub my... I'm going to come!
Her moans were frantic as Nick's hands followed her rise and fall, his fingers tweaking her nipples. Fang's pussy went wild as they fucked her on his cock, using her whole body as a tool for his pleasure. One orgasm led into the next for her whole body twitching as his girth filled her to the brim again and again.
Oh, fuck, boss!
Fang moaned.
Fuck, it feels so good! I can't stop coming!
Irwin pulled back from their kiss.
That's a good girl, Fang. Don't worry, you're making your alpha feel so good right now. He's close now. He's gonna fill you with his seed.
Fang's whole body jolted, the two continuing to lift her up and down.
Oh, shit! Boss, please come! Breed me! Huh?
The tightness of her pussy and her moans brought his lust to his peak. He came inside her, his cock spraying its seed. Her belly expanded ever so slightly, her whole body shaking in mutual pleasure. She wailed as her toes curled, her tail going rigidly still as he filled her to the brim. With a smile, Luna and Sable set her down on the bed, her body still quivering and twitching from his and her release. Fang had a satisfied, drunken expression on her face as the cum leaked out of her hole, and she rubbed her belly. Luna smiled fondly at Fang's form on the bed.
She sure enjoyed that too. Do I look that happy while he's breathing me?
Sable smirked.
It's a little different. You can watch mine next, but you don't need to hold me. I'll be happy to do all the work for our mate.
Luna and Irwin came to Nick's sides and began kissing him on the neck and shoulders as they leaned their chest up against him. Sable crawled backwards toward him, and Irwin angled his cock for her as Luna kissed him on the lips. Spreading her legs wide beside him, Sable's thick pussy lips parted, and she groaned at his entry.
Oh, God, you feel me so good, baby,
she breathed. She began twerking her thick ass, her pussy gripping his girth tightly. Her ass cheeks clapped as she moaned, her thighs touching his hips. As he got used to this sensation, she changed her feet's position to allow her to squat up and down, rising and falling on his length. As Sable continued to use his cock, Nick turned to kiss Luna and Irwin. They swirled tongues as they each took turns, Sable's moans growing in intensity as she rode his cock.
Oh, yes, so good,
she moaned, picking up the pace as her ass cheeks clapped.
Yes. Do you like it, baby? Nick answered by grabbing her tail, which caused her muscled back to flex as she froze. She then sped up her efforts as he guided her, her thick ass bouncing off his thighs more rapidly. Fuck! Yes, fuck! You're going to make me come! She grabbed her breasts as her body trembled, continuing to fuck herself on his cock as she came. Luna had looked from the side to see her face. Then she smiled and nodded.
Yes, even your face looks much like fangs, but maybe a little more lewd.
Oh, God, his cock is so good. She slowed down, her legs trembling. She switched up to twerking her ass again, causing him to groan from her efforts. With a boost of essence, she started to fuck his cock harder, her ass cheeks clapping against his thighs with renewed energy. He grabbed her fat ass cheeks, guiding her up and down faster, bringing him closer to his peak. Fuck, I can feel it! Her pussy gripped him even more tightly, her wetness drenching him. He's going to fill my little pussy. Her breathing was heavy, and she looked back over his shoulder. Fill me, baby. I want you to breathe my tight little pussy. He filled her willing hole, his body trembling in climax. Yes. She continued to ride out his and her orgasm, bouncing as her own body jolted and convulsed. Seed spilled down and around where they met, and she got up and fell onto the bed. Irwin licked Nick's cock and balls clean, preparing him for Luna. Luna approached with a smile and spread her legs and kneeled over his cock. She had sat on his cock facing him without much fanfare. Meeting his eyes, she looked at him lovingly. She began riding his cock slowly, rocking her hips. Feeling the love she had for him over their connection-pack connection was a lot like when he was making love with Rebecca. While it didn't stimulate his cock as much to bring him toward his peak, his heart and soul were filled with contentment and warmth. She was only doing that rocking thing that feels good for the girl but does little for the guy. Still, since she was so tight and her pussy pulsed and gripped him hard, combined with the feelings she was giving him to make a more powerful sensation. Luna wasn't as wild as the other girls, her moans soft and tender.
I love you, my alpha. You always make us all feel so good, so happy and fulfilled.
And that still caused his lust to rise, and somehow brought him closer to his peak. Feeling how badly she wanted to make him feel good, it was like it made him feel good. He could feel his body and soul core pulsing, like his body was going to float. He was being lifted up from where the two were connected somehow. She picked up her pace a little more, rocking and grinding in a circle. Her mouth opened as she sped up, and then her body jolted as she came. The grip of her tight pussy almost felt like she was jacking him off inside, though it passed in just a moment. Luna smiled at him, almost in a daze. She shifted her legs' positions from kneeling to squatting, keeping his cock inside the whole while. As she started to bounce up and down on his cock, he grunted from the pleasure. She moaned as she bounced, and then slowed.
So big, so virile, breeding all of us again and again. The best alpha that loves us as much as we love him.
Luna sped up her pace, but eventually met his eyes once more, the feelings of love coming over their connection palpable.
I want you to feel as good as you make us feel, to give you what you give me.
She started to move again, bouncing on his cock but still slowly, and that was when she sent him a new feeling, something close to a sensation. Raw pleasure rippled through his entire body as she sensed how he was making her feel. He grunted from the pleasure. It was like waves of them were washing over him, his mouth going slack as he grunted and trembled. Her pussy was now clamping down on him wildly, her tightness bringing him closer to his peak despite her slow pace. Luna was clearly focused on sending him this pleasure, working hard to give this moment to him. Seeing her breasts bouncing as she did, he couldn't help but want to touch them. He grabbed her breasts as she rode him, and then it was like another explosion of pleasure, sending his head back onto the pillow as more waves of pleasure rippled through him. Her pussy clamped even more and brought him close to his peak. Luna moaned, and her breathing was heavy.
Oh, yes, I can feel it, my alpha. You're about to fill me, to breed me. Please give it to me.
For the third time tonight, he filled one of his willing wolfen girl's pussies. His whole body shook as his cock pulsed, sending ropes of cum inside her. She rocked her hips against his waist, a look of satisfaction flittering across her lips.
How did you like it, boss?
She got up and kneeled next to him. He scratched the light blue ears atop her head, and she leaned into it with a loving smile.
It was lovely. You made me feel great.
Wow, I should try that too sometime,
Irwin noted.
You sent your pleasure to him?
Luna nodded with a smile.
He makes us feel so good, so I wanted him to feel it too. It took some mental effort to filter it to just my raw pleasure, because I doubt he wants to know what it's really like to be fucked by a guy, even if that guy is himself. Nick couldn't help but grimace at that and be quite thankful for her consideration, and Irwin laughed. You got that one right. I'll have to be super careful, I guess. Maybe next time?
She grinned at Nick, and he caught his breath. All three girls had worked hard to make him feel good and gave him a night to remember. Even though he hardly moved at all, he felt like he had done a lot.
So, how was it, hubby? Enjoy their taking care of you this time? I know they usually want you to mount and mate them so they aren't often the ones to move.
Nick chuckled.
I've always been a big fan of my hero's reward, and now my pampering. Either way, they're all very good girls and please me very much.
Only Luna was able to kneel, Sable and Fang really out of it still. Fang was watching with her tail wagging lazily, but otherwise was totally out of her usual energy. Irwin beamed at his answer.
Now, how did you want me, hubby?
I have wanted to see how you could stretch and bend now. You'd shown me before, but...
She grinned.
Oh? Did you like that? I do have something in mind, but it's not something I can do on my own. You'll need to move, for sure.
That's all right. I think I've been pampered enough for one night.
She smiled, and then started to get into position. Nick was curious about what she was going to do. She laid on her back, and then lifted her legs up, folding herself in half. Her legs went past where most girls could reach, and went further back, underneath her arms. Her hoofed feet came from behind her shoulders and next to her head. She was folded in half like a pretzel. In all, the position wasn't all that different from the mating press position, but it limited her motion even further.
You got yourself this flexible for me?
It's part of an ideal that allows me to bend and twist, and also increases my softness, my pliability. I knew it would be fun at home for you, and help me in battle. Eventually. It, is a lot of work.
Her body, aside from her large chest, had definitely filled out like a dancer with some light muscle, but kept the thickness she had gained. Her thighs were thick, enhanced by the layer of muscle that lied beneath the thin layer of fat. Because her hands were free, only her elbows holding her legs in place, she was able to spread her pussy lips wide for him to see her pink insides. They were already pulsing with need, and the desire was clear in his wife's blue-green eyes.
All ready for you to fill me up, hubby. My little pussy wants your cock bad.
Nick's soul thrummed with desire at her efforts for him and the way she presented her sexy body. He crawled over her and lined his cock up to her waiting pussy. He pushed deeply into her with a single stroke, his lips sealing her mouth with a kiss. Nick grunted as he bottomed out in her. Spreading her legs and stretching them like that definitely seemed to make Irwin's insides tighter and in a different pleasurable way. Starting to move, his weight fucked her deep and hard with every thrust.
Oh, wow. That's even better than I thought it would be. So worth it.
She smiled with delight, her moans continuing even as they kissed again. Her pussy tightened all along his length, and for a moment it was like he felt this special softness she had been working on. With a smirk from his wife, Irwin's pussy then tightened further, her soft wetness pulsing and sending pleasure all along his length. She was using Kegels to pleasure him more, and it was clear that this was also a part of what she was working on.
Fuck, Winnie.
I feel so good.
Which drove him even wilder with lust, his desire building as his soul core vibrated in his chest. He started to pound her even harder, his cock filling her again and again as his tongue swirled in her mouth, meeting hers. Her pussy rippled all along his length as he returned her efforts, and she moaned nearly each time he bottomed out.
Oh, yes, so deep. Fuck me.
Luna was laying on her side, watching and smiling fondly at them.
He sure likes that you worked so hard for him, Winnie. I can feel it. Can feel it too,
Irwin replied, her moans as his girth stretched and filled her and drove her to absolute bliss.
Oh, fuck!
That their eyes could meet and he could easily kiss her in this position boosted it in his mind, and he had excellent leverage to really pound her hard. That her pussy pulsed and gripped him as he fucked her fast and deep caused his lust to rise rapidly, his hips slamming into hers with force.
Oh, shit! Hubby, you're stretching me so good! Fuck! I'm gonna come! Yes!
She moaned as he continued to fuck her. Her fluids spilled out with every thrust, her pussy drenching his waist. Her pulsing, wet hole brought him close to the peak, and her moans drew out his lust further as he continued to pound her faster. Through her connection, Irwin could sense how close he was. Her eyes had gone unfocused from the pleasure, her pussy convulsing as he fucked her through her orgasm.
That's my hero. Fill me. Yes.
Pleasure went up his spine, his body trembling as his balls tightened. He filled her willing pussy with his seed, the pulses of his cock sending even more pleasure coursing through him. He kissed his wife, and their tongues danced as he filled her, Irwin giving off pleased moans. After kissing for a while, he eventually pulled out and helped her get out of the position.
That was amazing, hubby. You liked?
You know I did.
Fang yawned and rolled over. She was clearly tired.
Did you want us more, boss? I can go again if you want, but I'm a bit sleepy now.
Her tail was wagging lazily, her eyes half-lidded. Nick chuckled.
You girls already made me feel plenty spoiled and fulfilled. I think it's better if we get some rest. If we go to bed now, there just might be enough time for me to make up and maybe connect with Rebecca before we leave.
Irwin smiled.
Oh, that's a great idea. I love that. Let's clean up, and then maybe Jasmine can make it easy to set you two up tomorrow morning."
Fang clapped. "Yay! That's a happy ending. I like that." Sable chuckled. "No, we just gave Boss a few happy endings." Irwin giggled as she used clean on Nick and then the Wolfen girls, despite their protests about erasing their alpha's seed. Meanwhile, Luna had worked on the bed, getting their pillows into place. After each of the girls giving hugs and kisses to Nick, they gathered around him on the bed. Irwin hugged against Nick's side. The other girls found their spots around him. They leaned their heads up against him, their ears in easy reach for him to scratch, and for them to take in his scent as they winded down. As usual, he found himself relaxing as he alternated scratching their ears and running his fingers through Irwin's soft, curly hair as well. Irwin hugged him tightly from the side with a sigh.
That was fun, wasn't it? Our mate always takes such good care of us, even when we take care of him. We'll have to make sure our hero and mate always gets the happiest of endings."
With contented smiles and sounds of agreement, the Wolfen girls made their promise. Chapter 33 The Test of Supremacy. Nick walked out of the bedroom of the Safe Zone home, holding a blushing Rebecca's hand. Despite their issue the previous evening, they had managed to deeply connect the following morning. Having cleaned up after their fun last night and a short rest, he prepared breakfast and had Sable and Jasmine steal her away from the guest room, where she had been sleeping with her mother. She woke up in his arms, the other girls gone from the room, and with a breakfast that he had cooked for her himself. While Nick wasn't an amazing cook like Irwin or Jasmine by any stretch of the imagination, he could certainly manage fruit-filled pancakes from Irwin's many supplies. He apologized for the night before, but she was already in a good mood from his surprise. Their hug quickly led to kisses and more. They connected after breakfast, the two enjoying their alone time together. As easy as that would have seemed to arrange the previous night, it couldn't have helped her feelings of awkwardness and disappointment. He understood that no matter how you sliced it, or how approving of him she was of him being intimate with other women, telling her, "Just wait for our orgy to complete and we'll be alone together in the morning," is not going to sound very romantic and appealing by any measure. Well, for anyone but Jasmine, probably. She would be elated. That he was able to pleasantly surprise Rebecca instead was the best possible outcome, and it was why he hadn't wanted to say anything the previous night. As they prepared by the exit portal, putting back on their equipment, Nick couldn't help but sigh.
The ordeal has gone quickly, but other than last night, they sure hadn't given us that much time in the safe zones.
Irene nodded. That's probably a large part of the challenge, the need to persevere through the challenges. However, you're not usually meant to persist past the 15th floor. Normally it'd be expected you to leave and come back and do it all in one go from there. In some ordeals, they might prevent you from entering earlier or later than an intended floor. Other times it will compensate for the difficulty, keeping in mind that you should or shouldn't be fully rested. She smirked at Nick. This is where the keeper is supposed to make modifications, tweaking the challenge to fit us and our situation so that we are properly tested. The floor might have certain criteria it tests. In some ordeals, a floor is completely different every single time, not even looking or testing the same aspects. Rebecca added, Lord Silver did say that his tests frequently change. The party ready and rested, they entered the portal, coming out on the other side. A wave of memories and details washed over the party as they were deposited at the top of a canyon, overlooking a stunning landscape covered by a transparent, domed barrier. Essence congealed on their waists, a small pouch appearing on each of their belts. Test of Supremacy. 4 warring kingdoms historically came into conflict over the Valley of Resplendence. Your party has replaced 1 of the 4 kingdoms. Your goal is to win the conflict by scoring the most points in the challenge before the end of a single month. Gain points by defeating monsters, competitors, collecting special resources, and, most importantly, the final prize released near the end of the challenge in 1 month's time at the center of the valley. Collecting this treasure does not guarantee victory, but the competition for it often will. Treasures will be collected within a limitless spatial pouch, and when competitors are eliminated, their points and contents will be gathered within your pouch. A weekly leaderboard will display the current positions, and conflict is recommended and encouraged. You will be unable to communicate with the other kingdoms in any way, and defeating members of the enemy kingdoms will provide substantial bonuses. Should you become the victor, you may keep the treasures collected to be withdrawn after from your special, limitless pouches. If you are forced to flee and leave the valley or lose, your treasures will be significantly reduced. Becoming the last kingdom standing will release the final treasure early. Competition begins in 5 minutes. Nick looked over the prompt with interest, even as he scanned the diverse landscape, the valley beneath them. There were lakes and rivers, mountains and caves on the cliff faces, and even a swamp. It was massive, and his new memories told him that the valley was hundreds of miles long and wide. It was in an odd pocket realm, which was meant to only open once every few decades, gathering abundant essence from the surrounding areas. Orion had created the treasure-filled valley for the neighboring kingdoms to fight over it, a unique event where the kingdom's people would be tested and rewarded with access to unique resources. While the valley was chock full of unique treasures and opportunities, it was also teeming with monsters. Like the dinosaur of the mists they faced previously, natural treasures and special environments would attract powerful monsters that benefited from it. Often, they would form symbiotic relationships with the natural treasure until they reached a point where they could consume it and ascend to the next stratum.
The 17th floor sure is something else. Will our other climbers that reach here get a level like this?
Nick was a bit stunned by the scale and scope of the level, along with what it might mean for his kingdom once he won and returned home with many unique objects. Rebecca replied, "Since you're the lord of the ordeal, you get the special treatment in terms of a challenge's greater risk versus reward. Others will get a watered-down version, likely a different conflict altogether. But it will still be a test of supremacy, so they will be forced to face other mirrors of ancient cultivators for rewards and victory." Kaya hefted her axe onto her shoulder.
This sounds valuable for our other climbers when they can make it here. A whole month, huh? That's a long time to be keeping one eye open when we sleep. It's a good thing we need less now.
Sable noted. The essence is dense here, too. In a whole month, we may be able to gain 2 whole levels if we focused on it. But there's also a way to win early.
Rebecca crinkled her face.
It helps that they aren't truly real, but I would enjoy it a whole lot more if a more peaceful path was possible. The Night Order and the Rat Folk are respectable people, and the tribal nation, while a bit cutthroat, are isolationists. Coming into conflict with them is unfortunate. While they had been given light details in their minds, they were not given enough knowledge about how they might convince another kingdom to work together, even if it had allowed them to communicate with the other kingdoms in the first place. The only options for this test were likely avoidance through stealth or inaction, or facing the enemy parties. Jasmine chuckled as she began taking out chairs from her pouch.
Oh, sorry, Becca, but this test is definitely set up to be a PvP match, which means player versus player, though it would be kingdom versus kingdom in this case. It's clear that those that focus on hunting other competitors are going to come out ahead in this one.
Irene said, Orion's many tests and trials don't always provide a path to peace, though, as you can see, it provided a path for retreat. I'm interested to see how our hero finds a path to peace when given the chance. Serafera would prefer you seek victory through non-aggression if our competitors were alive outside the ordeals, and not just echoes of the past.
Nick thought about it for a moment before he spoke. Such a situation was complicated because he could imagine various death-style games taking place as depicted in popular media. He had learned about the death domes. If that happened, he wouldn't really have much of a choice of what to do.
I think it would depend on the cost or risk of those participating. In general, I would rather rob the robbers and kill the killers. Those that don't contend for the limited competition resources I'm after directly, I'd be fine with leaving alone. But only so long as the loss of the competition does not mean death for me and my people. Otherwise, I'd have to go hard and defeat and rob innocents if I must. I'd be quite angry at Orion for pitting me against them like that in such a zero-sum game, though.
Rebecca shook her head.
In a competition between cultivators, Orion always leaves a path to retreat. Some conflicts are a little different, as they often have strict requirements. Your case for war against Shadowvale likely won't give many options besides surrender. But in this one, you can see what it provided. This event competing over a resource is totally optional. In Frosthaven, once our control radius grows, we will likely be pitted against different kingdoms, even Silverbrook.
Nick didn't think much would change quickly on that front.
We're a bit away from everyone on the frontier. After we've dealt with Blackthorne, our borders can spread far and wide. I suppose with him gone, we may see other kingdoms pushing their borders towards us, or new kingdoms appear altogether. At that time, I'd be happy to work with others rather than become a conqueror, provided they can be worked with, like with Silverbrook.
Fang's tail had been wagging, looking over the valley through the bubble.
This thing goes down soon. So, what's the plan, boss? We're gonna fight everybody?
Nick chuckled.
It's as Jasmine said. The focus is definitely going to be on PvP hunting others. But hunting others in the first week is likely a waste. If we take them out early, then that means more work for us. We'll have to collect what they didn't, or we'd never collect it at all and run out of time.
He continued.
It seems we're being released on the south end of the valley, and each kingdom will enter from the other ends. Let's explore as we head toward the center, and get the lay of the land first. After about a week and a half, we'll go on the hunt instead. Searching such a vast wilderness will take time, but with Winnie and Sable's scouting, and Jasper and Jasmine's mobility, we should end up at the top of the leaderboard quickly.
Jasmine finished constructing her carriage at the top of her spider body for Nick, Kaya, Irwin, and Rebecca. Irene had actually joined Rebecca without issue, the two cozying up beside each other in the back. Jeffrey would be able to fly on his own and keep up. The barrier disappeared, and Irwin immediately began casting her spells, speaking with the elemental essence of the area.
My, there sure is a lot going on down there. Not as busy as that elemental jungle, but there's quite a bit of special areas and a lot of monsters. Let's head over to that small mountain over there first. There's something there, and it's close.
She pointed into the distance, a craggy rock that overlooked the jungle, and birds could be seen flying to roots high up on the rock. Nick nodded, then hopped up on his spot on Jasmine's back.
Let's do it. First treasure, coming right up.
Jasper and Jasmine made their way down the canyon with their riders on their backs. Sable didn't join Birdie, Luna, and Fang on Jasper's back. She skated on the shadows, leaping through the air, and continued on tree branches just the same, effortlessly. They followed Irwin's guidance, heading down to the mountain. It took time to travel several miles to reach the base of it, and they were forced to stop and fight multiple times as territorial beasts came out of the woodwork to stop their trespass. When Winnie used loot on them, Fang noticed something as the contents went to her pouch. Fang pointed. "There's a number on your pouch now, Winnie." Nick saw the number, a green 12. His own read 2, but it was a different color, red. He assumed his split from the killing of the monsters.
Ah, this must be that score. So we'll be able to know at a glance who has loot to be stolen, I guess. Either way, we get a person's points when we kill or steal him. Plus a bonus, it sounded like.
The beasts were just added to the loot bags as they provided no difficulty, and they eventually arrived at the location of the treasure Irwin had detected. Irene said, "I can feel something special here. It's not within a cave underground, but up the mountain instead." Sable appeared from the shadows beside them. "Yes, it smells like immensely powerful plant life. I see numerous special flowers growing on this mountain." They ascended the mountain, Jasmine and Jasper climbing the cliff faces with their passengers with relative ease. As they climbed, the birds began to flock together, circling the mountain at its peak. It made Birdie mad for some reason, squawking and cawing loudly to the point where Nick wanted to tell it to shut up. Looking over at its face to see if he could understand its desires, he was a bit shocked. Birdie was jealous of their flight, having the body it wanted. As they neared the summit, the birds began their attack. Jasmine blinded much of them with her light orb before Birdie sent a powerful ray of frost. Even those not struck by the beam began to freeze over and went tumbling to the ground. Nick was a bit surprised at the efficacy, but it was only natural that the demon continued to get stronger. Jasper had gotten even larger as their delve through the Path of Kings continued, and he was getting a bit excited about what would happen once it reached the third stratum. When they reached the summit, Nick was surprised to find an angry hippogriff waiting there. The horse-eagle creature stormed forward, covered with wind, just as they did, ready to blast them off the cliff. But Nick's party was not easy to get rid of. Fang had leaped in front of them with her ice armor, anchoring herself to the mountain with her cleats and creating her ice shield in front of them. The hippogriff crashed into the shield, and the vortex of wind around it was like that of a hurricane, sending blasting winds around them. Jasper had locked itself down with its claws and ice, and Birdie squawked angrily once more. Jasmine had anchored herself with webbing and dug in with her 8 legs, while everyone had no issues holding on to their seats until the wind passed. Sable similarly anchored herself in the shadows and started building up ice shadow, preparing her spear to wound and take down the larger monster. The dangerous winds relented. Nick leaped off his seat and pushed out his frost aura with his will, including his dominion of frost and fealty, followed up by sending several blade waves at the creature. The hippogriff cawed in anger and sent wind-like bullets in counter as his party split up, preparing to take on the monster. As Nick's blade waves were destroyed by the wind bullets, Luna's totems pulsed, granting them protection from the winds and the strength of the earth. Kaya sent a powerful swipe of her jagged axe, her essence carry sending it through its barrier of winds and cutting into its wing. It screeched in anger as it was wounded, and the wind on the summit changed once again. "So many birds incoming!" Sable shouted. Luna, Irwin, Birdie, and Jasper all began to build up a wall of ice to hide behind, using Nick's created ice and plenty of their own. The birds began swooping down from the vortex created by the powerful wind, the birds becoming like bullets fired from a gun, and crashing into the hastily formed barrier, while some managed to veer away in time. Some chunks of ice were removed by their talons, but the 4 ice users replenished the barrier. Jasmine chuckled. "Like pigeons crashing into a window." Sable appeared in the monster's shadow, erupting as she pierced into the monster's chest. It then released an immense amount of life energy, healing the damage and barely surviving as it kicked out at Sable in retaliation. Fang was ready for her packmate with her shield and met its blow, followed by Jasmine stabbing into it with her spear, arriving. She wrapped it with her stone-light webbing, and from there the monster was taken out in short order. The remaining birds were shot down by arrows or fled, leaving dozens of the birds' corpses littering the summit. Despite the monster and the efforts of the birds to defend their home, Nick's party took them all down. Rebecca looked at the corpse of the hippogriff.
"It's a real shame we had to kill it. Hippogriffs are such noble creatures."
Nick couldn't help but feel a little bad about all the destruction. He felt like quite the bully, busting into the creatures' homes. The fight wasn't challenging at all, either. Irene looked a little down as well, looking at all the destruction.
"Such is the nature of a trial, but it is also simply the law of the jungle at play. It chose to fight rather than flee, after all."
Irwin used loot on the hippogriff and took out the resulting monster's core. It had a swirling pattern of different green hues.
Wind and life. This is definitely valuable.
Throughout the summit, there were a ton of bell-like flowers of various colors, drawing up energy from the earth beneath them. Nick could feel the immense amount of life energy trapped inside each one. They collected the special life flowers and some seeds, and gained several hundred more in points. There was an especially powerful plant that appeared to be the oldest, which was placed next to a small cave, the hippogriff's den. When Irwin placed it in her spatial pouch, her points jumped up by several hundred all at once. Nick couldn't help but voice that the challenge was low.
That wasn't too tough. Will the rest be like that, I wonder?
Irwin noted.
It was easy for us, but many others might have had trouble fighting that monster in its den with a bunch of its friends. A big part of the battle is discovery of these special resources. Maybe there are some hidden things even my elemental spirits can't find. You never know.
Nick hopped back up on Jasmine's back.
All right, then. Let's move out. Lead us to the next one for now, but be on the lookout for anything special.
The girls joined him, and they moved on. They had up to a month to find vast amounts of treasure, and they were going to make use of it to train their skills and win the challenge at the same time. Chapter 34. The Hunt for Treasure. Nick leaped over the scything blade of a mantis, then covered himself with his cloak of darkness, becoming invisible to the monster. As the creature turned, looking for him, he rolled underneath and behind it and pierced it from behind, lifting its entire body off the ground as his soul blade froze it. As he often did, Nick was practicing utilizing his abilities as they faced off against some monsters, a horde of earthen bugs filled with immense vitality in this case. He was starting to get the hang of his Cloak of Twilight Darkness edition and his new Soul Blade Resonance. What originally felt like a small bonus, being able to shift his soul blade further, became interesting for his fighting style. He could alter his blade to become nearly formless, becoming like a blast of ice from the end of a hose from the edge of his hilt. While this wasn't powerful exactly, it was unblockable, and kind of fun. Feeling a mental nudge from Luna, he spun and hosed down some hornets that had swooped in behind him while he was distracted. Their wings froze, and then they careened to the forest floor with little more than a swipe of his hilt as he dodged out of the way. Then, thinning his blade to that of a rapier, and with a few rapid flicks of his wrist, he sent several extremely sharp blade waves to slay them on the ground. There was a new closeness to the soul blade as well. It was starting to feel like a partner somehow, despite being an object, or like a brother or sister that always had his back. He had always loved his soul blade since he originally used it, as it was an amazing sword in all the ways that a sword could be measured. It was difficult for him to explain, but it almost felt like he went from the favorite tool level straight to wanting to sleep with it next to his bed, though he more or less did that anyway. It was weird how his connection to it shifted. Nick knew that the formless blade wasn't going to be all that useful against boss-level enemies, but it gave his sword intriguing versatility and new combination attacks. A giant beetle stormed through a tree behind him, shattering it at its base and sending it tumbling to the side. Dancing on the air, leaping side to side, Nick dodged with his air walk, his cloak of darkness billowing around him as he moved out of the way of its reaching mandibles. He did all this while he blasted it with his formless frost from his hilt. Its body was quickly covered in a thick layer of ice, slowing it down and bringing it to a stop. Fang howled, her voice echoing through the woods. The ice near Nick starting to vibrate before shattering, shards of ice exploding in different directions. The beetle's hardened shell was reduced to a green gore as its chitin was ripped to shreds. Shrinking his blade down, with another flick of his wrist with his sharp, thin sword, his blade sliced into its brain, killing it. The bugs in this section of the woods were filled with earthen energy and life, making them difficult to kill. They were sturdy, and they would regenerate quickly if they weren't completely put down. Which also made them great for training. Kaya was pushing her sharpness concept to the next level, and Luna was watching over their party like the great pack mother from her visions, cycling through her totems and supporting them with her spear. Irwin was working on focusing her arrows into singular, more powerful blows of starlight and becoming somewhat successful. Jasmine was mainly on crowd control duty, wrapping much of the bugs in her stonelight threads and heading off charges with her shield and spear. Rebecca was practicing more with her Light of Wisdom and Holy Blow abilities, utilizing her staff's new effectiveness to its fullest as she fought near Fang and Luna. Apparently, she had reached early mastery in Seraphera's compassion, the same as her mother. And now she was working on reaching early with her wisdom. Seraphera's concepts had a different effect on her person because it was more like they were borrowed. The gained stats were actually nearly half of what Nick had gained. The faith essence gathered in her core attuned her far beyond normal essence ever could, but it also relied on this higher power, Seraphera, to function. The bonus granted for reaching this mastery was far lower, as the impact on her body and soul was simply different. Like a well-oiled machine, Nick's party defeated the numerous insects, working their way to the natural treasure that powered the diverse army of insects' growth. It was strange that such a wide assortment of bugs worked together, but when they arrived at the artifact, his party understood. A strange, pulsing crystal cast its amber, calming light over the section of the forest embedded in a petrified tree. From what he could tell and what Irwin had learned, the artifact was wedged into some form of earth and life ley line where they intersected, giving off an odd feeling of harmony and life as light and sound, of unity and the stone. Jasmine climbed up and wrenched it off of its perch, shattering the tree beneath it. She looked at it with a bit of wonder as it pulsed into her hands, creating a small coat of stone on her spider body beneath her. She gave it a quizzical look before she shrugged.
Neat. I kinda like it, but the weird harmony thing isn't quite right for me. Into the bag it goes.
The number on her bag jumped up significantly, causing Nick's eyebrows to raise as he saw it. He was interested to see how he might use the item in his kingdom somewhere, but he knew the efficacy of the item was also at least in part thanks to its placement. Unless he could find a similar ley line within his lands, the treasure likely couldn't have the same effect just by being near it. Instead, Lumos would refine it into a single-use item that boosted someone's vitality or affinity with stone, though monsterfolk may be able to benefit from it in a more direct way. That had been worth the most of any other item they had found, and they still had a lot of bugs to loot. Sable hadn't joined them in this fight. She was busy tracking down their potential enemies, now that they were near the center of the valley. It had already been over a week, and they had received the first leaderboard, and they were ahead by a fair margin, surprisingly. Now, it was likely even more. The girls continued to loot the bugs, finding useful alchemical components. The strong vitality contained within their bodies was useful, though their stone carapaces were likely going to be difficult to work with and potentially useless. Or so Nick thought, until he looked over and saw Geoffrey. He was spitting on the stone carapace of the mantis he had slain, and then biting chunks from it and chewing it.
Huh. I guess this'll be a ton of food for you guys.
Geoffrey actually nodded in response to this and gave a buzz of his wings, continuing to snack on the monster's chitinous flesh. Fang laughed, her tail wagging. I think Ironclaw and the other males might like to eat this too. It'll make their bodies and fur sturdier. Nick narrowed his eyes.
What about you girls? Can you eat this stuff?
Luna nodded.
We can, but we decided not to split our progression in this way. While we could try to gain more numerous traits by eating a wide variety of unique monsters, we'd rather focus on our magic rather than our bodies. This is what makes us special and useful to our alpha.
Nick thought back to the Noblefrost Wolfen and the mated trait. Most likely, the males would be inclined to focus on their body attribute and to gain unique monster traits, and the females would focus more on magic. However, if their mate was more physically inclined, they would still lean that way more than his girls, probably.
I'm interested to see how all the monsterfolk develop. Geoffrey here has unique capabilities, but it kinda sucks he can't talk.
Jasmine shrugged.
Might just take them a bit longer. When they reach the third stratum, they will likely shift more once again.
Irwin finished using loot on the last corpse, dusting her hands off.
All right, that's the last of the bugs. Help me scout and find the next spot, Luna?
Luna smiled and nodded before closing her eyes and pushing out her concept fragment's effects. The feeling of their connection increased, linking Irwin to her, her traits and soul power slightly enhanced. Once again, Irwin ran through her spells, calling to the elemental spirits, the essence in the surrounding areas. With Luna's help, she was both faster and able to reach further. After a moment, Irwin smiled with a bit of pride.
Looks like Sable is checking out the east still. Then, all right. I think if we head northwest, we'll near the central barrier and come up on some kind of fire elemental treasure.
Jasmine once again got out her chairs, placing them on her back, and they set to move once again. Birdie crunched on more ice elemental gems, becoming more and more bird-like by the day. Nick was actually running low on them already, with the exception of the large one obtained from the elite beast, which he was saving for himself. They had collected a near mountain of them from the ice and water domain, so he was shocked the bird had already eaten so many. He hoped he could get some new climbers running through the Path of Kings soon, where they could collect them frequently. Nick likely wouldn't be heading through the lower floors again. Thankfully, each floor they completed after the 15th floor would increase the total number of climbers allowed per week. At the same time, Orion's expectations for how many people should be tested would increase as well. The floor was allowing his party to get experience in facing a wide variety of enemies with unique energies and skills, and giving them the opportunity for helpful training. Nothing was overly difficult for them, but everyone was making gains that would stick with them for some time. Many of the monsters even had unique concept fragments, some with full concepts, which allowed Nick's party to temper and draw out their own. Not only that, but experiencing different ones made them more familiar and helped them understand how their own interacted. In those cases, Nick did allow the Wolfen girls and Irwin to push theirs the most, as they were a bit behind. A lot of this floor had them pushing themselves as individuals, and Nick was happy to see them flourish. They would continue the hunt, but soon, the PvP battle, would begin. Nick climbed up the forested summit of a hill, arriving where Sable had requested he meet her. Reaching the peak, he looked down at the numerous rat people miles away in the valley below. Turning to Sable, who was up in the tree smirking down at him, he groaned.
Really? I mean, I know the prompt said we were up against other kingdoms, but I didn't think that meant literally. This is like us versus the boats thing all over again.
Sable chuckled. Yeah, but I'm sure the result will be the same. Also, these rat people are quite good at finding stuff. Just means they will have collected plenty for you to take from them.
This is true.
So, what do you want to do? We're going to fight some rats soon.
Nah, let's find the other kingdoms and see what's going on with them first. The last leaderboard had the others in the lead.
It was now past the second week since they had arrived. They had found dozens of unique treasures and even pushed Irwin's abilities to the limit to try to find the best ones faster. Originally, she honed in on those with the highest elemental presence, but eventually they stumbled on some treasure that she hadn't detected. They learned they were missing out on different types of treasures thanks to this. Her connections to the shamanic elements was simply better, and that allowed some to slip away from her detection. She changed up her methods, and they found numerous more that they almost missed completely, though they were certainly lesser. Even still, they were not at the top of the leaderboard in the second week, to their surprise, though they were not that far behind in second place. Sable nodded.
Yes, I do believe the tribal kingdom has already taken the lead due to hunting the others, as the second place from before the Night Order became last. The rat folk, on the other hand, they seem to be much more defensive with their third place position. Look.
She leaped down and handed him a spyglass, and he looked through where she pointed.
Damn, they're building traps and defenses? That's annoying.
That's not all. This is near the centre, where the final treasure will spawn. While that barrier over the glade keeps them from going in and going too crazy with defences, they'll still have the clear advantage here when it opens, if they keep at it, and I think they will. I think they'll keep building all the way around.
Maybe we do need to give them some setbacks at the least. Jasper, Jasmine, and Bertie are well equipped to handle this without much risk. Have you spotted the tribes, or the Night Order?
Sable grinned as she shook her spatial pouch.
I might have been a little naughty.
Nick's eyes widened. Her score had tripled since they last met, though it wasn't nearly as high as Irwin's, who still held much of the loot, thanks to using the loot skill the most. She received more loot than others when using the skill, so, unless the number of enemies slain was significant, she did most of it.
A little?
She twirled the rope around her finger, sending the bag in circles.
Well, you know, a few of them were sneaking up on the rat folk too, so I just made them, disappear. I should have reported back first, but...
Nick arched his brow at that.
I did say not to take unnecessary risks, but I do trust you. I wouldn't call that naughty, so long as you were careful.
Sable pouted.
Aww, you didn't play along. I do hope we can have some fun sooner rather than later.
Nick chuckled. The watch rotation and fighting through the jungle with his mother-in-law around wasn't that conducive for sexy times outside of using his portable villa. With enemies lurking, hunting them, he wasn't about to risk getting into a compromised position. Instead, he'd been focusing on helping the girls relax with tail brushing and cuddle piles, and they did the same for him. Knowing that at any moment an enemy can bust in with a bunch of spears trying to kill them is a major mood killer.
Find the rest of that tribe and call us over, and you'll have earned all the rewards you want once more, I promise. Just like in Silverbrook. But for now, we need to win this.
Sable sighed.
You got it, boss. You know, you've been avoiding awkward moments with Irene, but that girl wants it almost as bad as we do, you know.
Nick coughed.
I know. Thankfully, she is being respectful to Becca, easing her into the idea. I'm good with it if she is.
Easing?
Sable arched her eyebrow.
If she was any more obvious about what she wanted, she might just trip and land on your dick. But yes, I suspect she's waiting for the priestesses back at home to make their move, and they were also giving Rebecca, out of respect, a small honeymoon period before they made their own desires known. After Shadowvale, it won't be long before those nuns are busting down your door.
Nick snorted.
I'll worry about, or just enjoy that when the time comes. You be careful out there, my huntress.
Aw, worried about sweet little old me? You know I always am.
The shadows flickered, and then she was in his arms with her lips on his, her momentum causing him to stumble. Before he could wrap his arms around her, her body became cold, and she drifted away like smoke, floating back into the branches with a laugh before she jumped and disappeared into the night. In the end, she did manage to tease him once again. Despite his efforts to watch her with his soul sense, he lost track of her after just a brief moment. She kept getting better with that. Sending Jasmine in her spider form and the 2 soul servants to harass the rat folk had worked out well. They defeated a number of the rat folk and destroyed their constructions, forcing them back. When they killed several of the rat folk, they saw why the other kingdoms had gotten ahead. They didn't just get the points from their spatial pouch, but a small bonus besides. With more than a dozen rat folk dead, they had likely taken first place again. Nick had hoped to draw out the other 2 kingdoms, but they hid and presumably watched from afar, or were busy elsewhere. While he also thought about finishing off the rat folk, their collection was still going well. Their leaders held the largest portion of their earnings, so it was truly like he would either need to assassinate their leader or go all out and wipe them out to get what they'd collected. He may end up doing those things, but he wanted to be sure about the other two factions' locations before he went all in on it. It took Sable and Irwin a few days of hunting to eventually close in on the tribe. The enemy had their own shamans, and had a form of elemental defense to eliminate spying on them using them. When Nick's party finally caught up with them a few days later, they were already in combat. It was an army of armored knights versus a tribe of beastfolk which hid in the jungle, and a third party, a creature with what looked like a large nest on its back. Nick thought it looked somewhat like a rhino, but it had merged with some sort of crystalline plant on its back. Tendrils of vine-like crystals branched off around the creature, and it was using it for both offense and defense. The rhino was massive, and it was already wounded. Still, it looked like quite the sturdy creature. Nick had a feeling that this thing was worth a lot, as it had found a true symbiotic relationship with some sort of treasure. The tribe attacked with arrows and ambushes, and by corralling the rhino to face the company of knights. Meanwhile, the knights pushed in formation through the dense foliage in hopes to capture and take them, or the rhino, down. Their thick plate armor rejected much of the arrows and blows, but they were too slow to defeat any of the hunters in the tribe outright. The leader of the knights was present in the formation, and Nick thought the guy wasn't too bad, probably around the level of the centaur lord that he faced. Nick and his party were overlooking the valley, deciding on a course of action. It looked like a stalemate, more or less, and it might take some time to resolve at this pace. From what they could tell, this had been going on for quite some, perhaps more than a day now. The numbers were difficult to gauge as the tribal people were hiding, but the leader of the armored people seemed unbothered. The leader of the armored knights seemed to exude a special pressure, his every movement causing the tribal people to retreat from his path and the rhino to get wary, moving defensively up a hill. Nick noted,
"This looks tough. If we join the battle, the tribe might just run. I suppose we can just chase them down, but any ideas?"
Jasmine hummed.
Maybe. We can do it a little like the rat folk. I can weave some webs to trap some of the runners. Then Jasper, Bertie, and I could ambush the tribes, trying to draw out their leader. In the chaos, you can hit the night order if the tribal leader doesn't show.
Sable was looking through her spyglass on a branch above.
"And I can watch for and hunt down the tribal leader. I'm sure they're watching this battle somehow. If they see us fighting the Night Order's leader, they may swoop in and try to finish the fight."
Rebecca noted,
"Another option is to be patient and watch and wait. Seek the advantage. The tribe's goal appears to be to weaken the Night Order with this rhino and probably swoop in and deal a significant blow. Stealing a pouch is a viable strategy for them, too."
All of his party's pouches were already secured with an extra set of webbing from Jasmine. If the person was able to cut through that and steal the pouch, they could remove their heads from their shoulders instead. Irene added,
"Or we could leave and hunt somewhere else since they're busy, waiting until the final treasure opens up. They'll be forced to face us then. Or we'll be marked the victors."
Nick thought about his options.
If these guys are here, they're not farming for us either. They do have some folks collecting things and scouting, as Sable ran into them. But I think I'd rather end this now. Let's go with Jasmine's plan and play it by ear.
Jasmine clapped.
"Oh, goody! I'll use my spider form then."
Nick watched her with interest. He hadn't actually seen her spider form yet. While she had fought against the ratfolk people using it, to great effect, Nick had been busy working with the party to collect something nearby and hadn't seen it. Suddenly, Jasmine started to blush, her stone-gray skin taking on a pink hue.
Master, please.
Nick frowned.
Please what?
Please, look away. I don't want you to see me transform. It's ugly.
Really?
Nick shrugged and turned around.
All right, go for it.
Jasmine morphed behind him, the sound of bones creaking a little unsettling, and after hearing it, he was happy he didn't watch his maid morph. Nick chuckled as he was reminded of seeing Kaya transforming for the first time, how she also wanted him to look away to change her clothes.
Okay, ready? What do you think, Master?
Nick heard her speak in his mind, somewhat surprising him, as she did not often use this form of communication. He turned, and when he saw her, Nick couldn't help but be shocked. She was not larger than her original form. In fact, she seemed a bit smaller and more compact. Jasmine looked like she could leap hundreds of feet in a single bound, like a jumping spider. Short, stone-like bristles grew everywhere on her body, giving her a furry, fuzzy look. Then there was a weave of her nexus core's light throughout her stone flesh like tattoos, especially in her abdomen. Her eyes glistened, the odd pupils large. For some reason, perhaps their large size respective of her head, they reminded him of a puppy dog's eyes. Her humanoid body was completely gone, and now she was just a spider.
Damn, you're actually kinda cute like this.
Embarrassed, she scuttled off and out of the clearing in a blur. Jasper and Birdie made to move as Birdie chirped with laughter, and Irwin joined in with her own chuckle.
I know she gets hungry when she does her transformation. She'll probably eat something from her pouch before she begins setting up her trap webs.
Kaya frowned.
How the hell is she going to use her pouch?
I'd rather not picture that,
Nick said.
Let's settle in and wait.
It was going to be a chaotic battle, but Nick's party should be positioned for success. It was time to go for the win. Chapter 35. The Shadows Move. Mayor Nelson signed his name and stamped the requisition form. Yet another list of goods that would have to wait until Blackthorne's merchant returned. With the many bandits that died in the woods, Shadowvale's resources and future earnings had dwindled. Only some low-stratum climbers remained in the city, and their acquisitions were hardly enough to feed those left behind. Without new blood to line the forests and rob the merchant caravans passing by, nothing would change. They needed more thieves to replace the ones lost, or the city just might go bankrupt. He tried encouraging more to hunt outside the walls, but thanks to the domain of shadow, they had to range out much further than Mayor Nelson liked. Panther and other predator meat was just not appetizing. Deer and boar both stayed far away from their region of the forest, and the round trip was leaving them with mediocre benefits. Then, most of their viable crops from their damp and dark valley were mushrooms. He was sick of them. Doing his paperwork, he was interrupted by a knock at the door.
Mayor, you must hear this.
Come in.
Turon walked into the room, the bare beastfolk man's breaths coming in like he ran to deliver the news.
What is it, Turon?
Our hunters found something alarming. The caravan. It was destroyed.
Mayor Nelson gasped.
Destroyed? How?
It appears it was wolves and spiders. There was evidence of both, the corpses mangled and eaten. However, it was strange. The goods and gold are all gone.
Mayor Nelson frowned.
Gone? No monsters would steal those goods, even if someone discovered the trashed caravan and took it. Just who would go against Blackthorne like that? They should recognize the markings.
Turon hesitated before clearing his throat.
I don't know. We haven't heard from the nearby men of the forest in a while. We had assumed they lost against the orcs. It's possible that instead of being slain by the orcs, they had abandoned the force to strike at the caravan. They did all have druids with them. We've just been unable to reach them. Then there's Frosthaven. They are our neighbors, after all.
He shrugged.
It's not impossible for them to have targeted the caravan. They may have been mad about such a large blood price. Just how could they even afford it in the first place anyway? We may not have the whole picture with them.
Mayor Nelson snorted.
How foolish, if it were them. Send some hunters to spy on them to get to the bottom of it. Then, either way, it sounds like we need to request some reinforcements. As it stands now, we may face a tribulation if Elrash doesn't return soon, let alone if we don't get more climbers. I will have to contact Blackthorne.
Turon nodded and left, his news delivered. After stewing for hours and waffling on his message for a while, he finally came to a decision. Opening his drawer, Mayor Nelson picked up the communication token. The ordeal would charge it over time and allow him to make a report about once per quarter, or allow him to receive a communication through the altar of subordination. If he needed to make one outside that window, he would be forced to use expensive essence crystals to power it. It would cost nearly 1,000 gold to make a communication if not fully charged by the ordeal, and thus why they avoided using it unless absolutely necessary. Before he could trigger it, the Sanctum's communication token lit up, and Mayor Nelson almost leaped out of his seat in surprise. He wasn't expecting to hear from Blackthorne any time soon. He was only a few weeks away from needing to report in, and he had just decided to make it early in hopes he could get news on Elrash's whereabouts. Thanks to the orcs' victory in the forest of Silverbrook, they were in bad shape, especially thanks to how Blackthorne would penalize them for their failure. Nelson suspected the next merchant caravan would collect far more people than Elrash wanted to give up. It would ruin all of his personal goals, unless his recent task satisfied Blackthorne in some way. Not that either of those were Mayor Nelson's problem, anyway. Mayor Nelson scrambled to grab the prerequisite crystals and shattered them to power the token. The token pulled the essence in, filling its glyphs on the surface with a sanguine light.
Mayor.
Blackthorne's gruff voice echoed into the room.
It is me. What can I do for you, Your Grace?
The merchant convoy still hasn't arrived at Murkdeep. What can you tell me?
Mayor Nelson was shocked and had a sharp intake of breath. Blackthorne already knew? How? This was a tremendous failure, and his message he had carefully crafted in his mind was now forgotten, as he was now put on the back foot in this line of questioning.
I only learned of what happened just now. A hunter of ours found the wreckage, having ranged out to find food. I was just about to contact you.
I'm aware of what happened. Is there something you want to tell me, Mayor Nelson?
Blackthorne's tone was threatening, alarming him.
What do you mean, my lord? I was hoping to contact you soon, as we could use some reinforcements. I'd sent a message with the caravan, but clearly that didn't work out. Just how long before Lord Elrash returns we could use...
Reinforcements? Why do you need any of those? Elrash is helping thresh, track, and corral the Outlanders. It shouldn't be much longer now. They'll be ours soon enough. But as it stands, it may be a few months before he can arrive back in Shadowvale.
Mayor Nelson gasped in surprise. Thresh joined him in chasing the Outlanders? The man was in the 3rd stratum, Blackthorne's most valuable climber. He owned the ordeal at Murkdeep, a dark kingdom hidden deep in the mountains to the southwest. That Thresh had now joined them showed just how badly Blackthorne wanted these Outlanders. Why? He shook off the detail, remembering that Shadowvale really could use some help, that he needed to convince him. With all of their 2nd stratum climbers dead and Elrash gone, things were not looking good.
Yes, we could use some reinforcements. All of our 2nd stratum climbers are now dead. With Elrash gone, we may face a tribulation before long. You see, we believe the orcs had killed all our assets in the woods between Silverbrook. When we sent our men after them, as per your orders, we expected that we would be victorious. But it seems they failed, and all our hideouts were cleared. Besides, this was included in Frosthaven's blood price, which they paid. On top of that, we haven't even heard back from our people in Silverbrook. They were supposed to report in just last week, but we haven't heard from the usual runner.
So, that's your game.
Mayor Nelson frowned in confusion.
Sir?
There's no way a small unit of orcs killed all our assets. And now you're telling me something happened to the warden, of all people, that all our plots have come crumbling down in the area, all due to some orcs that wandered in. On top of all of that, you had met this orc, and you had gauged him to not be a threat.
Well,
Mayor Nelson did not like where this was going. No matter what, Blackthorne was blaming this issue on him.
The man was only almost level 15 at best.
Blackthorne continued before he could scramble his thoughts together into a better defense.
So what is it? You plan on sharing the gold with the warden? Is that your plan? Where is he now? If you tell me, I might just spare you.
What gold? You mean the gold from the caravan? No way, I just learned about what happened. Surely it was Frosthaven or some other...
Don't lie to me, Nelson.
Blackthorne said his name hatefully.
I know you have the gold. The altar of subordination shows it's there in Shadowvale. All of it. As soon as the merchant's life crystal crumbled, the gold was brought back to you within hours. I wasn't asking. There are already reinforcements in Shadowvale, just not for you.
Mayor Nelson stood in alarm, the news shocking. The building which taxed their essence was showing they had the gold?
This is a misunderstanding, my lord. I don't have the caravan's gold. I swear it. We're being set up.
Useless lies. Either way, I'm sick of your incompetence. Do it, Rorik.
The shadows twisted, and Mayor Nelson yelped as a blade came out of them and cleaved his head off of his shoulders. His head rolled and stared up at his assailant, a dark elf man with red eyes meeting his. Rorik kicked Mayor Nelson's corpse and took his place in his chair. He picked up the communication token.
It's me. He's dead now. I have to wonder what his full plan was. I couldn't find any sign of this rebellion as I came in, and the ruins of the caravan did look like wolves and spiders, strangely. You sure it wasn't someone else? What about this Frosthaven he mentioned?
Blackthorne snorted.
Orcs are no good at subterfuge. And didn't he say they fully paid their blood price? They are afraid of me, as they should be. Nelson was probably hiding his involvement. He's the only one with the resources and contacts to make it happen. With Elrash not there, this was the perfect moment for him to take such an immense amount of gold and run for his life. We had druids in the forests capable of controlling those type of creatures. Then, he was just biding his time until just after the next check-in time, before he ran as fast as he could. In the end, it's not that important. He was a trash mare anyway, his incompetence leading to vast losses. Failure only breeds more failure, Rorik.
He continued.
See if you can find where the gold is located, but report to me once you've squashed their shitty rebellion and reclaimed the goods. You and your men are welcome to plunder what you find in the city, but do not allow a tribulation. It'll ruin everything. Elrash will take care of the ordeal further when he returns from his task. Send some of your men inside. I must begin my own climb shortly.
How will I send men inside? Elrash isn't here to give us the rights to enter. And, the man's dead now.
Take the other token in Nelson's drawer, and give it to someone you trust to become mayor. It will allow him to override, now that the previous mayor is dead.
His voice became threatening, some rage seeping into his voice.
I expect good news for when I come out. I will not accept any excuses. You and your men have already cost me a fortune. Death will be a lot less quick for you than it came to Nelson if you disappoint me.
By your will. My men and I are worth every gold that I promise you. We'll get to the bottom of this. Something's changed.
Myron voiced his thoughts after his divining tool suddenly cracked. Once he'd settled on his way, he had attuned a rare crystal that would be sensitive to the alterations of fate. And something must have shifted. Being blindsided by Elrash and losing 2 of his people previously had led him to take extra precautions, even if it meant using treasures that could no longer be replaced. He would need to do another divination, but his heart throbbed in agony each time he used his tools. His body was becoming worse by the day from all his efforts. Looking at the stars, he could see nothing useful. Maybe he was getting used to these strange stars, or maybe his wife was helping him somehow, or his gut was telling him something. They needed to hurry, and he could feel it in his bones. A sound of an angry woman's voice filled Myron's ears, her voice taking on a cadence and tone of a thug.
Where are your allies, huh? Tell me where the other raids are heading, or you'll get a whole lot more of this!
A smash was heard, wood from a tree shattering, and the man whimpered before spilling everything he knew about his people and their positions. Myron grinned. These bandits had no loyalty. Perhaps if they were soldiers of a nation, his people would have had difficulty keeping ahead of them. Thankfully, one of their elders had managed to learn the language of Orion Common and crystallized their knowledge to disseminate it to their people to understand their enemies. Even if it was just so they could interrogate them, it was a valuable thing to know if they were going to stay on this world for any length of time. They didn't really learn anything all that useful from interrogating this man in particular, but it seemed this small unit was corralling his people, like many of the others, as he predicted. Wanting to spend a little bit more time with his daughter, he journeyed with her to take on this smaller unit. And he couldn't be prouder. She crushed them with her tetsubo, the large, studded, and spiked blunt weapon breaking their bodies with every swing. If only she could cultivate, she'd defeat even their strongest enemies they'd seen here with ease. Having answered his daughter's questions, she left the man alone, as promised. The man's bones were broken, and he was weak and disabled. No doubt he was fated to die to the creatures in the savage wilderness soon. And if not, it wouldn't matter. The bandits didn't bother to heal their brethren, and it would take far too long for him to heal enough for him to matter in the upcoming conflicts. Shara arrived with a satisfied smile, dusting off her robes, cleaning them with bursts of chi. However, she caught the look on his face, the smile replaced with a look of concern. Her voice came back out in its usual cadence, a tender woman's just like her mother's.
"What is it, father? You look worried."
He gave his daughter a sad smile and showed the remains of crystallized fate, which had shattered.
"Danger lurks. We were making good time and nearing our goal of reaching the mountain. Just around a month to go, the giant peak's already beginning to tower over us. However, it seems we need to speed things up. I want to arrive in 2 weeks, 3 at the latest."
Speed things up? But this forest is already too dangerous, father. Half the reason we're able to proceed here is because we keep baiting the monsters into the bandits, and they cannot move in large numbers easily because it attracts the worst monsters. If we push any faster, we'll have to face and defeat most of the monsters ourselves. A scary thing to do while these bandits are trying to corner us.
I know this, but something has changed. Perhaps the enemy has received some more reinforcements once again. Dangerous reinforcements, like this Elrash.
Shara's face twisted, lifting up her club as she turned back to the broken man, her demeanor changing once again.
"That guy was holding out on me. I'll break his fucking legs."
The man whimpered in the distance, and Myron couldn't help but chuckle. His daughter was cute when she was angry, just like his wife.
"Again, you mean? You already broke both his legs?"
Shara blushed as she set her club down again, and Myron continued.
"I don't think this is anything the underlings knew about. The left hand doesn't know what the right hand is doing with them. This just happened. It'll be rough, but we'll need to speed things up if we want to reach the destination. Even if we lose a few people, it's a price we'll have to pay."
Father,
She embraced him, hugging him tightly with her bat braced behind him. Myron was engulfed in his daughter's larger body, and he couldn't help but chuckle once again at her duality. She was a lion to their enemies, but a soft kitten to her family.
"I know, my little treasure. The day we must part is nearing. It is sad, but such is the will of the heavens. Turmoil and conflict have always been present in our lives, our clan losing many brethren in countless battles. This is no different."
Shara's face twisted once again, only this time it was like she ate a bitter bug.
"I know, but these thugs, they are so weak and pathetic. They haven't even created their cause, just barely at foundation establishment at best. Are they really going to destroy our great clan? You're a powerful nascent soul elder. If this was back on Starhold..."
Myron grinned at the thought.
"I'd crush this entire scrub army in mere minutes, even without your mother's help. Together she'd only need a swing of her Tetsubo to destroy them all, body and soul."
Shara took on a look of utter delight, imagining their enemies being destroyed. Myron continued.
"But we fight these bandits not to defeat them, but to flee so that our clan can live on. We might be in dire straits now, but we believe in you, daughter, that you will find your fated and flourish in our new home, to bring a new chance at prosperity to our people."
"I know, but without you..."
Myron did his best to motivate her, even if he was just speaking platitudes. He knew his days were numbered, even if they got out of this.
"All is not yet lost. When I chose our way, I had to resolve myself to die to get the outcome I desired. That does not mean that I will die for sure. I will fight until the bitter end, so that I may see my grandchildren if I can. This is my order as your father and patriarch. If I tell you to go on ahead, leaving your brethren behind, you must."
He once again lectured her.
"You carry the bloodline of your mother, your fate carrying the entire clans. I know you can fight, but this world has taken away our true strength. You must live on to find a new way for our people."
"I will, father. I will do as you require of me. It's just so pitiful. Death in battle when we can't properly fight for our lives. It's like we're fighting with both hands tied behind our backs."
"It's painful, but I know you will. You've always been a filial daughter, and seeing you crush these scrubs today only cemented my trust in you. You didn't even leave any enemies for me, and many of them were at Foundation Establishment, or what they call the second stratum, while you are stuck in the first, unable to cultivate until you've merged your fates with your fated."
Shara once again blushed, with her cheeks becoming a darker purple, but gave him a proud smile as she hugged her Tetsubo lovingly. Myron said,
"Let's return to the others. We'll get them ready to march, and I will do a new set of divinations."
Shara nodded and leapt up into the trees to head back to their clan. Myron looked to the stars with a grimace. It felt like he was blind, like this world took away his ability to see. Now he could only stumble in the dark. Just as he was about to follow her, he saw a light blaze above the mountains, coming from just where they were headed. It was like a shooting star, a beam of light that blazed across the heavens, right over their heads. A good omen. Seeing the light, he couldn't help but wish for a miracle. Chapter 36. The Showdown. After Jasmine, Jasper, and Birdie entered the forest, it was actually a while before they saw anything on the battlefield change. Suddenly, a tribal warrior's life was just snuffed out, their body torn to shreds by Jasmine's powerful clawed legs. Then another, and another, the third one managing to scream out in alarm. A whistle echoed out through the tribe as Jasper and Birdie struck them from the opposite end. A swarm of ice feathers swirled around Jasper as he leapt from cover, biting and lifting a man in the air, resulting in the man screaming. With a deadly shake of Jasper's huge maw, the man died, and the person next to him struck out with their tribal spear. They were met with a large, meaty paw, shattering the spear and shredding their body. More whistles and animal calls went out, and Nick saw that many of the tribal warriors started to back off from the knights and the rhino, the tall grass moving all around them. The knights and the rhino became restless, noticing the change in the battlefield. A knight dashed forward, cutting down one of the retreating tribal warriors. The rhino began to stomp off, knocking a knight away and into the air as they attempted to press their attack. Now that the knights weren't being harassed, they dashed forward, their greatswords and polearms giving off an orange light. The leader of the knights moved as well, positioning himself to deal a powerful blow against the rhino. Several of their implements stabbed into the monster and wounded it, keeping it from escaping. In total, there were about 36 knights on the battlefield, and Nick was noticing the tribal warriors likely had even more than that, considering a large number of them that were hiding.
"Go ahead and hit the knights, Kaya, Fang, and Luna. We don't want the tribes thinking they shouldn't stick around."
Kaya roared as she transformed, dashing down the hill as Fang howled. Luna's totems pulsed as she followed, granting the party the strength of the earth and some form of vigor from her water totem. Nick donned his cloak of twilight darkness before following under the cover of the dense foliage. Irwin, Rebecca, Jeffrey, and Irene followed slowly, keeping out of view of the enemy, knowing they could become targets of the more stealthy members of the tribes. Nick stuck close between them, watching with his soul sense. A few of the knights broke off from fighting the rhino to meet Kaya. When Kaya met them in combat, she cut one of them down rather quickly, her concept shearing right through the armor and removing an arm before cutting off his head with a spin and a flick of her tail. However, when she did this, the knights nearby, their orange essence within them brightened, the men shouting with courage as they were enhanced. She used her roar ability and met them with her axes, but none of them were stunned, only slowed as they approached, and the leader of the knights moved to meet her in battle. Fang sidled up to defend her with her shield, but this was when all hell broke loose. Arrows rained down from above, and the tribal warriors flanked the rhino and the knights from the side, preventing it from fleeing, 24 warriors appearing from the foliage. The small wolfen girl then hopped onto Kaya's shoulders, lifting her shield above them both horizontally to block the rain of arrows. Jasmine's spider form crashed into the incoming tribe, her claws and mandibles shredding the warriors with fervor. Her body was now covered in luminous stone, looking like a stone and light elemental shaped as a spider. Their counterattacks skittered off her stone body, even as they used essence to power their attacks. Birdie squawked as it sent dozens of ice shards at the archers, and Jasper leaped up into the trees to hunt them down. Seeing that Kaya had taken down 2 more knights, the leader of the knights met Kaya in battle, and his strength was surprising. With every swing he knocked Kaya back, and his thick armor filled with essence took her feral strike with little more than a scratch. Fang even lashed out with her longer spear from Kaya's shoulders, opting to stay up there for now as arrows continued to rain down upon them, but the frost from her spear wouldn't take hold either. The man had a strong protective aura that served as a barrier. The knights moved to surround Kaya, while some cut into the rhino. However, despite all of this, the tribal leader still hadn't appeared. But Nick knew he had to make his move soon if he was going to make it. The tribal warriors were falling left and right. Irwin, Rebecca, and Irene were still holding off on joining the battle for now, as they would be especially vulnerable to the tribal members. Nick was watching over them, and he knew Sable had to be looking out for this leader as well. With him not facing off against the knight leader, it made Nick think he was more stealth or ambush-focused of a fighter, just like his tribe members. It was then that Nick felt a general wrongness, a stilling of the area near Nick. His hand was already on the hilt on his shoulder, but he lowered his body further into a crouch as he looked around him. It took him a moment, but he eventually realized it was his soul sense he was feeling, and he narrowed in on where it was coming from. Whatever it was moving in on Irwin, and while he couldn't see Sable, he could feel her mated trait lurking above in the boughs of the trees. Nick did his best to signal that he was going to make his move, nudging her with his mind. In a single movement he drew his blade and swung, activating his blade wave. Then he pushed out his frost aura, making sure to thread his mana aura chains around the area where he knew the interloper was. A wave of frost struck something, revealing the stealth user's broad back. Grunting, the man spun with his spear, essence gathering around the tip and his legs as he crouched, getting ready to pounce at Nick in response. Nick's frost aura was latching onto the man, ice beginning to spread along his skin to reveal the rest of him. His chains were approaching, but it looked like he wouldn't wrap him up with them quite in time. Just as the man was about to leap, Sable's spear, covered in frost and shadows, rose from the ground and bit a chunk out of the man's shoulder, disturbing what remained of his aura and sneak abilities. He was some kind of panther man that exuded the power of death and darkness. Nick's chains wrapped around him, but were somewhat kept at bay by the man's concept. Since Nick wasn't infusing his will into them as he was using his cloak, the effect was a little weak, but he did notice that they were slowing him down a little, reducing his shadows. With the Panther Man exposed, the tribe started fighting more aggressively, and a small group came to flank Nick and Sable. Their shaman's magic was called upon, sending out multiple gouts of flame and lightning bolts at Nick's party. Luna prepared a lightning barrier which appeared on Nick's party through her concept fragment, leaving the flame to be covered by his party's frost magic instead. Irwin's arrows and Rebecca and Irene's light of wisdom shot into the fray, sending tribal members flying. The Panther Man stabbed with his spear at Sable as she backed off, giving off an energy that reeked of death. But she dodged with her nimble, smaller frame, parrying the blow and keeping away from his attack. The tribal leader definitely felt like a match for any one of his girls, but they were not alone. Now that Nick had a measure of the two leaders and the battlefield, he decided how his party could gain the most. He shouted,
"Fang, Luna! Help Sable! I'll join Kaya!"
Nick blasted the Panther Man with a frost shock, the basketball-sized fist of ice striking and spreading on his chest, and sent 2 blade waves with his rapier-shaped soul blade, cutting small wounds into the man's legs. The frost also began to crawl up the Panther Man's extremities, and combined with Nick's shock, Sable tripped him with her icy shadows. Her spear flickered out to pierce his wounded shoulder, sending icy shadows into his flesh as he roared in anger and covered himself with deathly energy. One of Irwin's arrows now flew at the panther beastfolk as well, and he attempted to defend with his arm filled with deathly energy. But her arrow was glimmering stardust, and it pierced his protection and deeply embedded itself in his arm. 2 of Nick's chains found more purchase as they linked and wrapped around the man's legs, causing his frost to spread more rapidly. The counter-ambush was effective, though he knew this wasn't the full measure of the man's strength. Because they ruined his ambush, a lot of his capability was thwarted, the man weakened through his wounds. However, the man hadn't fully brought out his concept yet. Nick could tell the man was not weak, but wounding him as they did reduced his potential significantly. Knowing Sable would be able to hold out a bit longer, Nick took off, focused on his speed. Seeing Kaya getting overwhelmed in the distance, his heroic concept stirred. A hero must be fast so that they can arrive on time. The world seemed to shift with his will, this desire to move just a bit faster as the essence within him stirred. Dashing toward the knights, Nick passed Fang and Luna, who blurred by, making good on Nick's orders. He leaped down the hill, traveling more than 12 meters in a single jump. The lightness and speed improvement from the Cloak of Twilight carried him far through the air, the cloth filled with darkness and stars trailing behind him. Landing, Nick then dashed toward a nearby knight and swung his blade of light and darkness. While the dark smoke around him from his heroic concept was mercurial, his will, while using the cloak, seemed to better solidify the darkness into the blade. With just a little bit of the special essence inserted into the blade, the light and the dark vibrated, and the wicked edge that formed cut easily through a knight's armored leg as Nick passed him by. Nick met swords with the leader of the knights, relieving Kaya from his onslaught. She had been unable to do little more than defend, and now that Nick was close, he understood why. Threads of magic went between the knights, connecting them to their leader. In some way he was empowered by his allies. It was a little like how Nick was connected to his wives, yet different. These people followed a homogeneous path, which somehow enabled them to empower each other. Nick's frost aura washed over the knights, but they shouted and covered themselves with the orange essence, and the leader's weight on reality rose to match. This reduced the impact of Nick's frost aura, but it still slowed the group somewhat. Now that the leader pushed his will outward, Nick thought the concept he held was related to courage and bravery somehow.
"Let's do this, Kaya!"
Nick then shouted his martial arts kiai, which granted those that could hear it essence drawn in from the surrounding area, and Kaya roared to match as she met a second knight's polearm with her axe. Nick and Kaya worked in concert, the two fighting off the knights surrounding them. While the knights were coordinated, they did not appear used to fighting someone like Kaya that danced and spun with so many weapons. Nor were they used to someone like Nick, whose body and limbs twisted and flicked out, or disappeared from view entirely as the cloak of darkness roiled around him. While defending against the knight leader, Nick and Kaya positioned his allies between them to prevent him from striking them easily, while they wounded his allies and eventually took them down completely. With each knight defeated, an odd effect occurred. The knight leader weakened, but his subordinate knights got just a little stronger. It seemed the loss of their brethren drew out their courage and strength, allowing them to hit just a little harder and move faster. Odds were the leader had some form of duty and responsibility to protect his knights, to make sure their lives were not lost in vain. Otherwise, it was strange to Nick. The leader should be powering up just as much as the men were, with his path being the same. Nick and Kaya weren't the only ones facing the knights. The tribal warriors had also attacked them from the side, and the wounded rhino had gone on a bit of a rampage. Not only that, but Jasmine had covered a few of them with webbing and finished off a few others, evening the numbers as she killed the tribal members. After half of the knights were dead, the knight leader shouted and essence converged on him from the surrounding area. In response, Kaya did the same, preparing her convergence skill, her axe and body building a charge of her purple, bestial essence as she wound her axe back to swing. Nick shifted his cloak to light, costing him just a bit of mental energy, and began preparing his essence burst. The remaining 9 knights leaped next to their knight leader and stood next to him in a line, raising their blades above their heads. An image of a much larger knight materialized and stood behind them, mirroring their action. Kaya leaped into the air and spun, sending out waves of feral essence with her cutting concept. To Nick's surprise, it seemed she was able to only send out the essence in a forward arc, as she spun back and forth with swings of her battle axe in rapid succession. The knights swung down, and Nick fired his essence burst down the center, directly at the knight leader. His prismatic beam of light, which drew on both his heroic concept and something from his wife's devotion cores, slammed into the oncoming blade, sending it back. Kaya's blades of feral essence slammed into the line of knights, cutting deeply into all of them at near the chest level. The giant knight dematerialized as several knights were knocked off their feet, leaving only the leader of the knights capable of dashing forward to meet Nick and Kaya in combat. Drawing just a little faith energy from his necklace, he rushed forward to meet the knight captain. The knight captain was moving rapidly, his concept being pushed to its limits as he gave his battle shout. Nick's blade met his strength able to keep up with his enemies without issue, before Kaya's battle axe cleaved into his shoulder from the side. The loss of strength enabled Nick to shove the sword to the side, before his vibrating soul blade returned to cleave the head off the knight captain's shoulders. The men left behind him seemed to roar in defiance, but they were so heavily wounded, they had very little fight left in them. Nick's frost aura overtook them because the leader of the knights was gone, and so Nick and Kaya were able to finish off the rest of the knights with relative ease. Nick had sensed a bit of difficulty with the leader of the beastfolk tribes, but the Wolfen girls managed to handle him. They pushed themselves and their pack fighting to its limits when the man used his bestial transformation, becoming the bringer of death, the predator that a panther embodied. Each had used their convergence skills, and Rebecca, Irene, and Irwin supported them until they brought him down. Some tribe members had snuck up on Irwin and the rest, but Geoffrey protected them with his shields long enough for them to counter them. From there, the tribe started to scatter and flee, but they got caught in Jasmine's webs. As the members of the enemy tribe were defeated, their spatial sack's numbers climbed significantly. The rhino had been wounded, and now that the enemies were taken out, putting it down was easy for Nick's party. Birdie sent more powerful ice out, showing her growth from the cores she'd been eating and piercing deeply into the rhino. Then, with some coaxing from the angry bird, Jasper finished it off with its heavy claws. The rhino had roared in defiance, bringing out some form of bestial strength and regeneration, but it wasn't enough in the end. With the jungle cleared of enemies, Nick and his party gathered around the clearing where the rhino had died.
Man, that was a pretty rough battle. Stealth bastards are a pain in the ass. And so are those walking tin cans.
Kaya chuckled.
You say that, but you have the easiest time with stealth bastards. Imagine everyone else who doesn't have soul sense. Still, that was some fight with the tin cans. We kicked ass that time.
Hell yeah. You were my badass bitch again there. We make a good team, like always.
Boss! Boss, what about me? What about me?
Fang's tail was wagging, the girl jumping up and down in excitement. Nick chuckled.
Of course, you were a good girl and kicked ass.
He was then forced to once again reward each of his girls for a job well done. The girls had once again lined up, with Rebecca in the back of the line, and this time Jeffrey and Irene had joined the line behind her. Rebecca noticed this and gasped.
Mother, what are you doing?
Irene was waiting behind Jeffrey at the back of the line, looking perhaps a little proud of herself.
What? Jeffrey and I felt left out. You girls always look so happy being rewarded by your boss. Isn't that right, Jeffrey?
Jeffrey buzzed a yes in response, nodding. Rebecca narrowed her eyes at her, but turned to watch as Nick gave out his scratches and kisses to each of his girls. This strange ritual was enjoyable to his girls and himself, and somehow appeared to gather this devotion within them, so Nick wasn't about to complain about that. Each of his girls were shameless in collecting their rewards, and he noted that he really was often doing a pre- and post-battle ritual now when the situation allowed for it. Nick had to laugh when he eventually reached Jeffrey, and the mirror-like beetle suddenly looked a little bashful. He gave him a fist bump and handed him a few essence pearls for his job well done, as well as verbally thanking him and giving him a pat on his back for his help protecting Nick's girls. That left Irene. He smiled at her.
Good job facing our enemies out there. I'm relieved knowing you're watching over everyone and giving your input. You're a big help to the team, and I'm really glad you came with us.
She covered her mouth with her hand, blushing.
Oh, it was nothing much at all. There is no need to thank me. Not only are you helping me with my own goals with the archives, but I got to spend time with my daughter. I can see that she has already grown so much thanks to your focus on being tested, and now I'm even learning a little from her instead. I'm so happy to see her doing so well.
Nick spread his arms wide, offering her a hug. She giggled, before wrapping her hands behind his neck and leaning in, her curvy body pressed up tightly against him. He returned the hug, despite it not being the usual mother-in-law type of hug. It made Nick a bit concerned about Rebecca, but Irwin had distracted her by bringing out a few items they gained in her bags. Irene smiled broadly and sighed.
Oh, it's so wonderful to be hugged by someone so full of strength and love. Did you know? When you rescued me, it was almost like this while cradled in your soul core, just all the time, except...
Nick arched his brow as he let go, and she backed off slightly.
Except?
She leaned forward once again and whispered in his ear.
Except when you were with your many wives. The love and the lust you had for them was something I had never felt before. The perversions of that horrible man as he threatened to defile me, and all those priestesses. I may have protected my soul, but my mind is a bit tainted.
She licked her lips, and her eyes took on a fervent gleam.
I can't help but want you to be the one to
Before Nick could respond, Rebecca frowned as she leaned in.
What are you two talking about, Mother?
Irene cleared her throat and backed away from Nick and gave her a smile. I was just reminding our dear hero what it felt like after he saved me from such a horrible fate. Samuel really tormented me, and I had nearly given up on living, only managing to hold on in hopes that I may protect you for just another day. But now our hero has given me a shot at not only life again, but happiness. I was just thanking him for that and telling him what it meant to me and how I wanted to repay him. There's nothing wrong with that, is there, daughter? Rebecca looked a little confused as her words ringed mostly true in her mind. No, of course not, Mother, just... You're acting a little strange, looking so... happy, hugging Nicholas. Her words were tinged with a little bit of suspicion. Fang tilted her head with a sniff. Happy? That... Sable covered Fang's mouth, shaking her head. Irene looked a little melancholic, her eyes taking on a distant gaze. Yes, well, I'm afraid that as much of a smile I've put on for everyone, including you, there is a price to be paid for everything. My time under Samuel's torment was truly horrible, but I think I'll be okay, thanks to our dear hero, as his warmth had protected and healed my soul, and being around him continues to fill me with happiness. Sadly, I'm still going to be a little weird from now on. Rebecca softened her gaze, looking remorseful. Yes, of course, Mother. I'm so sorry for that. I guess seeing you so happy has made it easy to forget what you've been through. Your happiness is important to me, so if hugging Nicholas makes you happy and whole once again, I don't mind it. Irene interrupted. It's okay, my Becca. I know it is strange for you, my interest in your husband. Just why wouldn't it be? But I thank you for your understanding. You know that I would never want to hurt you. Rebecca looked conflicted, her eyes darting left and right as she thought or searched her feelings. No, Mother, I know that, and it's surprising, but I suppose it really shouldn't be. All the other priestesses are in the same position at this time, all wanting a piece of our Nicholas's heart. I guess I just need some time to think about all this. Sable and Luna were dragging Fang away before she said something tactless about how it shouldn't be weird at all for Boss to take anyone as his mate. Kaya was dutifully ignoring the conversation, checking her equipment, now that the fighting had been completed. Irene nodded, deciding to leave it at that, and Nick scratched his neck. This was another one of those situations where he wasn't sure if saying something was the best thing or not. Irene's interest in him was obvious, and he hadn't outright rejected her, but if he knew Rebecca wouldn't or couldn't be happy with that situation, he would have. In that case, he would try some other way to help Irene find happiness, even if he liked Irene a lot and wanted her. It was shaping up to resolve on its own, it seemed. However, seeing Rebecca seem so uneasy, confused, and worried, he took her hand in his and gave her a reassuring smile as he played with the ring on her hand, forming a small connection. He definitely didn't want to say that he wanted to date and or plow her mother, as he didn't want to trample over her feelings with his desires. And Nick couldn't lie if he was asked. But he did want to tell her that whatever happened or she decided, he had her back. Looking down at her hand and back to his face, Rebecca then let out a relaxed breath and a smile as she met his eyes. It seemed his message was received. Just as they had been through many challenges during their marriage trial, this was just another, yet a strange one, and Nick would give his all to make her happy as they overcame it together. No doubt Rebecca would take some time to get used to this idea that maybe Nick would be with her mother. He thought that given time, it was likely she would eventually embrace it happily. In the end, he was not going to pressure her about this because that'd be a dick move. Irene turned to Irwin, who had a speculative yet happy look on her face. It seemed she also understood this was a complicated situation.
Vinny, what do you make of that crystalline plant, the one from the rhino? Can you bring it out so that I can have a look? It looked fascinating.
Irwin nodded and pulled it out of her pouch. It had shrunk as a part of Orion's odd loot process, but it was connected to a strange crystalline heart. The whole thing gave off feelings of nature, beasts, and stone. It was beyond unique, and Nick was interested to know what it could be used for. Rebecca was also excited by the unique treasure, looking at it with interest, inspecting it with her eyes and magical senses. The three scholarly girls got into talking about the heart for a few minutes before Nick cleared his throat.
Come on, everyone. We need to head after the rat folk now, so we can finish this and get back to our real home. I bet Lumos will have some details on it if you grill her, too.
Chapter 37. The Final Treasure. After defeating the Night Order and the Tribal Kingdom, they actually had to rush in order to chase the rat folk all the way to their border and exit. It seemed they somehow knew the change to the situation, and they had attempted to flee. If it weren't for Jasmine and Sable working together, rushing through the forest and tracking them, they would have gotten away with the goods, nearly 30% of everything. But the two were successful in taking down the rat people's leader, recovering the large amount of wealth contained within his spatial pouch. With the three kingdoms' leaders defeated, they received a prompt. Noblefrost Kingdom is victorious. The test of supremacy is now completed. Treasure contained in the central glade to mature in 72 hours. Arrive at the entry within this time. Irene exclaimed.
Oh, it's one of those! What a blessing!
Nick frowned, reading the prompt.
What is it?
There is a class of treasures that are not meant for transport, the kind that must be consumed immediately upon maturation. Orion often creates a trial over these types of treasures, unless specifically nourished by the kingdom. For example, if you finished the quest for your mines, if a special treasure such as this matured there, it should be yours, without any kind of contest.
She added,
Orion doesn't much like waste, so it would help you become aware of something so significant in your territory, but make you earn it, testing you and your right for the reward.
Nick was getting a bit excited.
Nice. I wonder who it'll be best for. There's still some time left for us to earn some unique treasures. It might be slim pickings now, but every little bit we bring back will be put to use.
Birdie suddenly squawked at him, and Nick noticed that its face had finally formed into a beak. It continued to squawk for a while, gesturing at the forest and to itself. Nick arched his brow, as he thought he understood its desires, somewhat, through their connection.
If you find a treasure on your own, you may consume or keep it for yourself. Just meet us at the glade in 3 days, or you might miss out.
Birdie laughed, several short caws like a laughing crow. It then put its staff near its beak and began to take bites of it. The odd demonic wood crunched ominously as, over just a few bites, it shoved the rest of it into its throat. Nick watched with horrid fascination as splinters of wood were scattered everywhere. The demonic goat, which was now mostly covered in feathers, then glowed for a moment, then began to flap its wings, laughing all the while. Birdie took off and flew off to the west. Jasper and the Wolfen girls all tilted their heads in confusion, watching as it flew away. Nick couldn't help but feel weird about his odd bird soul servant after that display.
So, that happened? Should I be worried?
Fang laughed. No, Birdie is a good bird, mostly. I know it. It'll find something special for sure. They spent 2 days circling the area near the glade, making sure they missed no treasure, left no beast alive or any rock unturned. Jasmine and Sable met up with them on the first day, and they continued and rested until eventually it was time, and they found themselves in front of the glade. Birdie eventually showed up, looking even more like a bird than before. The goat legs were now shaped like a bird's entirely, its talons looking particularly vicious, and the creature giving off a concept of some kind. While it was definitely related to ice, Nick couldn't actually get a good feel for what it was. Most likely, much like Jasmine and her light concepts, a lot of Birdie's capabilities were linked to their previous body. Without its true demonic bird body, it likely couldn't bring about its full power. Nick couldn't help but voice his thoughts.
Man, demons sure are weird, huh?
Kaya chuckled.
Well, I think you just attract weird stuff, Nick. It's strong, thankfully.
Wow, Birdie's much stronger now. Good job, Birdie. Fang smiled at Birdie, her tail wagging. It lifted its beak up with what felt like pride as it gave a cawing laugh. Then it turned to Jasper, who was sitting there waiting patiently, guarding the party like always. Birdie narrowed its eyes on Jasper and began cawing once again before creating its feathers of ice. These had an immense amount of cold and felt sharper somehow on top of that. It was powered by some form of concept, and then Birdie started to squawk and chirp. This time it felt like Birdie was taunting Jasper. Jasper's ears went flat on his head, and its tail went between its legs as Birdie began to strut side to side, with its wings held out wide, showing them off. Jasper whimpered as he put his head on the ground, and Birdie looked down at him imperiously. It cawed several times. Then Jasper's ears perked up, and he barked and stood up once, and then nodded. Giving off her cawing laugh, Birdie leaped onto Jasper's back, once again making herself comfortable.
What just happened?
Kaya asked, and then looked at Nick.
What you looking at me for? You think I got any of that?
He kind of did, but to him it felt a little too silly to be right. Even if he had a good idea, he would keep it to himself.
I think I get it.
Jasmine smiled, placing a closed fist in her open palm. Everyone turned to her. Nick said,
Really? You got that?
Maybe. I think Birdie's trying to motivate Jasper. It showed off its concept and said, like...
She cleared her throat and took on a more forceful and perhaps bird-like voice.
You are pathetic, not even having a concept yet. But for giving me a ride for all that time, I'll throw you a bone and help you out. But only if you let me ride you again when I want, because I'm lazy.
Nick was a little skeptical, looking over at the bird who was preening and chirping to Jasper. That did mostly match with what he felt.
Huh. That kind of fits, doesn't it? Maybe? It's good that Birdie can fly if it needs to, and that it has gotten stronger. If something good comes to Jasper, too, that's a big bonus.
Irwin noted.
If he's anything like monsterfolk, I think Jasper has suffered a little by us needing so many frost-related treasures. He needs them to grow, but it's been difficult to spare enough for his growth. We've used many for your blade soul forging and the other monsterfolk besides.
Rebecca nodded. It's true, but we should have plenty of ore and gems from the second mine when we return. The income from the mines should be quite substantial now, as they've received several shipments. It was something Nick needed to keep in mind. Their growth as his soul servants were important to his personal power, and he needed to put a little more effort into them. Perhaps it would be better if he went for a soul servant that had different elemental powers or focus than ice. He would think more on this in the future. The timer eventually ran out, and the dome began to recede from the glade. As it was revealed from the dome protecting it, they understood just why it was protected with a dome from the beginning. There were no enemies there, and the location alone was special. A lone tree sat in the water, looking a lot like a giant weeping willow made up of a kaleidoscope of colors. The water it sat in was so clear, its roots were large and visible. They attached to the stone beneath it, drawing up the dense essence of the water. Fruits hung from numerous dangling leaves, their skins giving off bright lights like rainbow lamps. The fruits looked somewhat like a cluster of grapes, a series of spheres combined, almost as if mushed together to make up a singular rainbow fruit. They hung low from the dangling branches to where someone in the water could easily reach up and grasp it. It was certainly enough for everyone in the kingdom to receive one, a special opportunity. Irene gasped. Wow! Numerous ley lines, perhaps all of them in this valley, intersect here. So many energies, and yet this tree can somehow live and contain them all. For the maximum benefit, enter the cleansing waters of the Spring of Revitalization and Purity, then consume a single omni-bloom fruit from the Tree of Resplendence. You have been granted 8 hours within. A new dome appeared after they had entered, establishing a safe zone. The moment that happened, everyone's shoulders sagged in relief. Their guards no longer required to remain up. Nick looked around as he wondered.
If this was contested, how would it have worked?
Irene answered. Sometimes it would create a secondary dome where only those that entered would be able to compete, usually to the death. The people of Orion call them domes of conflict, or sometimes trial barriers. Many parties or individuals would enter, but only one would be allowed to win and leave. It would have incentivized the kingdoms to come out of hiding for a final battle over it, or flee and give it up. As the party neared the waters, Birdie started squawking angrily, flapping its wings and digging into Jasper's flesh with its talons. Still, its eyes were honed in on the fruit above it, like it wanted to eat them all. Rebecca said, I think the waters might actually be harmful to it, but it looks like the fruit might be okay. Have you heard of them, Mother? Irene was looking at everything in interest. I have! They are a fruit that somehow contains everything. They say that consuming one will align with your fate and improve the aspect of you that most needs improvement, or might aid you the most. It can grant tempering, or enlightenment, or even just improve your core. The myriad people of Orion can benefit from it in differing ways. She continued, looking at the water. But using the spring of revitalization and purity is a tremendous benefit as well. It will cleanse our bodies and spirits and even our cores, improving the density and purity of the essence within them and heal us. Even by itself, this would be a major benefit. Rebecca added, It sounds like it'll help us get the most out of the fruit as well. After tempering or enlightenment, our bodies and cores are often full of foreign energies, in addition to us being exhausted. The spring will aid us in getting back to normal quicker. Because we just received rewards from the test of might, we'll get a double benefit here. They waded into the shallow pool until they reached the center, where most of the fruits were hanging. Nick found that the water caused him to become extremely buoyant, despite his body seemingly drinking the water straight through his pores. He was floating on the water with no effort, and found himself laying down, facing up at the beautiful colors twinkling above him. It was the same for everyone else. There was complete silence in the glade, other than his party's breathing and moving around in the water, finding their positions.
This is kinda nice. Relaxing.
Nick noted.
Yeah,
Irwin replied.
it feels like a soothing bath. I can feel the coolness spreading.
Oh,
Rebecca gasped.
my lotus.
Nick looked over to see that Rebecca's frozen lotus from his gift, the necklace, was vibrating in the water. It was drawing in the energy from the spring and growing, maturing ever so slightly from the process. Seeing her just smile at the result, he just went back to relaxing. He felt the fatigue wash away, feeling better than he had just before he entered the ordeal. Observing the essence as it was drawn into his cores, he noticed the essence condensing in the spheres. Kaya said,
You weren't kidding, Irene. This is amazing. Despite gaining levels near the peak of the stratum so rapidly, I'll be ready to absorb everything in my chamber right away.
It wasn't as simple as absorbing essence until you leveled up, even the pure essence from the ordeals. A battle maniac that fought constantly and defeated every test without resting would have to stop eventually to recuperate and consolidate their gains, building up their concepts besides. This would become even more true in the third stratum. Birdie was the first to eat her fruit, gulping it down in a single bite. The bird's whole body then vibrated, the essence within it echoing in waves. She went slack, then nearly fell into the water, but Jasper grew some ice on his beak and froze the bird to its fur, keeping her from moving. It'd be fine, probably. They all rested for a time, relaxing and allowing the purifying waters to cleanse them. Jasper and Fang were next, and then everyone joined in with eating their fruit. Nick took a single bite, and it tasted so amazing that he couldn't even remember taking the other bites and finishing it. Liquid euphoria traveled through his body, from the bottom of his feet to the top of his head, and even his eyeballs. Everything within him vibrated and buzzed, including his soul and body cores. He wasn't sure how long he spent in this state, but eventually he noticed the vibration was building. This continued for a time, until he felt something pop, like a joint cracking, relieving a bunch of pressure. His entire view went white for a minute, and when he could see again, he saw a tremendous amount of light surrounding him, beyond just what the tree already gave off. Then, golden glyphs on his body lit up, and it took him a moment to understand just what he was seeing. It was his disguise array. It was shifting to accommodate the change, whatever it was. There was more to it than that. His girls, the essence in the spring beneath him and the tree above, everything had lights traveling through them. The girls' soul cores were especially bright, and the colors definitely seemed to be related to them, shades that matched light and darkness, but also the greenish essence of soul cores he was familiar with. The impressions that he got from their souls had improved, and he thought he had a better perception of their location without even turning to look at them. The vibration, light show, and surprises calmed down. He now had the wherewithal to check on his prompt. Bloodline upgraded. Your racial traits have been improved to the second stratum. The advanced soul sense, monstrous body, and mana-resistant traits have been enhanced. The entries for each showed the improvements. The short of it was, some of the things that made his Archaean race special were enhanced. Monstrous body granted him a 30% higher reflexes, strength, and flexibility than most others in a 1-for-1 base attribute measurement. That had improved to include 10% more, which was helpful but not overly significant. The mana-resistant trait granted him defenses against hostile mana influencing his body, and it was the same whether it was a fireball or something like Rebecca's spiritual shouts. It had granted around 20% before, but now it was over 30%, it said. While that doesn't sound that significant either, when combined with his already high attributes and concepts, the impact of a caster or monster's spells was significantly lessened. While those things were great, it was quickly apparent that the most important improvement was his advanced soul sense. He could now better sense and see blends of soul essence both inside and outside of his and other people's bodies. This meant that discovering the Panther Man would have been trivial, as even the tiniest bit of soul essence leakage would have been detected. People were walking beacons of essence, and even if they sealed off their bodies with their mana auras, small traces would ultimately end up in the surrounding area. It was difficult to not leak anything at all, the weight of the essence leaving what was a lot like a fingerprint as they traveled. Truly hiding the essence required a level of perfection few could achieve. Rebecca was far ahead of the rest of his party in this, and Sable was catching up, at least regarding shielding herself from leakage and thus detection. It was an ongoing issue, as the more essence, the higher the level, the more difficult hiding the essence became. Nick was excited about the result. Finding a bloodline awakening and improvement treasure for his extinct race was likely highly difficult, but this had granted him one piece of the puzzle he needed. Perhaps one of the rewards in his heritage would be for a similar treasure, and that would push him even further. He had several other traits that were untouched by this one. Looking at each of his girls, they all had pleasant smiles on their faces. Nick waited for a time, the water from the magical spring renewing him. He felt that several of them moved forward in their concepts, even those that had reached early mastery. However, watching them with his new eyes, he could see each one's devotion cores had benefited the most, the fragments swirling within them. The ones he felt the most clearly were his Wolfen girls, as he felt the exact same thing from all three of them. It was related to the pack, which made him wonder a bit about what this would mean for Luna, who already had something like that. The others were hard to make out, but Nick did confirm that Rebecca reached early mastery with her sacrificial concept. This made him feel much better, as now the situation with the lava elemental would, hopefully, never be repeated. Irene was getting something, but Nick couldn't tell what. With the amount of light, he wagered it was related to her angel race. Jeffrey had grown and bulked up so much, to the point where Nick wondered if he would even still be able to fly. Jasmine got some form of trait that increased the light within her spider limbs even further. She was also the first to wake up, her eyes blinking before she turned to him.
"Oh, you're awake already, Master?"
She jolted, and then moved to cradle him in her forearms, immediately fussing over his wet clothing. Nick chuckled.
Not for long. Let's move to the shore, so we don't disturb everyone.
The two moved to the shore, and Jasmine helped dry him off quickly with some flares of her aura. There was a small campsite of stones for him to sit on, and so she sat him down and knelt beside him. It was then he realized she might be just a bit taller. Even kneeling, she was as tall as him sitting on the stone.
Did you get bigger again? What did you get, Jasmine?
"I think so. It seems that it helped prepare my body, making it more compatible with my Nexus core. I'm pretty much ready to enter the third stratum. It's surprising."
Nick was shocked.
Already?
Jasmine hesitated.
"I just need the levels in my Nexus core, then I can merge it with my body and ascend to the third stratum."
She looked a little reluctant.
You don't seem happy about that.
"It's because I worked hard on this body, and then I'll be throwing it away before long. I'll be happy to have my old body back, but I liked making the webbing, the clothes, and armor for you and your wives. My last body could not make anything useful. I could serve, but aside from that, I could only consume and destroy. Well, and be your shield, of course."
Nick scratched his chin as he hummed.
I'm sure we can find a way to use them both. That way you can have the best of both worlds.
Jasmine gasped, her eyes lighting up with excitement. Oh! You're right! I can keep this one in storage and change bodies, just like changing a wig or a dress. Nick chuckled and got a faraway look at the thought.
Yeah, just like it.
She didn't seem to notice and continued. You know, there were a lot of other cool bodies that I had passed on, but maybe there are some other neat races I can be. Jasmine hugged him tightly, then sighed dreamily. And so many ways I can serve you, master, she purred. The others started waking up, the silence of the spring eventually ruined by Birdie's angry squawking. Jasper seemed to sigh, letting out a large breath as he carried Birdie out of the spring, walking to the shore. Irwin, Irene, and Rebecca each helped everyone dry off, using a simple trick with aura and mana to remove the moisture from their clothing and hair as they joined Nick and Jasmine at the campsite. Fang bounced from one foot to the other, and so did Sable and Luna. They moved in a strange, perfect sync that felt a little odd to him, like it was calling him.
What's with you girls?
Fang stopped, the other two girls continuing. We can move as one now. It makes us stronger, come on! She tugged his hand, pulling him forward.
Huh?
Luna and Sable said at the same time.
Join us! Try it.
He felt silly, but he joined them in their odd movements. Within moments, he found he moved with them in perfect sync, just like they were doing. But there was more to it. There was a strange weight to the movement, like the essence of Orion was aiding him, like it had the weight of the world behind it. When they took out their spears, he drew his blade instinctively and began swinging it to flow with their stabbing and dashing motions. Each began to move to a different timing, a coordinated attack that would be difficult for any foe to counter. Sable and Luna also mixed blasts of ice shadow and frost, and they had the special weight of their will added. They could even mix their own concepts with it, which surprised him. He couldn't even use both of his at once, let alone mix his concepts together yet, and they hadn't even reached early mastery yet. To his shock, even his heroic concept was enhanced. It was as if every movement or action done as a pack was enhanced in some way. Rebecca noticed what was happening.
Truly amazing. It must be a combination of their trait. Trait-enhanced concepts are often powerful, but to have one behave this way is so interesting. I haven't heard of anything like it.
Irene nodded.
That's right! The downside of most trait-focused concepts is that they're often difficult to shift or develop. If you want to feed or merge more concepts into it, it might be near impossible. Treasures like the ones we just consumed are exceedingly rare, yet they are almost required beyond your personal investment to progress it.
Irwin smiled.
I think this is the power of the devotion core. Through Nick, they linked to each other and him. It must be their mated trait.
While the effect wasn't that big now, he knew it likely would be once each of his girls reached early mastery. It was an interesting effect. While it was way less than the amount of strength he might gain with a strength concept of his own, it was in the ballpark of 10 to 20%, based on the orc he had faced. That it worked on anything, and his girls seemed to get a slightly bigger effect, was something substantial. With it increasing later as they reached early mastery, he was sure that the bonus would be significant. Fang's tail was wagging furiously.
Yes! We did it! We made a power that's useful for Boss too!
Nick chuckled.
You girls are always awesome.
I know, but if we do even better, it means even more belly rubs, right?
Fang nodded to herself, as if she made an irrefutable point. He couldn't help but laugh.
I can't argue with that. At this rate, I'm not going to have much time left for doing things other than belly rubs.
Nick frowned as he realized something.
You three had some kind of enlightenment, right? What was your vision?
Sable chuckled.
There was no vision. I think this just awakened something in our hearts, our cores. The fruit must have done something special. I just felt closer to these two and Boss when I woke up.
Was it the same for the rest of you?
Nick asked, turning to his other wives. Kaya and Irwin nodded, but Rebecca shook her head.
Maybe because I already had a fragment, mine was different, but it was interesting.
She smiled at Nick.
It had showed me all those times I sacrificed in the arch scenarios, but also all the times I had seen you and our family in danger during all our tests and trials. That helped me make it a part of me, and now I'm certain I can remove nasty things from you, Nicholas, even powerful things.
Luna smiled proudly at her.
That's wonderful. What about your new fragment, Winnie?
Irwin's tail flicked.
It's a strange thing. First I got that weird power of shooting stars, and now I'm not so sure. It's hard for me to explain my feeling. Let me try it.
She closed her eyes and then began casting a spell Nick was familiar with, a spear of ice. During her casting, Nick felt her flare, her will, her concept manifesting, whatever it was. The ice then shifted, much of it bursting into flame and the rest melting. It was odd, though, as he knew she had a terrible affinity for casting a fire spell, outside of buffs like elemental weapons. Jasmine narrowed her eyes on the result, the water droplets on the ground.
That was neat, but, I still don't get what happened.
Irwin replied.
That was just a test. I think I get it now. The best way for me to explain it might be the power of wishes.
Nick arched his brow.
Wishes? That sounds crazy. Like you snap your fingers and bam, bad guy's dead?
Jasmine pouted.
This is no fair. I'm supposed to be Master's genie.
Irwin chuckled.
No, probably not how you're thinking. With my will, I can boost or twist my spell or action in a way that might make what I desire to have happen. Changing reality, but only by a little, less than most spells or concepts already do. But if it's for hubby, I can do a little better than that. At least, that's my feeling.
Irene said,
I've heard of powers like this. They are, on their own, weaker than specialized powers. There is a price to pay for such versatility. However, for a class like hers that does it all, perhaps this can be quite powerful. Opportunity and timing can be everything, and she will be able to find the most opportunities.
Irwin nodded.
It's a strange power, but I don't think there are many limitations outside of how much I gain or how useful the twist or boost might be. For now, it's easy for me to just picture boosting spells, wishing for them to be better, stronger.
Nick was a little impressed, but her starlight power and dream magic was already kind of mysterious. Adding this onto that had him a little concerned, considering her previous combat worries. She had become stronger and well-rounded, but still wasn't at the level of Kaya that could turn the battle for him by damaging a boss, for example, like with the lava elemental. Fang looked over at Kaya, smiling.
That just leaves you, Kaya. I bet your move is amazing.
Kaya blushed.
I'm not sure yet, other than I'm probably stronger and faster when fighting with my mate while transformed. That's, the feeling that I get.
Nick put his hand on her hip, and he held back a chuckle as her tail wrapped around his arm.
Well, that's no different from usual, is it? But it sounds like this was a power-up for us all. It took a while, but the devotion cores have finally matured.
Jasmine pouted.
I want mine. This kinda sucks, waiting.
Irene added.
You girls are really something, devoting yourselves to your husband in this way. All of your paths are truly focused on our hero. It's wonderful.
Irwin giggled.
I'm glad you see it that way. I'm happy with our choices so far.
Kaya stretched.
The fruit and spring was really something else. I feel great, but isn't it time to get going?
Irene's eyes lit up, and she began to float.
Oh, can we? It's time, isn't it? The ancestral archives? Let's go, let's go!
Nick chuckled at her excitement.
Guess so. Let's get moving.
It's almost time for belly rubs!
Fang bolted off, heading toward the edge of the dome, as everyone started their march. The arches rose from the ground as they exited the dome, and everyone was filled with excitement as they walked toward it. Even Jeffrey was buzzing. It had been a month, and it was finally time to go home.